Yeah, the lights have always been there though, and I've done what 14 of these already without blue boxes. This is entirely new. I've done them on both sides of the room, different types of light. Both times the light's right above me. Seems to got some of the glare lines down, but the blue boxes are still there. Darken the phone camera. How do I do that? Is that a setting I can do in the app here? Oh, somebody's asking what's today. Today is Chip Barnes asked me to go live with him, and to do that, I have to be live, and then he has to invite me into it, so that's sort of the goal there. So he's supposed to contact me any minute now. So we'll be talking about whatever gets raised there, but we'll get to merge the two audiences theoretically and, chat about some stuff. What in the app? So let's see. Settings? Nope, not there. Anyone know where they hid camera settings? I see weird enhancements. Close in the eye enhancement didn't do anything. I don't know how this happened. It is so weird. I don't think it's anything reflecting off of these. Wow. There's even more blue boxes. It's like a whole army of TARDISes being invaded by Whovians. This is so weird. Yeah, I mean, everything but my eyes. Of course, my eyes completely disappear. Well, he still hasn't popped up to invite yet. What can be done here? I don't see any setting. Hello, Socrates. Let's see if... Are my eyes blue if I'm over here?
Hey, William. Can you hear me okay?
Howdy, yeah, I can't figure out what's going on with the camera today. My eyes have got these blue boxes floating around in them.
It's okay. We still get the gist of it. It's all good. So, yeah,
Yeah.
Mr. Blue Eyes. That's kind of cool. Yeah, let me pull it up here.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
first of all, welcome. I mean, this is exciting because I reached out to Liam about a week ago, I guess, and he's a very busy, very smart academic professor with lots of letters after his name and stuff, which means he knows a lot of stuff. He's read a lot of stuff. But Liam also has cats on his broadcast, which I love seeing him when he has his cats crawling all over him, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of Liam's because he's a bastion of knowledge. I think he has a good critical thinking skill set that really, he puts things into words again that makes it easy for us to understand. And I think his takes are very well rounded. So that's why I thought the audience would really enjoy listening to him. And if you're not following him, please tap on Liam's box and then bring up his account and follow him because he goes live quite a bit. And I think now because he's between sessions with his college activity, he has a little more time to do it more regularly. So it's a real joy to listen to him. I'm telling you, there are very few people who I follow lives, and he's one of them. I always try to catch it. So that's good stuff. And, I've heard Liam talk about this very issue. We were just talking, Liam, about the chances of there being some sort of an alternative path outside of voting to reform the systems that are kind of backed up in the United States. And I've heard you talk about this before, about the likelihood that you think is some kind of revolution or something could happen and how challenging it's going to be. So anyway, before we do that, how about if you just share a little bit about your background so we understand who you are and how you came to be on TikTok and that kind of thing?
Oh gosh. Yeah. I never know where to start with a question like my background. So I was a working class kid, first person in my family to go to college at all, and somehow I went straight through to a PhD because I'm stupid. But I didn't even start till I was 30. So I used to be a longshoreman and truck driver. I've done a number of other careers in between, like picking up money here and there. But finally got into college, went straight through, and now I get to do what I love: corrupt the youth. So it it kind of better suits me since I have always read. I'm one of those hyperlexic autistic savants that are just kind of completely clueless about social relations and what the hell I'm supposed to do in any given moment. What day is it? What day is it? But I have no problem quoting books I read 30 years ago. And yeah, I've just finally found a career where I get to use some of that. I get to actually work within some of that material and try to inspire other people to kind of like, I don't know, get excited about things, because I'm always excited to learn something new. This career endlessly challenges me in that way. So I think it's just fascinating.
That's really cool. Now, for those of you who don't know what you do, and I don't even know exactly what you do, what is you don't have to tell us where you do it, but what is the role you do and who do you work with?
Well, I'm a history professor. So my discipline is intellectual history or cultural history, so the history of ideas and how they transmit from place to place and move around. So I study big systems of thought. So it gets me studying like religion and economics and all kinds of stuff. But I focus in terms of regions because you pick regional foci as a historian, and my regional foci are the Middle East and Europe. So basically the Mediterranean basin writ large. So basically my expertise runs from, I guess, the fringes of South Asia, all the way across to the Atlantic. And it's kind of like my playground. I get to touch on a little bit outside of that in my kind of world history classes, which is fun. I do a number of like thematic world history classes, but I mostly focus in that area. But yeah, I'm a history professor. I teach at two universities. One of them gives me more Europe. One of them gives me more Mideast. So it's a nice way to balance out my life. And I do a lot of commuting because I live on a mountain. I decided I was kind of over living around people, so I took over and been restoring my grandfather's old cabin that my mother had held on to and turning it into a house a bit at a time. So that's been a lot of fun projects. I've kind of lived outside the city for the last 15 some years, but I lived out, well, no, closer to 20, but I lived out in the desert for a while. And I just moved from the high desert up into the mountains.
So I guess you don't have to worry about pesky neighbors bothering you, right? You have a little bit of a place of your own to hang out. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I mean, not much. I mean, there are a few people around. In fact, I'm closer to people here than I was in a place in the desert where my closest neighbor was a mile away. Here, I actually live on a street with other houses around, but it's still in a very small community. And a lot of the houses up here are owned by people who use them as cabins, so they're part-timers anyway. So a lot of the houses are just quiet all the time. And I don't have things like street lights or crap like that. So I get to step outside and just, stars. And that just...
Yeah, the stargazing, that sounds beautiful. That must be great to see the stars like that.
Yeah, it recharges my batteries, I guess. Because I enjoy a lot of what I do. I'm honestly fascinated that I was any good at it. Because... I didn't know if I'd be okay as a lecturer or not, but I really enjoy it. I get kind of into it. I'm very enthusiastic about it, but I'm drained by the end of the day. I'm like, okay, I'm over it. I want to retreat to my mountain fortress with my cats and just hang out. And yeah, I'm up past 6,000 feet. So I've got a clear view of stars. Very quiet out, just me and the wildlife. So it kind of like, gets me back in my happy place before I have to go back.
Now everyone's gonna. Did you ever get recruited to play in ZZ Top? Did that ever happen?
Yeah, this is fun. I haven't seen my my chin in 30 years or so, but I've changed my beard style a lot over the years. I actually had it considerably longer than this for a while and in 3 braids, but then I cut it real short and had it short for a couple of years. And then I said, screw it, I'm going to grow it back out. So this is the third year of growing back out.
Wow. Okay. So that's 3 years worth of growth right there.
It's let's see. Yeah, it's yeah, God, almost exactly 3 years. Yep. Yeah, this is 3 years.
Wow. Now, if you wanted to, you could give up teaching history and you could just become you could, I guess, you could color your beard and be a Santa, right? You had to
I
be.
don't think they make any money. But I
Not the
mean,
good ones, not the ones that don't rob banks. They're the Santas that make the money, I
I
think.
used to threaten people like this would be the height of, I guess, humor for me would be to be a disgruntled Jewish Santa, just like wear the Santa suit with a kippah, and then just like curse at everybody in Yiddish and talk about how this party is trash and everything is bad and all the gifts are going to be bad and everyone's going to have a bad time. Just kvetch the entire time. I think that would be hella fun. I would do that, but
No, that sounds good.
but I don't think being a
No,
mole
no.
would be a lot of fun.
So a couple things just in general. So, I mean, obviously you've been taking probably a very close look at what's happening since October the 7th with a very careful eye, given it fits into your knowledge of the overall long-term history of the conflict and what's happened prior to that. Before we get into that territory, I was mentioning to the audience before you came over that I was on someone else's live today, and they were talking about retail politics. And the host was saying, arguing with somebody who was a pro-Trump person, why he was convinced that the Democratic Party would do better by the average citizen than a Trump presidency would do. And so when I came on as a guest, and of course I've been disabused of that concept for many decades, that there's much of a difference between the two parties. I don't know how you feel. We can always go over that too. But my sense is, I call it the power structure because of the fact that you have the national security state, you have the war machine, you have the finance system with the banks, you have the moneyed interests that lobby Congress with the donor class, the super PACs, and then you have the special interest groups like the APACs and others of the world that between all of those forces, I like to call it the mud pit or the swamp. It's like a quicksand thing. And whether you wear a beige uniform, a white uniform, or a light blue uniform, you're going to go in there and you're going to get covered in mud no matter what you come in with, as good as you may be. So how do you feel about that? And do you think that that's a good assessment, or how do you see it differently?
Good assessment in the sense of money and power corrupting everything, and the two parties being trash.
Yeah, in other words, the argument was basically that voting in normal elections is probably has a little less chance of fixing the problem than if we continue
Oh,
to vote the same we have been.
yeah. Okay. So the way voting works for me in this country is essentially as strategic harm reduction. You can play the lesser evil, and there will be fewer people who are hurt by it, but it's not going to make anything any better. It just depends on the area you're looking at, right? So in some areas they're essentially the same. So in terms of our decline in our civil liberties, for example, in overall freedoms, surveillance state, everything else, or policing, both parties are equally driving us to hell. In terms of wealth inequality, both parties are equally driving us to hell. In terms of dismantling the welfare state, the Republicans are taking us straight down, and when the Democrats come in, it kind of like plateaus a little bit. They tend not to take away as much. They do erode it. Clinton erode it a little bit. Carter actually started the process of unraveling the New Deal, but they don't nibble away as much. The Republicans would slash everything if they could. So preserving some elements of social democracy, the Democrats are better on that one, at least. In terms of war, it's more like a 60-40. Republicans are definitely worse in that, but Democrats definitely get us into plenty of fucked up shit, too. So you can't really say that they're identical, but they're both equally compromised by moneyed interests. They are both driving us into the ground in terms of civil liberties and economy. They're both imperialists. They're both racist. But one of them wants to hold on to a little bit more of the welfare state and preserve some of the basic quality of life. Because, I mean, American standard of living has been falling for a long time. We've been out of the top 20 for a long time. All these, like, greatest country on earth, we are out of the top 20 in everything except for the bad shit. So every positive metric of socioeconomic health, we're out of the ranking entirely. But it would be faster if the far right was completely in charge economically. So it's more a matter. helping. And then there's some differences, at least on a local level too. A lot of people who get in, I want to be fair here. Plenty of people who get into Democratic politics are genuinely good people. Some of them are kind of deluded in their ideas, but I've met a lot of really good people who really do. They kind of understand what's going on. They kind of understand how it's hurting people, and they really want to help. But it's the system kind of constrains them. On a local level, they actually can do some good. So on city councils, county boards of supervisors, even state houses, Democrats used to control nearly all the state houses in this country. Republicans have a clear majority of them now. And that's had a huge impact on the way this entire country is run. Those lower level offices, Democrats, I think, generally did a better job. But at the federal level, they get sucked into, as you say, the swamp. And there's not much you can do.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Now, as far as the perception among the American public and how they see where things are, whether they, first of all, recognize the very things we're alluding to as far as what the real power structure is, but in terms of their perception of what their role is in terms of maybe trying to change things, where do you think most people are? And is that on purpose from a media/propaganda system, or is that just the way things have always been? Or how do you feel about that?
I would say most people have one or the other position between voting is good or there's nothing anybody can do about anything and you've lost all hope. And that, I think, both of those are actually deliberate, because if you can systematically disempower people, if you can convince them that they cannot be agents of real change and that they have to turn things over to authorities, for example. So we don't intervene in our own neighborhoods. We don't look out for each other the same way. We don't help out our neighbors. We don't form the kind of mutual aid networks that humans have done for millennia, countless millennia. Well, I mean, literally 2 million years if you get back to like the first humans. But, in terms of like our kind of environment, at least as long as Homo sapiens have been around, we have looked out for each other. And in all of our earlier complex societies, we did that too, because the state actually didn't do much. It generally was there for taxation and war. It didn't do much beyond that. But we have been convinced that the state will take care of things, and we should leave that to the police, leave that to government, whatever there. And then when government seems like it's completely incompetent, sclerotic, unable to do anything useful, then people either vote harder or they drop out entirely, thinking that there's nothing they can really do. And keeping people feeling that they don't have a voice and that they don't have real power is quite deliberate, because it entrenches the existing power structure. It means they don't have to actually change anything.
And so in terms of people being contacted by either the Democratic Party or a particular candidate requesting donations to them, do you think it's sort of futile to donate money to particular candidates or the DCCC, for example, or do you think that's something people should still consider doing?
Oh, I think the only thing that the DNC, DCCC, I think that they deserve maybe like gift-wrapped bricks in the mail. That's about it. I don't think that they deserve any of their money, because I don't think they do any damn good for anybody. Where you can do real good with political donations is supporting the small dollar candidates that they hate. Because the D-Trip and the DNC do not want leftists to win office, but there's nothing in bylaws, the existing laws, constitution, anything that could possibly prevent actual leftists from running as Democrats. And plenty of people actually do. They just can't get the support to rise above money-wise, But if people donate like, a recurring donation, the price of a coffee a month, and enough people do that, then these small dollar candidates actually can really get ahead. And your money can actually go farthest at the local races. So again, city councils, county boards of supervisors, state assembly. But even for Congress, it actually doesn't take as much to unseat an incumbent as people tend to think. But you do have to pass a certain threshold to be able to get out there and get yourself in front of enough people and seem viable, like it's worth taking the shot on you when it comes to voting time. And if you can do that, more seats can be taken. And really, a lot of people give shit to the like the squad type, and some of them are more liberal than leftist. But I think that the trick there is it's creating, you can tip the balance. Once you have enough people that are outside of this, the kind of like DLC right wing ideology they've had since the 60s and 70s. Once you have enough people in there against that, then the rest will kind of sign up because they don't want to lose their seats, and you can actually pass some serious reforms that change the system. But as long as there's only a handful of them, they have to play ball in order to survive at all. Otherwise, they'll dump millions into primaries, they'll chase them out, and then you have to start the whole process all over again. So while they're there, yeah, you mean, there's some criticism justifiable to people for kind of like kowtowing to political party structures, but they realistically can't do anything else if there's half a dozen of them. But if you get 100 of them in there, you see the difference there? So if enough people made those, small donations to enough of the small dollar candidates to swamp these things in the primaries and replace these motherfuckers on the ballots and put good people in there, then you can actually pass some real legislation. But it's not easy. There's nothing easy about this. But at least
you're right.
It's theoretically possible. There is a path to it. It's just, it's a tough one.
So somebody in the comments named Rihanna, I'm not sure you say the name. If I messed it up, I apologize. Says, less talk, do something, ! And that's an important thing to point out. Action is obviously what makes a difference. So a couple points to share before I let Liam answer my next question. And that is one, it's a very large number. I don't know the exact number. I think it's like 97 or 96 or maybe even 98% of the time. The candidate who gets most money spent on their behalf because of the advertising dollars, name recognition, all that stuff, and the canvassing and all that stuff, they win. So if you have money coming in from the public, like the Bernie $5, $25 stuff coming in, and let's say that adds up to 20 million bucks, and the establishment spends 100 million, it's a hard thing to overcome, right? Even with our best efforts, sometimes it's hard to overcome. The good news about running for office, even at the federal level, is that somebody gets to at least have their voice heard while they're running, which can make a difference sometimes as well, right? We know certain people probably aren't going to be elected president, like Marianne Williamson or Cornel West, but they're great people to hear from, and their messages and their thoughts are much better than the establishment in many cases, which can then seed certain things down the road, right? Which is a good thing. So what I wanted to ask Liam next is, in terms of militarism and the foreign adventures that we see our country involved in, both covertly and overtly, and all the money that's been earmarked for these various foreign wars like Ukraine and Israel and others, what do you think of that versus people? A lot of people are saying that the people at home aren't being helped out who need it. We got people who are homeless. We got people from Hawaii who lost their homes in the fires. They got $700. How do you feel about the fact that the political process is gearing towards serving that establishment and not the population?
Well, honestly, that's kind of our fault. Most Americans don't pay much attention to foreign policy. There's a small vocal minority who do, and people tend to overestimate that. I got in a lot of heated debates with people in the '04 race because I knew so many people who were just like, "Oh, this Iraq war is terrible. W is going to go down. We're going to let Kerry." I'm like, "No, you're not. Wartime presidents win. Most Americans don't give a shit about foreign policy. They're just going to rally around the flag. You're going to lose. Kerry's a terrible candidate." And Kerry lost badly. W actually won with a minority of the vote the first time. He won by several million the second time around. It's something that most Americans just don't care about. And until more Americans care that they live in an evil empire that's perfectly happy to slaughter people abroad, we're going to keep doing it. I mean, because at the end of the day, we're the only people who can change that. I mean, it's sad. It's one of the things that, I mean, honestly, foreign affairs is one of the first things that got me involved in history as a kid, like just kind of being curious about all this stuff, I mean, hearing about some of our interventions and wondering, why would we do that? What does that have to do with us? Why are we invading Grenada? Like, what is going on here? And yeah, it's really kind of amazing that decade after decade, Americans prove that they just don't give a shit how many people are killed in their name. And then they wonder why do people hate Americans? I mean, well, they generally don't hate Americans. They hate American foreign policy, and they probably don't like the Americans who don't care about American foreign policy. And that's kind of the point, I mean, we do have some responsibility. I don't know, take it back to like, I love like the whole, like that that Eisenhower speech, his last, statement in 1960, like we need an alert and knowledgeable citizenry to avoid the military-industrial complex getting out of control. Dude helped to create it. He funneled so much cash to that thing, but
Yeah.
he's kind of right at the end of the day that it exists as long as we allow it to. And we simply let it go on to a point where it's very difficult to disentangle it at this point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it is a tough thing. And so, obviously, I think one of the things people have had the hardest time with right now is they've watched what's been happening, many of whom haven't heard about the issue before, or if they had, they didn't know exactly the depths to which the Israeli government will go to do what it wants to do. And the photographs and videos that have been flowing through avenues like TikTok and Instagram and others has bypassed the traditional, media that has kept this stuff from the public for many decades. So people are sort of like shocked. They're like completely aghast at what they're seeing, and they're kind of angry. They're speaking out vocally. They're going to protest. They're refusing to buy Starbucks coffee or watch Disney Plus or whatever the case may be. Doing what they can, but they also realize that by calling their elected officials or even going to stand in the hallways of Congress, that they're just not responding to their outrage. So, what role do you think, one, that APAC or other lobbying groups plays on that dynamic? And then, in terms of people not being aware or not caring about foreign policy, obviously pocketbook issues tend to drive people's decisions above all else. But does the media and the propaganda system and the purposeful ignorance play a role in that as well?
let's see. Hold on a second. I need to make a note versus. I don't know if I'm going to be able to read that. Okay, so then we've got APAC. Okay.
By the way, you don't have to answer all of it. That was a pretty tough question.
Yeah. Actually, the first thing I was thinking about as you're kind of going through this is that we like to think that being more informed through TikTok has a real effect and that there are more of us now, but realistically, I don't see any evidence of that yet. There's nothing statistical showing that. And you've had tons of issues before where millions of people have been in the streets. Look at the protests before the Iraq War started. People are like, no, this is stupid. Iraq has nothing to do with this. And there were people out in the streets in a dozen countries, millions and millions of people. Governments all just said and did it anyway. They don't care. It didn't matter. I mean, there's tons of places where we've had this kind of knowledge, and the ability to spread this around has been there for quite a while. Hell, the only reason we started to see anything in the 2011 Arab uprisings was that internet collectives started pushing stories because the major media just ignored it, and tried to suppress it so that the police states could do their traditional work of crushing people. But you had people pushing the videos of the self-immolations and saying, hey, we should pay attention to this. And finally, media started picking up. So they had to change the narrative a bit, and still in the end got to keep their police states. But it still put them on the back foot for a minute. You can have an effect, but that was a relatively small number of people. The total numbers involved are always quite small because most people honestly just don't care about this. And most people you grab on the streets, it doesn't matter how many pictures of unalived babies you show them, they're just not going to care what's happening to Palestinians any more than they were going to care about what was happening in Eastern Congo or in Burma or anywhere else that people are being, unalived in huge numbers. I mean, yeah. People just aren't going to respond the way we want them to. And I think if we really want to organize effectively for change, I think one thing that would really help is if we take off some of the rose-colored glasses. Bad joke because my eyes are showing all kinds of weird colors. But if we don't look at this in the sense that, yeah, this is going to be different, man, and they're going to see our voices and it'll finally matter and there's more of us and we're going to spread the message. No, it doesn't work that way. But small numbers of people organizing effectively for change have constantly changed the world. So the numbers themselves don't really matter. The tactics and strategy, those two matter. So I think that's the bigger issue there. So if you're expecting that enough of us are going to, we're not going to go to Starbucks and that's somehow going to change Starbucks' policy, no, they're not going to give a shit. In the end, they're going to go where the overall profit is, and most Americans aren't going to care long term about this. Most companies, aren't going to follow along. I mean, you can't make a company woke, no matter what the right says about them. They follow the dollars. It's all about marketing and the bottom line. And most
Sure.
don't care enough. Boycotts have historically struggled, but you can actually organize enough people to put pressure in certain areas, and you can actually push back against things. So I don't want to give the impression here that I'm saying it's that the low numbers make it hopeless. Quite the opposite. You know, uh, I mean, hell, people constantly overthrown governments around the world with relatively small parts of the population. Most people are just never going to care. It's never been a barrier if you organize properly. As far as APAC being the big obstacle, I think that's an illusion, honestly, because APAC is one of a bazillion awful packs there. They're all doing the same kind of work. It's not even the biggest source of money on this big issue, because there's a ton of money coming in from evangelical groups that all have the same exact policies toward Israel, and their money comes in. The reason that they take that money is that they already have a political reason to support it. If they if they had a principled objection and already had a good reason not to be involved, then the money wouldn't sway them. The money it flows to people because their interests align already. This when we start pointing to things like APAC, especially when we point specifically to that and not to the massive range of other wealthy interests that have been manipulating American politics for at least the last century and a half. Corporations have controlled all of our elections since the late 19th century. When we start pointing to that, it veers very, very close to anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about the control of Jewish money, and that not only runs up against a factual problem, but a serious ethical one. Um, the simple fact is, people in Congress vote the way they do and take the money that they do because they already have reasons to support that and to take that money. And those are the places we need to focus in that issue. Now, taking all of the money out of politics in general, yeah, I'm right there with you. How we pull that off, I mean, there's a way to do it, but it's a very hard road, right?
Yeah, it's a tough path. Constitutional amendments are very
It
long
is,
and
and it would
tough
have
uphill
to come from
battles.
the state level, because the federal government
Yeah,
isn't going to initiate it. But
obviously.
running it there is a constitutional path to it if you can if you can take control of enough state houses, and that's the trick there. That's why I said focus on lower elections, because that was the Republican strategy starting in the 50s. They started taking control of city councils and then state houses and worked their way up. They were a minority for decades. And
Sure.
their ideas were completely discredited, so they started at the grassroots. If you do the same thing, if you take control of those lower levels and you work your way back up, take control of the states, there's a path to eventually get the money out of politics. Not an easy one, not a quick one. But that will get rid of
Yeah.
APAC. Nothing is going to get rid of APAC until that point, because it serves a function that Congress wants. And that's where you need to focus our attention. What are the real interests? Why do they serve this? Why do they align with Israel? And how do we change that dynamic? If you change that, then APAC's money doesn't buy them a damn thing. I mean,
Yeah.
you could walk in there with $1 billion and say, I want everyone, I want us to align with Cuba's politics, support Cuba, yay Cuba, and here's $1 billion. No one would take that money. They just wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't fit into the power structure and the interests of too many groups, like you said. So just real quickly, I want to do this for those. Some people filter in and out of these lives. So I just want to quickly, first of all, tell people who the heck I am. My name is Chip Barnes. I'm an ex-Army officer. I served in the first Persian Gulf War. I was on the front lines in a tank. I've been in combat. It's not a fun thing. So I can relate to what some of the people are going through in Gaza, although, of course, not to the extent of the people that are being bombed. But yeah, it's a mess, and it's not something you want to be a part of, because there's just nothing good about it. Trust me. And I learned about the Israel-Palestine issue back in college quite unexpectedly. One of my classmates, delivering one of their senior thesis political science papers, had to give a talk, and it was on the First Intifada. And for those who don't know what that is, in 1987, there was this huge uprising among the Palestinian people that was put down by the Israelis. And, it just totally shattered my view of that issue, because I had always been told that Israel was the good guy. They're our friends. That these bad people want to, boom, boom cafes and buses, and they're all crazy people. And the picture that I was given in this talk was totally different. It contradicted so many things that I've learned about that issue. So that's how I kind of got my bearing on this. And in terms of Liam, This is Liam O'Mara. He's a professor, PhD in history. He teaches history courses. He's an academic. He's a very well read, very well studied human being. Loves to talk about all the different issues. He's got a very broad range of knowledge. He's a systems based thinker, as he thought. I kind of look at myself the same way. So many people nowadays are so specialized in their silo that they can't think about connecting the dots among all aspects of society. And I think Liam, and to some extent myself, do a better job of that than some of these pigeonholed people like that. So with that said, if you're coming in for the first time here, welcome. I go live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then I go every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 12 noon to 2 p.m. Liam goes live quite a bit, although I think he's a little more when he can kind of thing. He doesn't have a set schedule. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, Liam. But
Yeah,
I please go
it
ahead.
was on Friday late nights last term. It'll probably be Fridays again this coming semester, but earlier in the day. More like the late afternoon, early evening. But until beginning of February, I'm probably going to do it more often than that. But I still will regularly go live on Friday evenings.
Okay, terrific. And so again, whenever I can catch Liam's lives, I do. I really enjoy them. Usually I just sit back and listen because he has people that come up and talk, but I just prefer to listen to Liam because I think he's great. So we were talking a second ago earlier today about what's happening with the conflict and things like that. But what role do you think, Liam, does the propaganda and the media apparatus play in either the ignorance of Americans or the apathy of Americans or both?
Americans are easily the most propagandized population on Earth, which I think is kind of funny and almost ironic, given that the First Amendment technically gives us potentially the freest press in the world, because our Constitution explicitly protects the media, and we, for example, don't have effective libel laws. It's a lot easier to sue people in most countries for what you produce in the media, but the problem here is profit, and for-profit media, for-profit news tends to push them to pursue a particular niche, a particular audience. You want to sell them a story that makes them happy, which means at the end of the day, you're getting a lot of masturbatory fluff that doesn't actually enrich our understanding of the world. You're basically, here is what I think you want to feel, and here is the evidence that will support your belief system. And then if people don't feel validated by a particular channel or newspaper, they can pick up a different one. Like, oh yeah, this is the one that's telling the truth, just because it touches them in the feels in the right way. It's sad, but you can cut through the noise and you can find genuinely good reporting in the U.S., but it's often buried in such walls of bullshit, and oftentimes you can learn more from what they leave out than from what they include, which is why this is one of those it's one of those weird things about, just because I read so quickly, but I read a lot. I read a lot of newspapers. My weekly news source, there's 30 different news sources I take in each week, but almost all of them are outside the US. And oftentimes a lot of foreign media do a better job of looking at our politics than our own papers will. Just
Sure.
because it's not generally in the interests of those papers to criticize where their money's coming from. They're driven by advertising revenue at the end of the day. So they have to keep the
Right.
corporations happy, and they're chasing a particular audience. So they have to keep that audience happy. And if they lose either of those, they fold and they don't make money for their shareholders. And that's the concern. And that's what corporations do. Corporations exist to make money for shareholders. If you're reading a news source that is run as a corporation, then you're not the customer. You're a product that they're selling to advertisers. The
Yeah.
customers for them are the advertisers. They're the ones they need to please. It's
Yeah, it's amazing because I've heard this about CNN, and maybe the numbers aren't exactly right, but something like 70% of all the advertising dollars that they take in are from big pharma for pharmaceutical advertising dollars. And that's just an amazing statistic. So if that's accurate, that's crazy. And by the way, there are a number of people asking a lot of good questions in the comments. Because of the pace of this, I can't answer and bring each and every one of them up, but best I can remember your questions, I'll raise them with Liam and get his feedback. One of which was, Liam, I'll just put this out there, but for those of you, we're going to do a Q&A later, so if you can save your questions, I'll do my best to get back to you, so I apologize, I'm not ignoring you. But Liam, here's a question. who's going to be the best presidential candidate to fix this stuff in 2024
Candidate for what?
for president?
Well, none of them can. That's kind of the point. I mean, they different ones can make it worse, but none of them can actually fix the system. I mean, whoever gets in as a Democrat is constrained by the existing power structures. They're constrained by the way Congress works, by the way the donors work, by the way the executive is structured. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, you can have a president who does less harm, for sure. So, like, I don't know, a Bernie would have done less harm, but he couldn't have actually fixed anything because that's not what presidents do. I mean, presidents are literally incapable of fixing problems because they don't produce laws. Anybody who's told you an executive order means anything is lied to you because all they can do is work within existing legislation. They can't produce anything new themselves, but they can avoid enforcing certain things. So, because they have some discretion there, they can avoid asking Congress to do certain things. They can veto certain things, so they can avoid making things worse. So that's great there. But presidents, by nature, cannot fix anything, but they can make things worse, and that's where like a Trump is dangerous, because the way that they appoint so much of the federal judiciary. That's problematic. Trump, in his first term, appointed about 25% of the existing federal judiciary because the Republicans have held up so many vacancies for so long. And that's a real problem because he picked mostly ideological people that don't give a shit about the laws. So he's literally appointing just committed fascists with no actual legal experience. There are a lot of judges out there that are like that don't know a damn thing about what they're doing, but they know what they believe. And the way that we have given so much power to the presidency over the last century, I mean, it used to be presidents could not actually deploy federal troops on American soil. They absolutely can, and Trump literally did it, and no one stopped him from doing so. I mean, they tested a lot the first time around. The amount of damage that a genuinely committed neo-fascist can do is astonishing in the U.S. And honestly, the single best thing about Trump was that he was relatively incompetent. Compared to somebody. I mean, if you had somebody who was maybe less charismatic but more competent, they might have done even more damage. But we have given the presidency too much authority with existing legislation, and somebody choosing to use Obama set a really interesting precedent. He assassinated an American citizen, used a drone strike.
Anwar al-Awlaki,
a literal American. Now, it's bad enough that we do this to foreign militants and call them, enemy combatants and all kinds of bullshit there, because terror is a crime. It's not an act of war. And crimes get you into court. They're not supposed to put you in Guantanamo Bay for 25 years. They're supposed to get you a day in court according to our Constitution. And we have not been treating terror as a crime, which we should. It's bad enough with foreign citizens, but technically our laws are supposed to protect them as well. But setting a precedent to murder an American citizen with a drone strike, and no one cared. Do you understand what a precedent that sets? The way the Patriot Act was written, and I had so many conversations with people. I literally printed the USA Patriot Act out, and I took it to tons of conservative colleagues. And I highlighted sections like, you need to think about the implications here. There's an unaccountable part of the federal bureaucracy that can just declare me a terrorist. I have no appeal to that, and on that declaration of calling me a terrorist, they can send me to Guantanamo. That's all that's needed. Now,
scary. It's very scary.
Doing that, but can they? Absolutely. The laws exist. They've given themselves that power. So the problem here is with a president, you can put somebody in office willing to use the tools that have been built up over decades and actually deploy them against Americans. And that is fucking terrifying to me. No one.
That's a bad thing.
2024 is going to fix this shit, but some of them will definitely make it worse.
Yeah, those are great points. Now, a lot of people have alleged there's many Trump supporters who, during the 2020 election cycle, claimed that, quote unquote, the vote was rigged, right? They thought that there was impropriety in either the electronic systems or the paper ballots, or maybe a combination of both. And also, then subsequently on January 6th, before the election was certified by Congress, there was that big gathering in Washington, D.C., the pro-MAGA crowd. President Trump spoke, and then a lot of the members of that crowd moved down in front of the Capitol. And of course, we know what happened next on January the 6th we're talking about. So how do you feel about the propriety of the election or elections in general? And do you think it was an insurrection, or what was your take on what happened January 6th?
It really shouldn't be understood as anything but an insurrection. It was an attempted coup. That it was incompetent and failed is sort of beside the point. That kind of think of it this way. So everyone knows like who Benito Mussolini is, right? Mussolini came to power legally, but he did it by putting pressure, right? By having thugs beating people up and by, staging a show of force. And when the existing prime minister asked the king for authority to send the army out and stop these guys from like unaliving people in the streets, the king caved and instead asked Mussolini to form a government. So that's the kind of thing you're seeing, a kind of like strong arm tactic to put pressure. They were trying to put pressure on Republicans inside government, people like Pence, right, and the Republican congressional delegation to basically subvert the election. They were trying to put pressure on them by showing, I control the streets, I control the crowds. These are people who will ruin your lives. These are people who will drive you out of power. These are people who could unalive your family. These are my base. Do you want to piss them off? And it was an attempt to put pressure there. Now, it failed, but it's literally a coup attempt. Where improprieties in elections, I mean, we have actual independent experts who've been studying this shit for decades. I mean, the fact that they draw so much scrutiny on like mail-in ballots is hilarious because they actually have a lower rate of fraud. And when you're finding like studies showing like 0.0006% are fraudulent, it's impossible for any election to be swayed. No one has ever won a seat as dog catcher on the basis of like fraudulent elections. And people who do commit electoral fraud, they get caught constantly. And frequently they're Republicans too, which I think is hilarious. Quite a few Republicans have been prosecuted for voting twice. But it's like voting fraudulently, claiming somebody else's name, or voting twice, they're both federal felonies. So it has a very stiff penalty for no real gain to the individual. The chances of people risking that are so slim. It's just nonsensical. We haven't seen any serious electoral fraud in this country in decades. Oh, another orange one. Look at
I'll see your orange cat and raise you Barney. There we go.
Salve. So yeah, it's silly. Now, the problems with our elections are the money. It's all before people get in the ballot box. That's where they're corrupt as hell. Our elections are a deeply fraudulent process, but it's largely because everyone knows who's going to win beforehand because we know how much money got dumped in, we know who has the support of the establishment, and the other people just never got heard. So it's a whole different. The media is rigged, the money part rigs it here, but the actual voting machines, that's not our problem.
Now, I want to ask you this. Now, I'm not going to beat this too hard. This is one point that I've heard other people raise, so I wanted to pass it along. You probably have heard it already, too. Maybe some in the audience have. Somebody said, duh, how else would anybody else answer the question that I just asked you? So maybe that's the consensus in the audience. There are some people that I've heard, though, that believe very, very fervently that not only was the 2020 election not handled properly, put it that way, or that they thought that the federal government or the local police or whomever had people embedded in the crowd that I guess their argument is that kind of roused people up, got people more fired up than they would have been, maybe even opened up some of the doors and let some people in or whatever. So what do you think of that? And then I don't want to talk about that too much. The other question I wanted to ask you was about President Trump not being allowed to run in Colorado in the primary. And if he's kept off the ballot or kept out of the Oval Office, could that lead to civil unrest or worse?
Well, the latter one is super easy too. Like, Colorado is tiny and it can't sway an election one way or the other. So it just doesn't matter. And Colorado is likely going to go for a Democrat regardless. So it also doesn't matter. It has literally fuck all to do with the election. It also won't stand. They've literally they immediately issued a stay to their own order. So it's like pending any possible appeals or how this plays out. So it's never actually going to happen. So he's going to be on the ballot in Colorado anyway, and he's going to lose in Colorado. So it's a giant nothing burger to get people like worked up. That's the reason people do shit like this. The rest of it, it's like, let me put it this way. There are a lot of people who believe in guardian angels, not walking under ladders, black cats bring bad luck, like alien abductions, Atlantis. I don't really think it's worth much time to investigate that kind of stuff on like this whole question of like, were there agents provocateurs in the crowds? I mean, sure, that seems kind of plausible since our government has repeatedly done that shit in other countries. We did that to topple the democratic government in Iran in '53, put people in crowds. But there's no reason for them to do it in this case. Like there's no plausible end game here, and it's the kind of thing that it runs contrary to pretty much everything that the Capitol Police and the federal government were established to do in the first place. It just trying to suggest that the federal government the unelected part of the federal government decided to subvert the federal government that is elected, and that those elected people that come in through the money, they're the real problem. No, the people who are there year in, year out, the basic bean counters and Capitol cops and everybody else, they're just ordinary people who took a job because they genuinely believe in this broken system and they want to make it better. They're not the enemy here. They're not the ones who are going to throw down the doors and invite in a fascist dictator. It just for me on any kind of claim. I mean, I'll go back to that whole I don't know, like what's Sagan's great line that what is it? Gosh, how does this go exactly? Really, like I'm totally mangling it. I don't remember the words for it, but like really extreme claims require extreme evidence. Like if you're going to,
that sounds right.
You need to like show something. You need to prove it, right? So when someone says there's a whole bunch of electoral fraud, and then every single investigation that even they pay for shows no electoral fraud, plus everything else done by outsiders already showed no electoral fraud. So if every single study shows zero evidence, then no one should take it seriously. The fact is, and this is where this gets really, really complicated for us in terms of big societies, big states. Most of what human beings believe is inherently irrational and false. Most of what everyone watching this believes is false. It's true for all of us because a lot of it is driven by our interaction with other people within our particular tribal affinity groups, within what sort of like makes sense within the circles we grew up in and within particular discursive frames we grew up in. And we are evolutionarily conditioned to favor things that work over things that are right. So something doesn't have to be factually accurate to feel really true to us. It's something that it's a flaw that we have to find ways to work around because it really worked well for us, on the savannas of East Africa, 200,000 years ago. But it's very maladaptive when you have 330 million people in a society all trying to work together. That you can spread around completely nonsensical ideas that just feel right and true.
That's interesting. You pointed that's a good point of view. Thank you for sharing that. Now, this is a bit of a shift of gears, and I'll try to get to some of the questions to somebody along the way here too. We're going to do questionnaires about 5 or 10 minutes, so please be patient. Thank you for that, everybody. And by the way, I don't want to assume, Liam, are you able to stay a little longer tonight? I don't want to make any assumptions as far as your availability.
I have nothing else to do. I had just like half an hour before this or so, I had just gotten back up the hill from a hospital visit for a cancer biopsy. So I've been down the hill today. I had nothing else planned for this day. I've got nothing else to do tonight. After this, I'm just going to grab a book, I guess, and sit down and read. we could talk.
Sounds good. Yeah, me too.
I have
Okay, so real quick, this we're going to change gears a little bit, and then I want to get into some of the stuff related to Israel Palestine, which I'm sure people are very curious to hear your take on. But this is something that I'm curious to hear from you, and that is, since you're a professor, you teach people. I assume are you online teaching or face to face or both, or
Oh, my university classes are all face to face.
okay? And how many students per class do you have typically?
Um, it can vary. When they sometimes give me the survey classes, the gen ed type ones, those are like 45 people or so. But most classes I do are upper division, and they will run anywhere from 10 to 25 people. So most of the classes
Okay,
are small because they're people who genuinely want to study something.
and is this undergrad, graduate, or both?
They're undergrad classes.
Okay. Now, in terms of I'm 56. I don't you don't have to tell us your age, but I'm sure that you're not quite as old as me, but you're probably not as young as your students. That's fair to say. In terms of you
I'm
observing your
49. At this
students,
point, I'm more than
getting
twice
close,
that
huh?
age.
Getting close. So I'm always curious to hear somebody. I don't spend as much time with younger people as much as someone like you does. Obviously, with the advent of things like technology and smartphones, they're so ubiquitous now. When I was in high school and college, we had phones that you had to pull the cord across the room, and you had to do like jump rope to get it throughout the kitchen with your family. And there was no such thing as mobile technology, and there wasn't even an internet. You had to go to the library. God forbid, go to the library and read a book, right? That's got to be horrible. So
Catalogs.
and you played when you're with your friends. You actually went outside and got on your bikes, and you left for like 8 hours, and you came back. If you're lucky, you got dinner. So that's kind of how we grew up that way, which is a lot different nowadays. But in terms of you recognizing differences in your students, is there anything that comes to mind as far as things not necessarily negative, but just differences that you think are noteworthy?
There are good and bad things about this. One thing that's positive is that people who actually want to learn things have far more resources than they used to.
Hmm.
It's possible to interact with people all over the world in real time. It's possible to look things up at the drop of a hat, and if you learn how to chase down good sources, to find good sources very easily. It's not like go to the library and order something through interlibrary loan and wait 6 weeks and maybe it'll come. It's a very, very different world in that sense. So you can get some really astonishingly well-researched original work. But it also makes it easier for lazy people. So there's tons of ways to cheat. And I think this is a much bigger problem at high school and in survey classes. Again, by the time the people who are really dedicated enough and want to graduate and are taking upper division classes, they're usually not going to try and buy an essay online. They've learned that lesson and been failed already. So it's a different ballgame there. But it is easier to cheat too. But it's also quite easy to catch. It's honestly astonishingly easy to catch cheaters. I don't even have to use the turnitin.com crap. I have ethical objections to them. It's very easy to tell when something is not original work, and then I could just take a sentence out of it and Google that sentence. Oh shit, yeah, they just paraphrased this out of Wikipedia. Duh. I mean, if they can find it to cheat, I can find it too. It's not complicated. I think the worst thing that I've run into just in general with students, and this is particularly problematic again for the non-upper division classes, people don't know how to write anymore because they also don't read.
That's my next question. That was my next question.
People used to actually read a lot more books, and reading teaches you how to write because it shows you how to use a word in context. So you get people trying to write an essay, and they suddenly develop, they come down with a case of thesauritis, and they start looking up words to try and make it sound better, but they're not using the word correctly because they've never used it before. They just try to pick a fancy word, which is it's just silly, right? Or you get people trying to use the same kind of way that they would write in a text message, for a college assignment. Like, what the fuck is this? Don't do that.
Yeah.
The letter U is not a word. Please don't use this in your papers. Hello. But yeah, it even for good students, it actually has, I think, there has been some degradation in basic writing ability because we spend a lot more time consuming movies and video games and a lot less time consuming books. But the people who really want to do good work, I think, generally have a more of an advantage and do better work now than people could before. I think I get a lot of fantastic students like, holy shit, are you kidding me? What are you reading? How are you getting this?
That's cool.
Have conversations with them and see like what rabbit holes they fell down in their interesting research. And next thing you know, oh, you're reading Deleuze? What the hell? That's awesome. So good students can make really, really good use of this technology.
Well, that's great to hear. And one of the things I wanted to ask you too, some people in the comments are wondering, like, who are these people? What are you talking about? So I'll just reiterate. My name is Chip Barnes. I go live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. on TikTok, and then every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday from 12 noon to 2 p.m. So I'd love to have you come out and check it out sometime or follow me. This is Dr. Liam O'Mara. He's somebody who I learned about on TikTok. He has a PhD. He's a history professor. And he has a whole head full of all sorts of knowledge, not just from history, just generally kind of a magnet, a guy who just sponges up information, can kind of repackage it and put it back in a way that makes sense to people. So that's why I enjoy listening to him. And he's extremely smart as well. And his ability to analyze things and give, I would call, good takes is also mixed in with that as well. So obviously he's a cat lover, as am I. And, Lee and I are just talking about different things that are coming up in my mind, just different questions I'm asking him about current events versus other issues. We're about to jump into the stuff to do with the conflict right now. And I also want to ask you questions before I forget. I know that you mentioned earlier, did you say you're Jewish, Liam?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I'm a Buddhist, Stoic, Jewish monist, so
Okay.
it's a much more complicated approach to it. But yeah, my approach to Judaism is like Spinoza's. I'm not theistic at all.
I got you. I think a lot of people are like that. They're more. What do they call that? They're not as into the religion. They're more like secular Jewish people, which is a lot of people who are Jewish around the world.
That, but I'm not even very culturally connected to community in that sense. So a lot of the ritual or national kind of crap that doesn't really much appeal to me either.
Okay, interesting.
There is an interesting grounding I appreciate in it because Judaism never embraced a kind of orthodoxy in terms of what it suggests anyone should believe. It's always been so open to interpretation that is basically invited. It basically created a culture where no one agrees with anybody on anything. And as a natural contrarian, I kind of gravitate to that. That makes sense to me. Because I've read a bazillion philosophers and I disagree with all of them in different ways. And I kind of like that openness to dialogue and debate. So that's something I really appreciate about it. But, in any kind of spiritual sense, the closest you could get is I guess I'm kind of like a science-heavy pantheist type. Like, I have a certain reverence for nature. Like, I love nature, I love trees, I love stars. But to me, God is the universe. It's not a thing.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. So the reason I wanted to create that context is not so much to clarify who you are or what your religious thing is. I'm curious, interesting to hear it. But there's a lot of conversation in the TikTok space and also on Twitter, of course, where people will conflate any sort of criticism of what the Israeli government does, or maybe something to do with aspects of the Zionist movement, with hating Jewish people. And I don't know exactly where some people fall on that, but I can see why people look at it as like a dig, if you will, and they don't want to be criticized. But I think a lot of people try to separate the two out and not, a lot of people, even people, believe it or not, in the H group, which is what we call this crazy group who did what they did on 10/7. I'm sure you've seen, I don't want to assume, have you seen the revised charter in 2017 of what they put together in that?
One of the classes I teach regularly is literally a course on Israel-Palestine. I couldn't avoid it. I actually show both charters to my students and we talk about the differences.
Okay. And did you think it was interesting that they made the changes that they made? And obviously, they didn't change the recognition of the state of Israel. The fact that they no longer included the unaliving of every last Jewish person, every man, woman, and child. Did you find that to be interesting, and that they would accept as a compromise the going back to the pre-67 borders as the possibility for a two-state solution?
Realistically, that was always an option. The single biggest argument they've made from the beginning is that when you concede everything without getting anything for it, you have no bargaining. You're bargaining from a position of weakness at that point. That's what the PLO did. The PLO rolled over and got nothing for it, but the outsourcing of Israel's security concerns to them. They they gain nothing.
Right.
And the H group has always said, we are willing to compromise, but we actually have to be treated, like equals, and we have to have a dialogue. It's sort of like the parallel I make for people is, because this is very difficult for states to do. Governments don't like to talk to people who try to unalive their soldiers, right? So you always have to call them T groups or whatever. So no British government ever wanted to talk to the IRA until one finally did. And when they actually met across the table without preconditions and without requiring that they disarm and without requiring that they disavow violence, what did they do? They disarmed and they disavowed violence.
Right.
Because they
amazing how that works, right?
Because the key here for anybody to understand this is that terror is driven by politics. There's a political problem. So until you solve that problem, you can destroy as many groups as you want. New ones will spring up because the problem still exists. You cannot deal with groups like this militarily. It is physically impossible. People have been trying for centuries and it has never worked. So that's ultimately the problem there. But the H group has always had that kind of flexibility, but they've taken harder positions, oftentimes for internal reasons to kind of like rile people up, sometimes because the people involved were genuinely racist themselves or ignorant as hell. There were definitely plenty of people, and I have spoken to a number of H group members and Muslim brothers in Palestine who they honestly believe some of that protocols of the Endless Zion shit, because that's what's spread around. When they run into a government that calls itself Jewish and then does this horrible shit, and then they read other horrible shit people have said about Jews, it's kind of tempting to fall into that. And if you don't have any other knowledge to correct that, it kind of makes sense. So honestly, the importation of anti-Semitism is a sad manifestation of this whole conflict. It's sadly predictable that it would happen. But
one of the things I've noticed in the dialogue online is that a lot of people don't even know that there's been a revision, and they continue to use the same language from 1987. It's like,
that's
there's no longer the case. And also a lot of the reports that came up the very first day of the conflict about different things happening to babies, for example, or different burnings or grapings or whatever you want to call those terms, a lot of them don't have evidence or reported outright to not have happened. So I think a lot of people are just questioning sometimes, why do people don't have the full information about not only that, but also with the revision. It seems like people are kept, just like with our country, are kept purposely unaware of certain things and or given a different narrative so that they'll have certain consensus behind certain points of view.
Because it's useful to fold actually both H groups, so the Lebanese one as well. It's useful to fold nationalist groups that happen to be Muslim into a kind of global jihadi framework that fits the war on terror narrative, which they created in order to sustain the military spending of the Cold War era. Because they started seeing that the Soviet Union was going to hell in the 1970s, that this wasn't going to last, and they started repositioning, like, how can we sustain this stuff? And that really accelerated in the 1980s as the Soviets finally stood up and said, dude, we don't want to fight. We don't care. Like, fine, it's all over. It's done. Hell, you can even have Eastern Europe. We don't care anymore. Like, they had to figure out, how are we going to keep this money flowing to all defense contractors? Well, we can scare people about Muslims. And if you can conflate the very small, the kind of like radical, global Islamist type groups that are still actually a response to foreign policy, so that there are still political problems, but they're more complex. But they do have international goals. With nationalist movements that care literally nothing about people outside of their area. The H groups do not want to take New York. They just don't care. They don't want a global caliphate. They have no interest in any of this. But if you can conflate them in people's minds by saying, look, they're extremists, they're racist, they're Islamo-fascists, they're bad people, then you can keep the fear up that keeps us voting in people who keep wanting to throw more money at the Pentagon. That's the goal there. So no American media talked about the revision to the covenant. Like, none of them. I looked. It was a non-existent thing. It's just not known.
Yeah.
And everyone continues to cite the one from 88 deliberately, because doing so is strategically useful. It's like that famous picture of the Grand Mufti with Hitler. That everyone likes to say, oh, see, look, that shows a connection here, and the Palestinians are just as bad or whatever. he spent months and months and months lobbying for a meeting. Schittler had no interest in what he was talking about. I mean, we have the minutes of this stuff. It's not the way people spin it, but it's useful. That picture is really, really bad propaganda for Palestinians. It looks bad, and you can use it against them. And honestly, Hamas stepped in it the same way. They did something that people are going to be able to exploit for the next century by taking positions directly out of the protocols of the elders of Zion in their first covenant. They gave a fantastic gift to pro-Israeli propagandists, just to say that they're permanent anti-Semites, and everything they said after this is just a lie. Like, no, people are able to learn. People can get better. It's.
So I have a question for you. This is tough turf to say on. So if you don't want to answer, please by all means. But there are those that have alleged, going back to September the 11th, 2001, that something other than the official story may have been involved. And you mentioned a second ago, which is important to think about. Cui bono, Latin for who benefits, right? What are the changes that come out of a key event? So, for example, what Liam said a moment ago was, look what happened with the defense world and the national security establishment post 9/11, right? Massive disbursement for foreign adventures, go after Afghanistan, go after Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The drone program, the weapons manufacturers, it all works together. The energy companies, for example, in Iraq. Then you have what happened 10/7. Now, say what you want, as horrible as it may have been, it did check a lot of boxes for certain people. So, for example, Netanyahu was up to his ears in corruption charges. The population was forming basically an uprising, and who knows where that was going to go. And then this popped off, and everybody sort of gets behind the effort. You have issues with the natural gas reserves off the coastline. You have issues with the Ben Gurion, Suez Canal, a competitive system. All these things that may or may not play a role in this. Who knows? This is what people are talking about, by the way. Just so, my question to you is, do you think it's possible in any way, not that there's evidence to support it, but do you think it's theoretically possible that some of these events, just like 9/11, could conceivably been enabled in some way that they otherwise wouldn't have happened under normal circumstances?
Yeah, see, the problem there is that a really effective conspiracy has to be plausible in some way, right? It has to check certain boxes, and lining up certain coincidences like this, it does make them work, and it makes it a lot harder to deal with them. The problem with them in taking them seriously is twofold for me. One is the astonishing lack of evidence for any of them, and the mountains of evidence for the other side of it, because we do get to see how things happen. I mean, conspiracies, that do prove right generally have problems that are recognizable from the start, and you eventually find that paper trail or the people willing to come out. And we have nothing for issues like this yet. The other problem to me is one of agency, because it strips agency from the people who actually did it. Because we know who they are. We know what they said that they were doing. We can see their planning. Groups like Al-Qaeda have been studied for ages, right? People have been watching them. People knew what they were doing and what they were talking about and planning. And our own government talked for a long time about what they were planning to do. It actually put the pieces together, but in every different department had a different piece of the puzzle. But they had seen how it worked, and the discussion even about planes, like all of it was available. So to argue that it's an inside job is almost racist in the sense that it strips agency from brown people who really wanted to smack back at the U.S. It basically says, well, those people wouldn't be capable of pulling this off, but our evil government totally could. To me, that's a racist Orientalist perspective. They definitely had a reason to do it. They had a political motive. They had an ideology driving them, and they had the physical capability of doing it. Plus, they said they were doing it. So it becomes difficult to sustain those things. To me, both of those cases fall apart on things like Occam's razor. It would require so many things to line up, contrary to what we kind of understand reality to be, for them to be possible. I mean, technically, yeah, anything's possible. Leprechauns could be real, but I mean, I can only say that because epistemologically, I'm a Pyrrhonist. It appears to be now to be the case that I'm talking at my cell phone with Chip Barnes on TikTok, but I could be right in a jar in Futurama or something. I don't really know. Maybe this is a giant
Sure.
holographic illusion. Maybe I'm not a real person. Maybe I'm someone's imagination. I don't know. Anything's possible, but I have to assume that this is real. And based on the evidence we have, based on basic empirical tools, based on reason and logic, based on what the people involved said, and the fact that, and it's not just the H group. You know, there were 5 militant groups involved in the 7th, 5 of them,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
And 2 of them were communists. They're not even Islamists. They don't even like the H group. And they
Right.
recorded video, and they shared video of what they said. So not only do they have a motive, not only do they have their own organization, not only do they have their own history, and hell, the Popular Front's done some really fucked up stuff in its decades, right? Not only do they have that history, they said they did it. So to argue it's an inside job, then again, to me, kind of veers toward racism. It
So
strips.
let me pose this question. And I won't interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt. So
No,
is
that's
it
fine. I'm done.
possible? This is gonna sound really tinfoil hattish. So I apologize. Let me put it on for a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Let's do it together. Is it possible that the groups that were planning what they planned to do really did plan what they wanted to do and were participating? And is it possible those who may have had forewarning of it or knowledge of it structured the defensive systems of that day in such a way that it
Yeah,
facilitated allowing it to happen?
that's true. Yeah, no, that I think it's entirely plausible that there were redeployments that made this easier.
Can I take the hat off?
No, no, sure. Yeah, I mean that is not conclusively proven, but it is entirely plausible and fits some of the fragmentary evidence that we have. When you have calls being placed for support that take an hour to respond, when you have people being redeployed and moved around that should be in that area, oh, it's for other operations, this and that. But hell, they knew that this is always a potential threat. That they usually have more assets in the region. So there are things that can be done there. So things like, it gets back to like the 9/11 one as well, right? So tons of places where different parts of the intelligence industry complex in the US did know all these things and just failed to put it together. It's also possible that somebody was given that information and put it in their pocket. Because we know tons of times that happened. That isn't proven yet, but
Right.
we may find that out and it may prove to be the best thing in the long run. It doesn't mean they didn't do it, but it may be we could have prevented it. That's an entirely different thing. So I have no patience for the inside job, controlled demolition, all that kind of crap. But the fact that a Kissingerian type of figure could have just stuck something in his pocket and refused to pass along the right information so that we did have that failure, yeah, that's possible. And the same kind of thing could have happened in Israel. So there is room for a type of conspiracy here, just not
Sure.
the ones that are usually spread around.
Yeah, I think in 9/11 the guy's name may have rhymed with something called Dick Cheney. I'm sorry, Rick Snaney. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah,
Could
yeah.
be. So somebody was asking if you wouldn't mind elaborating on. You said there was 5 or so different groups that took part in that. I know that one was. I know we all know one was the H group. What are the others that you think were involved that day?
Well, the gosh, I'm not even sure if I'm supposed to say these words. The
Well, you could
PIJ.
say Islamic G, right?
Okay,
Islamic
so
G
so 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 that's one.
had.
So that's one.
Yep,
And
I knew
then
that one.
the Popular Front and the Democratic Front. Both classic
Right.
movements going back into the 60s and 70s. I'm blanking on the third one. It's a smaller group. I can't remember it. I think defense is somewhere in their name, or council, something like that.
I think people look at the body politic of Gaza as monolithic, like they all support
Oh,
the H group, of course, is absurd. So what
oh,
Liam's pointing out is, like any other society, you have all sorts of groups of people that think different things and have different viewpoints. And yeah, they want to get out from under occupation and blockade. That's one thing they probably all agree upon. But in terms of how to get there, what the best means to manage the society, how the government functions. Listen, people bitch about their government, no matter if it's the H group or if it's the U.S. Federal government. Everyone, that's a universal characteristic is disgruntledness with your governing apparatus. But so, do do you think that the people in Israel who say that anybody who is alive in Gaza, because H group was voted into power in 2006, that everybody therefore is complicit and deserves whatever fate befalls them?
I mean, I have to have misunderstood that. Are you
There are,
asking?
there are
There are
people on
people
the
who there are
Israeli
people who
side that
say that.
claim they're claiming that everybody who lives in Gaza, because the H group was voted into power democratically, quote unquote, in 2006, that there's nobody who's not complicit with what was done on October 7th. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, there's it's a fantastically immoral statement. Um, it's I mean, it's akin to saying, yeah, we should have completely nuked Japan into oblivion. Just like it was completely justified. We should have dropped them on more cities. Like totally justified. No, it's nonsensical. It's sociopathic, but it's also it's factually inaccurate. They weren't elected. They seized power. It's never been true. The problem with that election and where this is a really useful one, I think, for people to push back. But granted, a lot of people who are going to advance this, they're trolls anyway, and at a certain point, you just got to walk away. But with some people who are open to reality, it's worth pointing out that what the H group did, and this is where there's a problem with the covenant that you raised as well, too. So yeah, in the covenant, it doesn't explicitly recognize Israel, but that's something that belongs in final status negotiations as far as they're concerned. They already implicitly accepted its existence by participating in a PA election, because the Palestinian Authority has explicitly acknowledged Israel's existence and right to exist, and the H group joined the PA in an election for the territories for the Palestinian Authority, thereby implicitly recognizing Israel and disclaiming a violent approach. It was an opportunity to bring them in from the cold, to bring them out of being a militant group and make them a political faction, a political party. That was a missed opportunity, because what happened was the U.S. threw a fit over that. What the U.S. did was we removed all funding from the PA and told them, you won't get a dime from us again, and we've been training their cops and whatnot. You won't get a dime from us unless you attack the H group. And they did. The PA attacked the H group at our orders, and then the H group seized control in Gaza. So they weren't actually elected. They ran an election for the Palestinian Authority, and they have literally never been part of any PA government because they weren't allowed to be part of a PA government because we refused to allow them to do it.
Yeah, amazing how that works. I remember seeing videos of PA members being thrown off of the top of a building when they tried to unsuccessfully overtake the administrative apparatus in Gaza. So that was always a crazy memory in my mind. It was not pleasant. So there are some people that have some questions in the chat. I want to go to some questions now. I promised I'd go to Q&A, and we did a little later than we would have hoped. I do have one last before somebody from the audience asks.
Sorry, the popular resistance committees. I couldn't remember the word for it.
That was the fifth entity that was.
That's the fifth. Yeah, it's a much smaller group. But it's a much smaller group and distinct to Gaza, but.
So there's a lot of people in Israel society.
It's honestly amazing in the media that, given their history and given the how significant like the whole anti-communism stuff was back in the day, I honestly thought it was interesting that American media never mentions the Popular Front or the Democratic Front, and some of the worst atrocities on the 7th were actually done by them. They have a history of not holding back. So it's fascinating that they refused to talk about them at all and focus entirely on one of the 5.
It's very typical of what happened when a certain number of hostages were released too. When the hostages didn't say they were brutalized, they didn't want that getting out to the public either, because that doesn't serve the narrative of the H group being these brutalizers.
Yeah, exactly. It's not useful. In the same way that we want to ignore the fact whenever you actually see footage of people being brutalized, by the Israelis, that's always, they were militants who surrendered, and then that's suddenly okay. But no, it's not. It's totally not okay to. That's like saying Abu Ghraib was great. No, it's never good that you do this to people, even if they are the bad guys. But the fact that it's done repeatedly, and this is where, honestly, one thing that I will hope, and I realize I'm kind of being optimistic in this, but for anybody watching this and anybody who's been kind of clued in to just how messed up this situation is by this current conflict and, been kind of radicalized by TikTok, please stay involved. Because I've been talking about this shit for decades and none of this is new. Like, just literally no part of this is new. Every single thing that we're seeing here, people have been talking about it and or doing it for decades. But you can't get people to pay attention to it. I'm standing there 20 years ago saying, hello, this is ethnic cleansing. Hello, this is a problem. And people are like, shh, don't talk about it. But the more of us actually talk about it and the more of us are unwilling to accept what the media is selling, the harder it is for the media to sell it. And that's important. So please, please stay involved. Stay connected. Because this will calm back down. This will drop out of the news. It will stop being like 24/7 in your feed. But you still have the ability to bring this up and talk about it regularly. And I please do so.
Yeah, the one thing I was going to share, I've been following this since I had told you I learned about it in my senior year of college in 1989. So I've just out of sheer curiosity, I've been following it very closely through all the different negotiations and different, retaliations and resistance and all the stuff that we've seen over the years. And, unfortunately, I think things have only gotten worse for the Palestinians and they've never gotten better. And that's the really sad part. The one good thing I can see coming out of this, so hopefully you'll concur, I've never seen more eyeballs on this conflict ever in the history of the world, more people being aware that it exists in the first place, but then also being more sympathetic to a different view on it than what we've been spoon-fed from our mainstream media. What do you think about that?
That has been a steady change, and I've appreciated that. That's something. Okay, so going back to when you first noticed this, right? And it's one of the points you could bring up about technology too, because the reason the first Intifada got noticed was people were taking photos. Was that some of the story could get out. The technology had gotten cheap enough. There were cheap cameras all over the place in Palestine. People could document it, and they could get that material into European media. So the opinions began shifting in Europe decades ago. And tons of European countries have been taking positions against this. I mean, hell, before the 1973 war, the U.S. wasn't even militarily supporting the Israelis. We gave them money for, food aid and technological aid and things like that. But their nuclear reactor and most of their early armaments, their jets, their tanks, they were French. All that stuff was France. France gave them all that shit. And France did a 180 on this. They completely turned around, and the Intifada is a significant part of that. Driving a lot of their foreign policy since then. So it has been changing views in quite a few countries. Now, different regimes, different governments elected in different countries can still all be problematic, France included, but there's been a lot of popular attitude changes and a number of political shifts that have happened as a consequence over decades. It's taken a lot longer in the U.S. because of the massive evangelical population here and their Christian Zionism, because of the hardcore settler colonial racism that the U.S. shares with the Israelis. There's a number of factors that all play into this here, but the U.S., it's been a lot harder. But if you look at support for Palestinians hasn't gone up a huge amount, but support for Israel has fallen markedly by generation. So from the boomers to the Xers to the millennials to Gen Z, it is a steady decline in support for Israel, and it is well below half now. And that is a remarkable shift from 80% Israel can do no wrong to more than half the population saying maybe Israel isn't really our friend. And that's entirely generational, and a lot of it has to do with more information being available.
It's amazing. You made the comment earlier that the U.S. wasn't heavily involved in subsidizing Israel. They had political support, of course, but not as much economic or military up until things changed. So one thing that people don't know one thing happened in 1982, Israel had a war with Lebanon, which obviously, a lot of U.S. troops got killed. A lot of Marines that were stationed in southern Lebanon got blown up, like 244 soldiers. And Reagan called Menachem Begin and basically said, cut it out, or we're not giving you any money anymore. They had just started providing funding for the Israelis. And that's the only time a U.S. president has threatened Israel that I can remember in the last, 40 years.
George Bush Sr. is literally the only U.S. president to threaten sanctions.
He did? Okay, I didn't know that.
And it actually got them to the Madrid process. The reason that negotiations with the Palestinians started is actually because of that. They ended up, the Israelis, we gave them a way out of the Madrid process, and Clinton is a good part of the reason for that, because Clinton was much more pro-Israel. And what they did was they started the whole Oslo process. And the way the Oslo process worked was it created direct negotiations between Israel and the Palestinians, which meant the power imbalance was there. At Madrid, the U.S. was at the table too, and Bush Sr. was literally willing to cut all military ties. We're not going to give you any more guns. That's it, done. Unless you start talking to people here and deal with this problem. And the reason for that is not because he was any less racist, right? Because let's face it, that's not true. The reason was it actually imperils our relations with the Arab world and the Muslim world as a whole. It complicates our geopolitical position. When people talk about Israel as an American ally, they're ignoring two things. One, we have no actual formal alliance with them. They have never actually been a U.S. ally. Right? Two, they actually make things much harder for us geopolitically. They really complicate our position with a lot of other countries and have for a very long time. And, some governments have been willing to kind of like push on things like this. Now, Reagan also not a good guy here overall. Bush not a good guy here overall. Neither of them really wanted a Palestinian state either. They both actually would have preferred the Jordanian option. There's all kinds of issues you can bring up there too. So this is not to say they did something genuinely good here. But oftentimes the internal politics mattered more to that kind of old school conservative, like the way that it kind of like shaped our foreign policy and the way that it is structured inside our government. When in the 82 war, I don't know how many people in your audience know, there was a particular set of events over 2 nights and a day at a couple of refugee camps that unalived a lot of people. I don't know if I can say these words. But there was an event in 82 after the PLO had already been moved out by the U.S., right, that cost a lot of lives.
It was a mass acre.
Exactly. It was a mass acre by phalangists and tigers, like by the Maronite forces that went in there, and the Israelis, lit up the sky with flares and helped them out and whatnot. But, it was a bunch of these Catholic militias going in there doing horrible shit to people. In that event, right, all the information came out. There were immediate investigations. This is the first time that actual active duty Israeli officers and soldiers criticized their own government publicly. Like it was kind of like the Vietnam sort of situation in the U.S. where you had people coming back saying, "Hi, this is fucked up. Why are we doing this?" And it led to the fall of that government. In the investigations, all this detail came out, right? And after those reports were available, the U.S. Congress voted to send more money and more military aid to Israel. Reagan tried to veto it, and he did it not because of the moral issue, but because what message does that send to the Arab world when our Congress rewards Israel for doing that, when Israel admits what it did wrong? Like it had literally, the reports had come out, the evidence was there, and they said, done fucked up.
It's like giving Derek Chauvin a briefcase of money after the George Floyd incident.
Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, we got all these pictures of you doing this. Here's a reward. Here's a nice vacation to Tahiti. Here's a big bag of money, and we're going to
not have gone over well. Yeah,
to chief of police.
Well at all.
No one would have liked that. So it looks terrible. So Reagan's position was not principled. It wasn't moral. It was based in realpolitik. It was based in what fucking message does this send and how does this really complicate our relations with places like Egypt. So a number of administrations have taken those positions. One thing we have seen in the last few decades is that more and more American presidents are more ideologically committed to the Israeli right, and less interested in the realpolitik. They're more willing to basically piss off the whole world in support of that. And that's driven more by our domestic politics. That's driven by Christian Zionism and its control over a lot of politics. This country, for 40 some years, New Deal Democrats controlled Congress. When the right seized power in 94 and have held power, a significant amount of power ever since in the U.S., they did so, that realignment brought a lot of that that kind of evangelical fundamentalist Christian Zionist
That was
politics
Newt Gingrich contract with America. That was that whole movie.
Yeah, exactly. That was a long term process. That took decades of building up. When Goldwater was running in the 60s, everyone thought he was a complete crank. But a lot of the hardcore conservative, like the reactionary sort of values, and a return of fundamentalism, which actually went into decline in the U.S. after the 1920s. And by the time you get to the 1940s and 50s, for most people, it's like, what the hell? These people are nuts, right? But the time you get into the 1980s, people who want to talk literally about Noah's Ark are suddenly like major political figures, and it's no longer, it's not problematic for anybody anymore. That return of evangelical Christian political power in the U.S., that realigned our internal politics. And that means we have to support Israel come hell or high water, because they need to be there for the apocalypse to happen. And it doesn't matter how many people we piss off in the process. That's something that a lot of people in Congress and in the White House will kowtow to as an idea, even if they don't personally share those views, because so much of their voting base does. And they know who's buttering their bread.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Vice, which is one of these alternative news kind of programs, they did a special where they sent that like geeky looking kid out to do. He went out and visited one of these tourists. It's like a tourist agency that gives tours to evangelical Christians. And they actually take them out to the area where they think this big battle is going to be held that's going to cause Armageddon to come. And then it'll usher in the second coming of Jesus after everybody blows each other up or something like that. So I want to finish with one more thing. We have a few minutes left before 10 o'clock, and then I have to sign off. But there weren't too many questions that came in off the audience. So if I missed your question, I apologize, audience members. What is the possibility if the conflict does increase? If U.S. readiness requires it, is there a possibility there'll be a draft of any type in the United States in the next 5 or 10 years?
It's not politically viable. No, it's really not. I mean, I think that they would actually revisit some of our foreign policy before they did something like that. I don't think the domestic politics work for it. It is an idea.
And one last thing, I'm sure people are curious to hear. You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but do you have any predictions regarding the presidential race in 2024, the outcome? Wow. Is there a third-party candidate that can make it in like Bobby Kennedy, or is it going to be Trump or Biden? What do you think?
If that nut gets in there, we're screwed. Holy crap, he is terrible. Wow. I mean,
do you think it's possible? Is it possible he could get elected? Is it possible?
In the current field, second worst to Trump as far as I'm concerned. But no, there's no chance. I mean, I know where my protest vote's going to go, but that's about all they are. There is a slim chance that Genocide Joe holds on to his spot there, but but he only won because a significant number of people turned out in a handful of cities. If you didn't have massive youth and black turnout in a handful of cities, he could not have taken the states that he did. So it's a problem there. Trump is the more likely winner at this point, and he kind of needs to just to end his his own like legal problems.
Legal trouble, yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
But it's honestly terrifying, like what he actually can do and what he is already saying he can do. And they've been organizing for years now that he will be much better prepared. He thought he would lose in 2016. They didn't do a lot of advanced preparation for what they would do when they got in power. They just kind of ran. He has a lot of hardcore true believers, so his little, whatever you want to call them, I guess, red shirts, his marching brigade,
MAGA.
His people, they have been preparing for what they can do to make sure they never lose again. And that's honestly terrifying. So yeah, but right now it looks more likely. But to me, there's nothing distinct about that. For anybody you didn't pay any attention to this stuff beforehand, like we have been heading in this direction for decades. None of this is new. Somebody like Trump was inevitable. And after Trump, someone worse will come along. It's just been the general trend in this country toward neo-fascism. And that shit doesn't end well. Radical nationalism has consequences, both for the world and for the country that tolerates it. So I'm not looking forward to how the next few decades are going to play out.
No doubt
But
about it.
it
Well,
is
Liam,
the direction we're
so
going.
if other people want to follow your work, what is the best way for them to kind of stay in touch with you other than here on TikTok? Of course, if you can follow Liam by clicking on his name or photograph, it'll pop up his profile so you can follow him. But how else can people follow your work if they want to follow you?
Well, the same kind of username that I've got on TikTok, the Liam O'Mara the Fourth, is
Hmm.
my social handle everywhere. So if you're on the slowly sinking Twitter, if you're on Threads, if you're on Mastodon, if you're on Facebook, if you're on Instagram, I can be found exactly the same way on all of them. And
So
on
it's Leah. It's Leah. There's no apostrophe. It's Liam Omara and IV, right?
yeah,
Liam
L I
Omara
A
IV.
M A R A I V.
Okay, LIMOMARA IV, like four in Roman numerals.
Correct. Yep. So that
Terrific.
handle is the same everywhere, and I think you can probably still find me by searching that on YouTube. But the actual YouTube channel is Office Hours with the Mad Professor. I I've been uploading a lot of the TikTok stuff to it, including all my lives. You know, I upload those to them later. There, I used to do content directly for it, but I haven't had much time for it for a while. But there's
Gotcha.
and if anyone wants to support me on Patreon and help give me like, maybe if I teach a few less classes, I'll be able to write more books. So there's that.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
teaching,
I don't want to share it
nine
with the audience.
classes
Just
and
so you
stuff.
know, a lot of independent voices like myself and Liam and others. No corporation's ever going to subsidize our work. They just have want nothing to do with a straight shooter like us. So if you're speaking truth to the establishment power, you're not welcome at the cocktail party. You're certainly not getting any checks written your way. So to that extent, Liam, how would they find your Patreon if they wanted to follow you? Do you have like a link tree or anything like that, like a
Oh,
single
it's
link, or how do they
no.
get to you?
I should probably make one of those, but it's still the same way. You can if you search me on Patreon, it's still Liam O'Mara the Fourth. The same string works for me so far everywhere. If I ever
Yeah.
lose one of
Okay.
these accounts, I'm gonna be real pissed at those companies. I've managed to
All
hold
right.
all of them. I'm shadow banned in a lot of them, but none of they haven't actually been shut down anywhere.
No, I hear you. Well, I can't say thank you so much for coming tonight. Hopefully, you can do it again because we only covered a certain amount of ground. I think the audience absolutely loved hearing from you.
Yeah, like I said, anytime you want to plan something like this, just let me know. If it fits my schedule, then it's fine. I have found that doing this is actually very relaxing. Especially after after my commutes on the way back up, it's a nice way to unwind at night. I was surprised about that. But it works really well. So I'm perfectly happy whenever we can line things up.
Beautiful. Yeah, we'll set up. I also let people know ahead of time. I only gave people about an hour's notice tonight about you coming on, but hopefully enough people did it. Next time I'll do a little more of a promo. But everybody, please, I hope you share your love in the comments for Liam because I really enjoy listening to him, and I think everybody got a lot out of tonight's session. So thanks again, Liam. And for those of you, by the way, just to let you know, if you're
Uh,
new here, go ahead.
I was gonna say one thing. I before I forget, I've seen a few requests in the chat there for me to stay on afterwards since my time zone's different anyway.
Yeah,
I can for a while. That's fine. If anyone wants to stick around, I'll leave my live going. I'm gonna go get more coffee or cacao or whatever, but I'll stick
sure
on for a
thing.
while longer.
And I'm not sure exactly what happens that since we're together, if I close mine out, I guess it just drops me off. But I
I
don't
think
know
so.
if you can separate your live and keep going without having to like turn off one or the other. I've never done it before that way. So there's
Find
still
out.
parts of TikTok I don't fully understand. But
Right? Yeah, we'll find out
anyway,
because we went live separately. So theoretically, I think if we separate them, it should keep mine going. But we'll find out. If I drop off, I will start. I will restart it. So just anybody
let me see
listening.
if let me see if I can. I don't know if there's a way to do it through the menu because I was going to spend a minute just doing some of my own personal. I didn't want to hold you up by talking about my personal stuff, but anyway, so I tell you what, it was nice having you. If you're able to get off while I'm talking, great. If you can't, then you'll have to listen to me say my personal stuff. But I wanted to share with the audience that I go live here on TikTok every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8 p.m. Eastern time until about 10 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, tonight being the same. And then every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, it's from 12 noon till 2 p.m. Both Eastern time. And then that schedule that I just mentioned. If you go to my video feed, that's pinned as a message in the upper left hand corner. So if you ever forget, just go there and check that out. And then I have a lot of videos that cover a lot of the same terrain that Liam and I talked about tonight. Not as much detail, but you get the idea. You can only do so much in 2 or 3 minutes. But then on top of that, I have a link tree, like Liam was mentioning. He uses his name, LIAMOMARA the fourth IV. Most of my stuff is my name, Chip Barnes. And unfortunately, Chip Barnes was taken here, so I had to go with Chip Barnes 67, which is the year I was born. Yeah, way back then. I know. It's funny when you have to scroll through and pick your birth year. It's like scroll, 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 scroll. It's like so, it's like enough of this, please. You're making me feel old. So there's that. Anyway, I have a link tree, and what the link tree is nothing more than a shortcut to all the other places that I have social media. Just like Liam has his names, I have all my stuff listed there. So Twitter, Instagram, the whole 9 yards. And if you want to help out, like Liam said, I'm also in the same spot as him, where I'm working, for myself, by myself, with no real help. So if you want to help, it's greatly appreciated. I do have a Patreon, like Liam mentioned. Mine's like $5 a month. I'm going to be adding additional tiers for some extra stuff, like private only live sessions, Q&A, Zoom meetings, that kind of thing. But if you want to just do a donation, if you do it here on TikTok, which I always appreciate, they take 70%. In case Liam didn't know that, they keep 70% of whatever the donation is. So, again, if you're willing to share, you can share where that doesn't happen as much. That's better for someone like me or Liam than that happening. But any amount's better than nothing, right? So we'll take what we can get. So I appreciate everybody being here. I want to thank the moderators who helped out, which is Maz and I think M. Thank you for doing a great job in the chat. And I really appreciate everybody being here. I know everybody has a different choice. So many choices of where people go to get their content now. You have unlimited things you can do. And I really want to say thank you for being here with Liam and I tonight. So everybody, it was a pleasure. And we'll see you on the next time. Liam, great having you here. Okay. See you. Bye to your cat too. Take care, everybody.
Hey, look, it did leave me up. Cool. So let's see, what does this look like? Oh, look at that. There's still a bunch of viewers listed. It doesn't look like him dropping off changed anything. Cool. Well, that's neat. Yeah, that was. Thanks. I'm glad. I'm glad you appreciate that. Yeah, that was fun. I kind of liked doing these collaboratively. This was a cool idea. I hope more people ask to do that because I have a great deal of fun doing it. This is Minerva. Socrates is the overweight gray one. Minerva was my little Roman goddess. I am going to get some more cacao, and then if let's see, if anybody's popping up here. Oh, look, there's somebody popping up here. Anybody wants to pop up and moderate and run things in here, and we can carry on for a little while and see what we come up with. Can I go get some cacao? Can I go? Minerva? Oh, you're in my pocket. You can't be in my pocket. That doesn't work. Okay. There we go. This one's Minerva, or Minerva if you want to.
Okay. She is the Roman version to Athena.
Correct.
Her.
My Latin cat. My fat Greek is over here somewhere.
Kind of like Minerva McGonagall. Wasn't her name also Minerva?
Yeah.
Jax, yes. This is another account because I got banned on my second account.
The name was kind of a joint in that way. It's an old friend of mine, Anthea, originally found her. And for her, the name was for Minerva McGonagall. For me, it was for the goddess.
Oh.
So we had two different names for landing on the same name. But
yeah, Jax, my account was blocked when I was talking to a Zionist. Because I caught them on their misinformation. And I keep getting banned. Kind of annoying. But yeah. Hopefully it's suspended only for a while though, because I can still see the account. I just can't log in. So maybe it's suspended only for a while and not forever. Oh no, wait. That's a lot of feedback, Christina. It's like static. But yes, Dr. Liam hosts these lives in order to facilitate an educational space where they can answer all the different questions that you might have, not only necessarily about the genocide that's happening in Palestine, but also just other topics surrounding it. So if you have any questions, you can gladly request, or you can ask your questions in the comments, and I will try to ask them for you if you are unable to request.
That was a very polite way of saying that. I usually just say I'm
What? Huh?
I'll be right there.
I wonder what section of the library we're in today. Gonna ask him that question when he comes back.
That was a very nice way to put that. Facilitating an educational space. I usually just say I'm here to corrupt the youth in classic Socratic style.
Well, I mean, corrupting the youth is also educational in a way.
It is.
Oh, Tinker Ella, shukran. Shukran ya hayati. What was the... please ask if Liam can speak more to the 5 groups, okay? I don't think there are 5 age groups. Age group is one of them, hummus, and then the other groups were different groups outside of age group. But I will ask him about it because I wanted to ask him about it as well. To Zero Cool, Dr. Liam can answer that question, but Palestinians have always had a flag. There were multiple flags that had existed, but the flag that we know today, like a very similar flag, there are photos of the Mufti Husseini literally holding a very similar type of flag in the 1930s. So people who say Palestinians don't have former president or flag or country, etc., are people who are just trying to erase the existence and the identity of Palestinians, because if you erase Palestinians as a people, then you are justified in also erasing any claims they have to their ancestral lands. Kyle Piolo was not, I don't think Piolo was involved in October the 7th. There are more smaller groups. Please tap the screen, y'all. Exactly. Tap the screen. Share the live. On top, next to Dr. Liam's name, there's the little plus sign. Click on that plus sign to subscribe to Dr. Liam so you can come back to his lives, which he usually hosts Friday evenings. And then share this as well with other people, because this is an educational space. Hi. So, there are some questions here.
Hello, Athena, Kimberly.
Hi, babes.
You have your refreshments, that Liam, out there?
Yeah, I just grabbed some more cacao.
Perfect. Okay. Everybody, welcome to this live. If you're new here, you can easily ask any, I believe, Athena, you're going to be here for a while, correct?
Yes, of
You know,
course.
you can
I came out of my hole again for this live.
Perfect. Of course, we can't miss our, we can't miss our class.
No
You
problem.
could easily mention, Corey, I don't even know how you, Kovi's you could tag her and ask your question. Please be respectful inside the chat. And once you appear on the panel, anybody that brings you up, please, have your patience, wait your turn, mute your mic, and let's, make sure that we don't speak over each other. And everybody, yes, all your questions will be, I don't know, answered quickly, but in a great aspect. But one thing, like I said, if you're new here because of the dual live that you've seen, um, let's not interrupt anyone while he's speaking, especially Liam, please. I'll be here, Liam, to help you bringing up and down anybody you need, okay?
Yeah, because
My
especially
boy.
I'm not mod on this account, so Jax, you are highly
Yeah,
appreciated.
I'll be here just monitoring. But please, anybody ask her questions and ask your questions. And like I said, please be respectful. And of course, it's going to be a great day. I mean, great night. Sorry. I'll speak to you
Yeah.
guys. I'm going to drop down to the chat.
I appreciate you, Jax. So we have a question already in the comments, or multiple questions actually. So the first question is, please ask if Liam can speak more to the 5 groups on October the 7th. Speak more about them. The 5 groups were involved.
The one whose name I was struggling to remember, it's largely because I've usually paid less attention to them. They're a smaller group and focus mainly in the strip anyway. The other 4 have all been around for a long time and are quite significant, so I can give you more on those. I would be hesitant to say too much about the little resistance committees there because I'll probably get it wrong. Okay, so let's see. I guess let's do them chronologically, right? So the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, is been around there since, the late 60s, and was actually founded by largely by George Habash, a Christian Palestinian. It has a distinctly socialist, originally kind of like Leninist sort of ideology. It's drifted a little bit from that, like most socialist groups have, but it is still distinctly a secular leftist group. It is not Islamist in any way, shape, or form. They're literally commies. The next chronologically would be a splinter from them, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Split originally from the Popular Front because they wanted to take a more pro-Moscow line during the Cold War. So more explicitly Marxist-Leninist, and a little bit less of the kind of, more flexible socialist approach taken by the Popular Front. And they were also actually the very first group to actually say that they would take a 2-state solution based on the 67 borders. That was a very unpopular idea for a while, but they were the first to say, you know what, maybe this is the best we can get. Maybe we should settle for this and put that out there. So that's kind of interesting there. The Popular Front and the Democratic Front both used to engage in serious militant acts. Actually, the Popular Front's activities ultimately... Oh, Minerva, what are you doing up there? Don't do that. Cats are dangerous sometimes. Cats and antiques don't go well together always. The Popular Front used to hijack airplanes, and they would, because holding Israelis hostage, the key there, they're never going to pay it. They would always force the Arab countries to pony up the money, and that eventually led to a civil war in Jordan called Black September, where the PLO got driven out of Jordan. That's a long, complicated story for us, but that's largely because of the Popular Front's groups. And the Democratic Front, and to some extent the Popular Front, in that period, both said, maybe we should overthrow the Hashemite monarchy and take over Jordan, and maybe we could use Jordan as our launching off point to take over, Palestine. And that kind of pissed off the king there too. So, yeah. But both long-standing militant groups and both secular leftist groups. Palestinian Islamic J, I guess. I'm not supposed to say that other word too. I mean, I'm still struggling to know which ones will get me caught and which ones won't. But the PIJ started in the mid-1970s, I think 75 or 76. Hey, oh, silly cat. And they were the first significant Islamically themed militant group, kind of dressing up their nationalist movement in a kind of Muslim garb, but it was actually quite an unpopular position in the 1970s. The H group, which is, I'm still finally getting used to saying, actually formed in 87 during the first Intifada, or actually a little bit before, but the dating for it, people often say the first Intifada started in December of 87. It realistically started months and months before that, but it built up slowly. It kind of like, it was a slow burn until it finally took off. During 87 is when they formed, and they formed because the Muslim Brotherhood, that goes back to the 1920s in Egypt. It had a branch in Palestine, largely in Gaza, because he was connected to Egypt for a while. But the Brotherhood was an explicitly non-political group that said, we don't want to get in politics. We want to like revive culture and society and do mutual aid stuff like soup kitchens and clinics and schools and all that kind of crap. But we don't want people getting involved in politics. The politics will sort themselves all out when we all go back to Allah, when we get Islam right. But a lot of members of the Brotherhood from practically the start were dissatisfied by that, and they got political. And that's where the H group comes out of. The Palestinian Brotherhood refused to form a militant group, and these guys were like, screw that. We're going to keep all the same basic stuff that the Brotherhood does, because H group still does all those social things, but we're also going to have an armed wing and get involved in politics. So they've all been around for quite a while. The newest one is actually the H group, formed in the late 80s. The last one that I'm always blanking on, they are a newer group, and they're smaller. They've had much less significance in the longer term history of the Palestine struggle, which is why I often struggle to remember them directly. But they are involved, at least in the Strip, and they decided to participate in this action. So there are 5 technically, but those 4 have been around for decades.
So the second question, yeah,
May I just go one
the second.
on that? Were there any groups you mentioned that were backed by Iran?
Not directly. The H group has taken some money from them over the years, and
With the exception of them, I'm sorry.
yeah, not really. The way that it all sort of works, there are arms that are kind of like available in different ways to purchase, and the Iranians have sometimes played a part in facilitating that because it's good for their arms industry to do this sort of thing. But that's really it. None of them are Shia, and they don't have any ideological connections to the Iranians. And the Iranians actually have problems with a lot of them. They've historically opposed the secular leftist ones too. Just like they had problems with their own kind of like, secular leftist movements inside Iran. So they've never had anything to do with the Popular Front. They were always at odds there. But mainly supporting a little bit financially the H group, largely because it played into their pretensions to kind of like an axis of resistance in the area. It was for their own domestic politics that they did that at times. But not the others, no.
Well, they were originally associated with Hezbollah, correct?
I'm so sorry.
79?
They're much
Wait.
closer to them and have been ever since.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
but
been
they
a
have an
while.
ideological link there.
I
Yeah.
apologize, Kyle.
No, it's all right. I
have an,
apologize. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
yeah, we normally have an order. Thank you so much.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pick up like 3 questions from the comments, and then after that, 3 or 4 questions, and then after that, I'm gonna go to the individual guests, so that the questions in the comments are not left ignored or forgotten as well. So the second question, is a more general question towards you. What do you think about the geopolitical situation today? Would they push Gaza to Egypt? And I'm guessing by they mean Israel. If Israel is trying to push Gaza to Egypt.
Will they get away with an outright ethnic cleansing of the Strip? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think the question is about are they planning or intending on ethnically cleansing the Strip and pushing them into Egypt?
They have wanted to do it for decades.
Mm-hmm.
This does provide an unusually strong pretext to get away with it. And I don't think that there'd be a significant pushback internationally for it. So it is entirely possible. The single biggest problem there is, of course, the Palestinians don't want to go and the Egyptians don't want them. So yeah, I mean, but there's a reason that a lot of the international rhetoric in the U.S. and Israel in particular have always focused on the fact that Arabs are Arabs, and why don't they just go somewhere else? There's a reason they do that. The Palestinians don't even speak the same form of Arabic. It's like saying, hey, these Portuguese people should just move to Spain. Why not? It's all the same. It's because the spoken forms of the language are about as different as Spanish and Portuguese. It's just whatever. But there's a reason they've always conflated them, because it makes it possible to ethnically cleanse that territory and make it entirely a Zionist state. That's always been the goal. I don't know that they'll get away with it. It's too many people, and it would be extremely problematic. It would involve a ton of donors, but the fact that they have peeled away so many of the Arab Gulf states, the fact that the Saudis and Emiratis are now willing apologists for the Israelis because they want that economic tie, they want the military ties, they realize that they can help each other, bad government to bad government. I think that hey, there's a Basque in the audience. Woohoo! I love the fact that the Basque language still exists. It's sad that it's been so heavily influenced by Spanish these days, but I love that it still exists. So right on. I think that the fact that so many of the Gulf monarchies and so many other Arab states have chosen to work with the Israelis come hell or high water makes it at least possible that Egypt will be forced into it, because Egypt is not as strong as it once was. Egypt basically abandoned most of its moral and political strength in this area a long time ago, and it could be pushed into accepting it. So but right now it's a coin toss. I know that they want it. I don't know if they can pull it off. And I'm watching carefully to see how different players respond. My biggest interest right now has been kind of like alerting people to the possibility so they can at least be watching for this, and that it's been discussed for decades, but I don't know yet if they'll pull it off.
So a follow-up question to that, I wanted to ask. So I've lived in Saudi Arabia before, specifically in Jeddah. And even I noticed, like, once you notice the distinctions and the differences between tribal Arabs and Arabized people, and how they view themselves as well, like linguistic Arabs and all that stuff. So you do notice that there is a distinction made even like amongst Saudis, between Saudis and between people from the Levant in general, like Lebanese and Syrians and Palestinians as well. So even though the outside world might just view them all as just Arabs, there's still a distinction made between Saudis and people who are like Maghrebi or Jazairi as well, from like North Africa, or people who are Sudani, or people who are from the Levant region, right? So do you think that also plays a role in how distant they feel to what's going on in the Levant? Or why do you think that they have become Israel apologists?
It's economic and political for them. Because this is the direction the U.S. has gone for a long time, and because the U.S. is the main reason that Saudi Arabia still exists as a country, it's strategically useful to them. I mean, we prop up. We've been selling them tons and tons of weapons and built them up as a major player in the area, and now they're the main contender for with the Iranians in the region, and not Egypt. Egypt was a major player because they were the largest economy and the largest population, and Saudi was a backward desert emirate that no one gave a shit about for a long time. But their oil kind of bought them a seat at the table, and their close relationship with us made them a major, major power. And it's one of those, like, they know on which side their bread is buttered. They're going to go the direction that we prefer. And because U.S. governments have gotten more ideologically pro-Israel, they've done so. And they also, because they're an absolute monarchy and a very strong police state, they don't really have to care much about the Arab street. Popular opinion for the Palestinians isn't really that important to them. They can buy off their own population, and they know it. They've done it repeatedly. They also, and this is something that a lot of governments in the area have talked about for decades, and this is one of the reasons I've been telling people that you can't trust the Arab states to protect Palestinians. They've always wanted to choose the Israeli side. They've just been unable to by street power. The key here is that Israel is actually the only core country in the entire Middle East. And for anybody who doesn't know what I mean by that terminology, a lot of people still use the whole like first world, third world kind of crap without even knowing what it means. They're literally Cold War distinctions. They have nothing to do with anything at all. The core countries are the ones that are completely developed economically in the sense that they can do literally anything. And they can fund all their own stuff. They have a strong enough tax base to do it, so they don't depend upon like international loans and crap like that. They literally can manufacture anything that they want, do the services that they want. They don't have the very high levels of corruption or inequality. They have a significant like middle section. Like it's a particular type of country in the world. The Israelis are the only ones to pull that off in that region. One of the problems here is, of course, colonialism. Another problem is, of course, oil is a curse, because it tends to underdevelop countries. But, the fact that the Israeli government has the expertise in the areas that it does is something that the other states in the area want to exploit to improve their own economic standing. When people look at the longer term, like the way that the Arab-Israeli wars have played out and things like that, the Israelis won all of those wars not because of weapons, not because of U.S. support, because that was non-existent in most of them. They won it because they were better organized. They had a better run government. You set aside all the ideological problems with it, they knew what they were doing. And the same was true with their military factions. They were better organized, better led, more disciplined troops. And that really matters. And that's something a lot of the countries in the region have long wanted to exploit. They wanted close relations, but they couldn't get away with it before. A lot of things have been shifting the last 15 years or so that have made it possible for more and more of them to make those close alliances that these corrupt governments have always wanted to do with the Israelis, but didn't feel they could pull off. So does that, I mean, I wandered a bit, but is that...
Yeah, I think it did answer it. One last question before we go to Kyle. The question is, what do you think? Can you please talk about the impact that AIPAC has on American politics, and would the exposure that people have had to the power that AIPAC holds affect its impact? As in, would it weaken its impact now that so many people have been made aware of its lobbying power?
I'm going to come at that from a slightly different direction, if you don't mind, and we can see how this works. I think that one of the single best things that the pro-Palestine crowd can do to help advance their cause is to stop talking about AIPAC. Because realistically, they are not the juggernaut they're made out to be. They're one of a bazillion lobby groups that all control Congress, and the reason that Congress does what it does is because it has reasons to do it, and it's willing to take that money because they're offering it. But that money is not actually buying votes. You couldn't come up with like a giant pro-communist lobby and get away with it. They could offer billions of dollars to Congress critters and they wouldn't do it. You can't do that. No one's going to pull out like a pro-Venezuela pack and say, hey, I've got $1 billion, here's money to all the congressmen, and no one's going to go for that shit. The problem is ideological in the U.S. AIPAC isn't the problem. They are a symptom of the problem. It's kind of like the same way I approach this with a lot of liberals attacking Trump. Trump isn't the problem. He's a symptom of the problem. He's the latest manifestation of a long-term developing problem in American political culture, and a Trump was inevitable, and someone worse than him will come next because we are still not addressing the reasons that Trump was viable. So it's always a matter of like getting back to the core. When people talk about AIPAC, they're ignoring the real problem. And because of the the long history of anti-Semitism and the sensitivity a lot of people in countries like the U.S. have, because we do have a deeply anti-Semitic history, I think it actually alienates a lot of the people that you would need to sway to your side, because they worry that that's what it is. And then you have to spend all your time, well, no, it's not, blah, blah, blah. Well, then it's easy to counter that by saying, well, why don't you talk about all the other lobbies? What about all the church lobbies that are supporting exactly the same pro-Israel position? Why are we not talking about those church lobbies and only talking about AIPAC? It seems like making Jews the problem. But the real issue is the ideological direction Congress wants to go vis-a-vis Israel. And AIPAC is just a manifestation of that. They sprung up to fill a need that was there already. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I think we should focus on the reasons.
Yeah. It's basically interest convergence. Like a lot of people don't necessarily care about queer communities, they don't care about Black communities, they don't care about Jewish people. They only do it if it kind of like aligns with their already existing interests as well. But yeah, thank you very much. So now we're gonna go to the panel. Kyle, it's your turn to ask questions.
All right. Can you hear? Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Okay. First and foremost, thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to just talk to all these random people. If you think about it, it's kind of crazy. So thank you for that. I mean, it blows my mind how far we've come. But before I go off on a tangent, I had a couple questions. But, as a student of history, I've always wondered the delicacy between just, a state and how they govern, and, the shifts from left to right, to socialism to fascism. And if there's like some sort of mathematical equation to this, like, is there a point at which you can suppress a person, a people, whether that's externally or internally? There's got to be a mathematical equation, right? And then you hit a certain point, and then they just get fed up with it. They say, fuck this, I'm not going to be a slave anymore, or I'm not going to, harvest your bananas, whatever the circumstance may be. There's got to be some sort of equation. So I've always wondered if there is one. You were talking about Trump earlier, and that just reemerged. So I just wanted to ask you, is there one that you know of? Is there an actual mathematical equation that can say, okay, if government does this, then this will cause this, the people will respond with this? You can only push them so far, take so many rights away. And that's probably relative to certain cultures. So I'm sure there's many variables that have to be put in there. But I was just wondering if there was like an actual mathematical equation for something like that, like a determinism.
Kind of.
Am I alone in my thinking?
It's so astonishingly complex, though. The problem with history here is that it can show you tons of patterns where you can recognize that, all things being equal, this could lead to this. But there are so many variables that have to be kept in check that it's impossible to make real predictions. You can only recognize trends. So what we were able to do, and there's a lot of places like this, like the 2011 Arab uprisings that sort of like confused everyone, like, what is causing this? Is it Facebook? I'm like, no, we've been talking about this for ages. Like, this was completely predictable. But there's always like a question of what makes it happen. So I'll use that as an example. In my head, right? All the features are there that could turn into massive popular demonstrations against their governments that actually could have a real effect. But something still had to trigger it. And there's a handful of specific events that happened that helped to trigger it that could not really have been predicted. Like the Egyptian one would never have happened if the Tunisian government didn't actually fall. Because the earlier attempts to get Egyptians to show up to protest, they're like, nah, we tried that shit. It doesn't work. They just unalive us. But when Ben Ali went into exile, Egyptians showed up on the 25th. It's like those unpredictable circumstances, So it's like, yes, there are a kind of math you can use to see the trends and the circumstances that are laying out there, but it still can branch in several different directions based upon different factors. So all we can do is lay out certain possibilities in any given moment. So in this moment, it could go this way, or this way. I can't tell you which one, but it should be one of those three. But there's no way to say it'll go in a certain direction. The key, another part that's, I think, relevant to your question, when you're thinking about whether people are sort of fed up and then whether they go like socialist or fascist or whatever they're, a lot of that has to do with the way people organize. Because a lot of places went socialist in the first place because the socialists were the best organized and actually laid out their arguments in the most convincing way to address the core kitchen table issues that people had. When they stopped doing that for people, for a variety of reasons, some of it overt oppression, other groups can take that place. It depends on who's actually laying out a convincing enough argument to enough people. So on some level, it's a matter of swaying people on a kind of social or cultural level, and then it can take a particular direction based upon how fed up they are. But there's no way to absolutely know when people will be fed up enough to actually do something, because there's so many things that build up there. And oftentimes it can vary tremendously based upon the strength of the organization. So places that are far better off can actually have revolutions where places that are really deeply oppressed and impoverished just won't. Because there are other factors involved, like, again, the organization of people, presenting the ideas to people in a way that kind of works for them to actually get them into the street in the first place,
Well, then I guess I would limit my question to organized society. So you could take, for example, a place like Sweden, France, Germany. They've more or less, I guess we can say, in a broad statement, they comparatively with the U.S., they've gone left. However, they basically were in ruins post World War II. So they were in a rare opportunity to build new with the best ideas. And some of those foundations for organized labor, they were already in place. Now, but like you could take the same, formula that doesn't exist, but exists kind of, and look at the U.S. Okay, so you take away abortion rights, you just know that the America is going to respond like they did 2022 in the midterms. Like, you can see that. So I'm curious to see with this whole thing in Israel, the geopolitical ramifications of that on the domestic stage here. Is that going to convince young people not to vote for Biden?
Can I
For
Sorry,
some
go ahead.
no, but there's
can I just oh, sorry. I just wanted to say, like, there's this misconception, like, I'm German, and, like, Germany is very conservative. Like, the politics in Germany are very conservative.
I know I said
Like,
compared
leftist,
to the United States,
but I would argue,
but I agree with you. Yes.
even there, I want to qualify it because there are conservative versus liberal type issues there, but also it's not comparatively left. Actually, the Scandinavian countries are more right wing than the U.S. When you think about the actual economic spectrum, they literally have freer trade and less regulation in many ways. What they have is a welfare state, and welfare states are not left wing ideas; they're distinctly right wing ideas. The first significant one to develop was Bismarck's Germany, a super conservative right wing figure. The reason that you get them is, so you're partly right though, because it's not government that goes further to the left, it's ordinary people. If you have significant leftist factions in society that are putting pressure and provide an alternative to it that's threatening enough to the people in power, then they will offer compromises as a way of neutering left-wing movements. And social democracy was actually an attempt to neuter the left, and it's been broadly successful.
Yeah,
Left-wing have a harder time getting heard because people are like, well, no, I've got free healthcare and education, so I'm fine. I don't need to completely change the capital structure. So the state and capital responded to the left by offering certain compromises that will weaken the left, and they worked. So in many ways, the right way, the European system is further right than the U.S. What it is it's less culturally reactionary. The U.S. is a lot more religious country, a lot more violently racist. I mean, there's tons of racism in Europe, but I mean,
especially
Americans
Eastern.
take that to a whole new level in terms of basic social relations, and I mean, it's much more of a part of our identity as a settler colony. Where Europe's racism is much more a manifestation of its history of empire. It's less a part of its baked in like everyday social relations. And I think the cultural issues are different between the U.S. and Europe because of those different histories. So I think the U.S. is more culturally reactionary than Europe is. But Europe is arguably more right wing than we are.
Interesting take. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I guess that comes down to how we view capitalism and how we implement that in our society.
I mean, whether you decide to balance it, and honestly, one thing that the Europeans are kind of doing right in avoiding instability. So this is the thing: when social democracy was rolled out in the late 19th and early 20th century, culminating in a lot of the welfare states built up after World War II, what they were doing was consciously neutering the appeal of the left by trying to improve living standards. The U.S. has decided that they have so thoroughly brainwashed enough of the population and so thoroughly weakened the left that they don't need that compromise anymore, and that they can dismantle the welfare state and still keep all their money. Because the threat always was, with no social benefits and workers treated like absolute shit, we will eventually grab torches and pitchforks and take over. I mean, we'll do something like the Russians did or whatever. That's what'll happen if everything is going to shit for ordinary people. But they spent so much time beating into Americans' heads that being left means like massive Stalinist unaliving, ooh, gulags, ooh, bad, and like scaring people that it's no longer a credible threat. There's no way to convince Americans to go any other way than, so like, it's like your choice is two flavors of right wing. And they're comfortable enough with the fact that they have that two flavors of right wing are our only choices, that they feel they can dismantle the welfare state here. That's the big distinction from us. The Europeans, because they do still have leftists, they know that if they do cut those benefits, the leftists will actually gain in influence, and people will gravitate to those parties and away from the liberals. That can't happen here. We have no socialist party, so there's no threat to them.
Interesting. Thank you for that. I had a couple other questions, but I'll take up everybody's time. So I'm going to resign. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Just kick me out because I don't want to waste anybody else's time. You can get somebody else
Oh,
in here. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate
You're
it.
not wasting any time.
And who's
You're
ever
not wasting
moderating it, thank you for taking the time to do that too. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up and asking your questions. So I'm going to go to a couple of questions in the comments as well.
I honestly wish more people asked questions like that and thought more about it, because so many of these things are so badly mischaracterized in the U.S., and especially for Americans really, I mean, anybody really arguing that Democrats are even remotely left-wing, I mean, people really, really need to understand what these fucking words mean. So they are good questions, and we need a lot more discussion like that.
Or when they conflate liberals and leftists into like one group. But it's so annoying. But a question in the comments that has been asked multiple times was where's the question? Basically, it had to do with regards to if economic sanctions were effective in South Africa during the apartheid regime.
They were, but they also did a tremendous amount of damage to South Africa that they're still dealing with today. So they're not perfect, and the reason that they worked is more that the moral ground had been prepared. There was a lot of work done to help people all around the world understand apartheid bad. And it was such a stark issue for people. When you can see, like, images of the police in Soweto and stuff like that, when you can see, like, holy shit, what the hell is this? And when you can see, holy crap, look, these Bantu stands are like, what the fuck? Like, there was a lot of consciousness raising. And it was that plus the sanctions that did it, because that kind of gave the governments a lot of cover to do a reason to kind of do that and to stay the course and things like that, where it would have been difficult to get those sanctions in the first place. And sanctions are less effective when there isn't an overwhelming moral argument. Sanctions are actually relatively easy to get around, too. It's the moral argument that's a lot harder for many people. So I think that needs to be taken into account here. As long as people are pushing for BDS in this case, it's not really going to work until enough people really understand what it means. It's a minority position for a reason, and the government can come out so strongly against it because it knows most people actually oppose it because they don't really understand the moral argument here. We have been lied to for 76 years about what Zionism is doing there. Actually, much longer if you go back to, I mean, honestly, our press was a little bit more honest in the 20s and 30s than it was after World War II. I mean, we did honestly point to a number of terror attacks and what all kinds of fucked up shit that was happening in the 30s that we just sort of stopped discussing afterwards. But there were lies being spread back then too. But we've been systematically lied to for around a century, and it's difficult for people to wrap their head around how they could have been wrong. Like how reality could so be different from what their tribal identity tells them, what everything in all their social relations, everyone they know, everything they've ever heard, everything in the media, all the politicians, all their friends, their church, everyone says this is true, and suddenly you're telling me that's not true? What? I can't accept that. And as long as you've got that as a problem, BDS will have zero impact on this. I think we need to win that battle first.
Yeah.
That work was done, and all across the 50s, 60s, 70s, that work was done for South Africa. It took decades to convince people, and they put a lot into that. Palestinians honestly did a shitty job of that for a long time. You know, it's beginning to change, but honestly, especially in the Arafat era, they did a really, really shitty job at PR. You know, and that really has to keep getting better.
I think like social media has been really good with regards to PR as well. That's why a lot of people can empathize as well. But another question is a one-state solution with liberation and equality for all still possible?
It's honestly the only truly effective peace option. You know, I mean, one that actually could be lasting. Anything else involves so many fundamental compromises to people's sense of identity. I mean, you either have to face major G-sides or ethnic cleansings, or you're going to have to find a way to share it. And it's not just the ideological issues. It's not just the fact that religious Jews won't be able to give up the holy sites in the West Bank, or Palestinians won't be able to give up their attraction to, like, I don't know, 78% of the rest of the country. You know, like, I mean, there's tons of problems there. But also the basic environmental one. I mean, economically, they'll be stronger together, and they can tackle a lot of the basic problems because the population's already too large for what the land can support. They're going to have to get involved in a lot of, like, really effective renewable energy and desalination processes, for example, because right now, 1/3 of Israel's water supply is already being pumped out of the West Bank. They literally, the coast aquifers are already depleted. There's not enough water in that country to support the population. They have a lot of significant problems to address that they can better do together. If you have two smaller states, especially if they're competing economically, especially if problems continue between them, they can't face those challenges. All their energy is going to be spent on the political fight between them. Meanwhile, they ignore the fact that the environment is about to clobber both of them and turn the entire area into an unlivable desert. It has to be addressed. And the whole idea, somebody saying settlers should leave, you can't, because at this point, the vast majority of them were born there. You know, it's like, yeah, I have a sign on my house that acknowledges I live on Tongva land. This was originally Amerindian territory, but you can't expel people that have lived there for generations. I mean, it would be correcting one injustice with another injustice. What we have to do is correct the ideology, the settler colonial ideology that's there, and learn from the mistakes of the past. That's something Americans have to do, Australians have to do, Canadians have to do. But you can't expel millions of people again, because all you're doing is you're creating another injustice and another thing that will last with people and create resentments and angers and blah blah blah. It doesn't help. They have to find some other way to move forward here. because if they don't get over this shit, I mean, climate change is going to fuck them both. There's no way it's going to survive. The Middle East is in real trouble looking at projections across the next century. But there are ways to innovate and ways to survive in this area. The work has to be done. And right now, that can't be done.
I mean, they'll end up sharing a graveyard and not a land
exactly.
if they do that.
If they keep fighting over the religious and cultural and ideological issues and they ignore all the climate shit, it's just going to be, they're basically, I've been telling people for ages, like decades now, that the people who are most reflexively pro-Israel are actually people who hate the idea of a Jewish state. They're the biggest enemies of Jewish people in the region, because by holding to that ideal and supporting Zionism in its current form, they are dooming it to collapse. Because at the best case scenario is like a South Africa style collapse when the world finally gets tired of this shit and the Palestinians. But because of things like climate change, I don't think we have time to get that far. I think you go forward a few decades the way it would take for that kind of solution to happen. I think by that point, they're both just fucked. So we have to change the way we think about this, and people are just unwilling to do that.
And it is, like you said, it is, as even Alpine said, what's really going to be, what's the saddest part is that they will be rebuilding or building upon the unalivement of others, on the blood of others, if that makes terrible to say it that way.
But still in an ultimately unsustainable way. I mean, the amount of money and effort that they expend on maintaining a militant apartheid state there is money that they can't spend on desalination plants and carbon capture. It's like it's stopping them from being able to deal with their own collapsing environment and their own collapsing economy. And huge numbers of Israelis are emigrating. Right now, I think it's something like a net 15 or 20,000 people a year. Of people moving.
And 500,000 since October the 7th. About half
people are fleeing every year. That the numbers coming in don't really make a difference anymore. And a lot of the people coming in are hardcore ideological. They're super religious. They're quite violent, and that's having a seriously negative there. Meanwhile, tons of people with talent and energy who want to make a better world for themselves and their children, they're picking up and moving to Australia. That is a significant long-term problem for the survival of that state. So, yeah, I mean, this does not play out well. There are no happy solutions in the way we're going now.
Hello, Rebel. It's really nice to have your camera on. Liam loves it because it doesn't feel like he's just staring into his own device. So, hello. It's nice to see you. We haven't seen you in a while.
So much easier.
It is, right? It makes it more human.
Yes, it does. It really helps my little autistic brain to deal with these things.
It does. It does feel good.
I think before we go to Rebel, I just wanted to mention what Liam just said is also mentioned in the 10 Myths of Israel by Ilan Pape. He mentions the ecological effects of the establishment of Israel. He specifically talks about the Jaffna village that was near Ramallah, that had freshwater canals and lost its identity as well as a tourist attraction. But also he mentions the Walaja Valley near Bethlehem, that completely the settlements ruined the whole valley as well. So those ecological effects, and the olive groves as well that were completely destroyed in order to make way for European pine trees to be planted. So he mentions that in 10 Myths of Israel as well. So the ecological
bananas in the Jordan Valley. Who the fuck decided to put bananas in the Jordan Valley? I mean, whoever that is needed to be put up against a wall, as far as I'm concerned, because banana plantations in the Jordan fucking Valley, I mean, are the big. I mean, the Dead Sea is dying and Lake Kinneret is dying. They're both shrinking rapidly. The Jordan River is a stream that you can walk over at this point, and it doesn't need to be. They are, it's for all the short-term gain. Let's make the desert bloom in a completely unsustainable way that will destroy the environment there. And a lot of that is because they're focused much more on ideology than they are on actually making it work. And I think that if Palestinians and Israelis had worked together from the beginning, Palestinians have lived there for a long time. I make this point when I look at like the early Zionist movement. The first wave of settlement, most of the first people in the first Aliyah left because they couldn't find a way to make it work there. Their farming techniques just didn't suit the environment at all. They just couldn't survive economically. And a lot of the people in the second and third waves also left. It was very difficult. And I think that actually working with the Palestinians kind of would have helped, you know? And a lot of the places where they did, the most successful settlements in the first Aliyah were the ones who established a shared economic relationship with a Palestinian village. We've got our village, you got your village, we're right next to each other, we're both working the land, I'm going to study how you do it, you're going to show us how to do it, we're going to make this shit work. You're bringing in like some of the organizational expertise and capital that the Jews could bring out of Europe, and you have the actual knowledge of how the land works from the people who've been there longer. They really could have been stronger together economically. Instead, they both fucked themselves in the long run by the way this is played out. It's really been problematic. Yeah, there's a ton of ecology. I'm glad that Elon brought some of those up. That's great. I picked that up largely because I needed it in the collection because people mention it all the time, but I didn't need. I mean, it's the only one of his books I haven't read. So
Yeah, no, he mentions it in the Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East chapter. When he's talking about that myth, he mentions the ecological damage as well. And the olive grove damage is in his book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. So,
and a lot of the places where they damage the existing waterworks and whatnot and turn things over into like state. I love that some of the dishonest. He covers some of the dishonest state park shit really well. You know, they're trying to like say this, oh, these were like ancient villages. No, this shit was like here just like a few years ago. You just removed all the people and left a few stone walls to make it look like it's old. Like, what the fuck?
Exactly. Like, they don't understand that ecological damage, what happens when you unearth in a rooted tree that's there for, it's you're unaliving it. And not only that, there's so many things between the soil and the way the water flows. It all goes down. Exactly.
I think one beautiful thing that he mentions is he mentions a specific village where they had cut some olive trees and they planted European pine trees, and that 56 years later when they went back to that particular village, I forgot what its name was, but the bark of the pine trees had split, and through that split the olive trees, like an olive tree, like had grown again. And that was just a beautiful symbol or symbolic representation of Palestinian resistance, that even the flora and the
Did you mute yourself?
I
No,
got
she
a
did.
call.
Yeah.
I got a call.
Oh,
That's why. But even the flora and the fauna um, actively worked in defiance of alien species, so to say, like the plant species. And that is a beautiful symbol for Palestinian people, I think, who have, in spite of occupation, continue to resist and prevail as well. But we can go to.
somebody asked what books. I just want to like say, okay, so let me flip this around here for a second. Ooh, I'm backward. Okay, so this one we were just talking about, where there's good sections about some of the villages cleared out and what happens there. Everyone should read this. It's he never uses the G word in this, but he eventually starts using that, and it shows up in this as a great later book, The Biggest Prison on Earth. Both these are really, really good. But this is a classic, and I think that the more people you can get to actually take this seriously, the better. This is the one that's being mentioned. Like I said, this is the only one of his I haven't picked up and read. I was trying to find all of them, but they're scattered in different sections. But I'm just gonna plug this guy because Elon's a good guy. This is also a neat one. There's a lot of good things that he's written, but this is a nice short book here. And it's a good introduction I've heard for a lot of people have told me this was the first thing that got them to go, what? Like, so it may be useful in that way. But
It's a very good book, yeah. But we can. Oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
Let's go
I
to
just want,
Rebel.
I just want to give Rebel a chance, if you don't mind.
I was
I'm
going
fine.
to Rebel. That's what I was saying.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Lily.
No
This
problem.
conversation is amazing, so I'm just glad to be here. I like from my experience, I cannot second enough what Dr. Liam just said about the the social environment going left in a time of in a time of a revolution, and then after a while turning into, like, let's say, a religious ideology due to the oppression and the blood and also the targeting of the left. Like, I saw that in Syria firsthand myself. I was in a left organization. We went international until we got super targeted by the regime, and then the full ideology went different in terms of full, like, public movement. So yeah, I lived that, like, I lived that firsthand myself, so I cannot second that enough. And
Yeah,
the
it
idea of
happened
Sweden.
hard here, just much earlier. But they
Mm,
they crushed leftist organizing here.
yep,
So many of us went off to
yep,
jail. It was just it got to the point where people like me are just screaming lunatics that no one wants to listen to because they destroyed the movement so thoroughly. And yeah, I've been watching it happening in a lot more places.
yep.
I hate when people actually bring up like Assad and say he's a great leftist. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a neo-fascist regime. The leftists are in jail. Like, pay attention, people.
Yep,
Thank
100%.
you for bringing them up.
Because like, from my dad's experience and my dad's generation experience, he's 50 plus now. They worked a lot undercover in terms of spreading, like, left flyers and left newsletters and stuff. So when it broke out of a revolution, they were already organized behind closed doors, and they knew how to proceed forward into this movement. But through the targeting and through new people coming in and new infiltrators, they were much easier to infiltrate the left movement and dissolve it and target them super strongly. The second point is Sweden and how right Sweden. I live in Sweden now, so both points were super. It is very true what you said. Honestly, is that Sweden as a systematic, it's a very capitalist right-wing country, but the social system and the social justice in the system make people not willing to look away because chaos, because they're afraid of the chaos. So I see that on a day-to-day basis now, and it went to the point that, just as a Sweden, the creation of private schools, when it's so much unjust and it's paid by tax money, and they're trying even to push into not universal healthcare. So these, when these 2 points came out in Sweden, people were like, "No, we're not going that far. You can have your capitalism, but keep us the social security system in place. Don't take it this much." So I can second that as well. The point that I have heard and it stuck with me is that Trump and APAC are a result of a social disease that already exists, and that's very true. But the question is that with the Palestinian, like, let's say, social and knowledge movement that's happening right now, how can we target the closed social environment in the state? Because I think in Europe it's a little bit more open, they're more flexible into listening. We say it with, like, Spain, Italy, Belgium, Norway, they're doing some changes in terms of government. But how can we target the social environment in the state mainly?
In the United States, you mean?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Honestly, I'm not as optimistic as I once was. I still know the kinds of organizing that in the long run could help, but I think that the reactionary right has been so successful in the last 70 years in their drives to basically change our expectations and what we think. I don't know at this point the US can be pulled out of it. I I increasingly don't know that the country could be saved, and that it's sad. But how it's going to play out and what kind of chaos we're looking at in that death spiral, I can't even imagine. It is a horrifying situation, and I have been studying American politics for 40 years. I've been paying attention to this shit for a long fucking time. I got radicalized in the 80s. And it's been really depressing to see how much worse it's gotten, because I thought things were bad. I mean, Reagan was the Antichrist to me, you know? And then to see how much worse it just keeps getting, you know? It's just, okay, sure, Reagan is a significant figure in this whole process, you know, in more dismantling of the welfare state and normalizing John Birch Society style conspiracy theories, all kinds of crazy shit becomes normal. But it's, I thought that was bad enough. And it wasn't. Every single time, what it does is it makes that the new normal. Because we don't effectively, because there's no actual left opposition to push back against it. Liberals never do that. Liberals cannot push back against this shit effectively because they are also a right-wing ideology, and they agree so much on the capital and hierarchical structure of society that they cannot effectively mount a critique that really works, which means that every single time the right gets crazier, that becomes the new normal to build on. So that's been going, we've been going down the drain for a long time. I don't know that we can change it. And honestly, the Palestine situation is kind of held hostage to that, because the U.S. is so thoroughly fucked in this way, and because the fundamentalists have such power, really, in our political system, that it makes it very difficult to imagine how you can change enough minds. I think the attention has to be, we should work hard here. We should spend a lot more time in our own neighborhoods with our own people, convincing more human beings. Like, that's where the real work has to happen. Because that's what the right did. They started this shit back in the 50s. It was a long-term strategy, and it started at the local level. That has to happen here, but I don't, while I'm a strong proponent, I can talk at length at how to do that shit, I'm no longer as optimistic that it will succeed in time. And I don't think it can have any effect on the Palestine situation in time. I think we're talking decades of serious work before there's any significant change in the U.S. Palestinians can't wait that long. I think for organizing to say Palestine has to happen a lot more elsewhere. I think we need to put a lot more pressure on countries that are not nearly as fucked as mine is. And if you can sway popular opinion in enough places there, if you can get the Germans to finally let go of this shit, that's a hard one enough on its own. If you can get the Brits to change on this shit, if you can get France into the right corner on this, you know, if you can actually get the Chinese to give a shit, because they usually don't care. Like, if you can get more countries to create a kind of united front around real justice here, because of the economic structure of the world, because of how interconnected we all are, it can force a change on the American political system, whether it wants it or not. But I don't think we have time to build up from the grassroots political pressure in the U.S. to really help Palestinians. I think we're too far gone. I'm sorry, it's a very depressing way to look at it. That work has to happen,
it is.
but it will take too long to help the Palestinians.
So you answered my PR question without me asking. So the question that presents itself now is, well, where is the collapse point for the American society at this point? If every new catastrophe is the new normal, where is gonna normal be abnormal to the point of
I don't know that for the U.S. I don't know that we have one. I mean, and this is something that's actually a very deeply rooted problem in the U.S. that we've never really dealt with. So let me back up just slightly, and I'll try to do this as fast as I can, right? But we have never actually dealt with the ideology that made the G-side against the Amerindians happen. We have never actually dealt with our own history of anti-Semitism and prejudice. We are still struggling. I mean, the fact that the BLM protests played out so accomplished essentially nothing. The police were given more money in the aftermath. Like, it didn't change because too few people really want to have that complex conversation. It means that there are so many things about our own core identity that are still problematic. And we forget that what am I supposed to call them? The Yahtzees? Whatever, like, roll the dice, right? So those guys.
Yeah, you have to call me Yahtzees. I'm sorry.
Schindler read like novels of like the American Old West. Like, he was fascinated by how badly we treated the Amerindians, right? That there was a significant influence on their approach and their policies. The eugenic policies that they used, we did them first. And we had a significant Yahtzee movement in the US, like overtly, like here's George Washington and here's a bunch of swastikas. And only us getting involved in the war kind of made that a problem. And it became like we have to defeat this enemy because they're allied to this other country that attacked us, but we never actually talked about what side we were really on ideologically. The last example I'll point to there is just how many people still lionize people like Patton for being a great U.S. general in the war, his tank tactics and blah, 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 blah. But everyone ignores the fact that he was saying out loud that we were on the wrong side in the war and that the real enemy was the Asiatic enemy of the Russians and their weird commie stuff, and we should have actually worked with them. And the fact that he kept the Jews in the camps afterwards and said that the Germans did nothing wrong. I mean, and there was no criticism for that. No one actually dealt with the fact that that was a completely normal position. Americans were just that racist. I think the fact that we've never been able to have those conversations about how closely akin our core ideology and beliefs are to the Yahtzee ones. I mean, there's no end to this ultimately, because a significant part of this population just doesn't give a shit about democracy. They prefer minority rule. They would rather have, an authoritarian state. And they'll still call themselves patriots. They can wave the flag all they want while they're literally tearing up the Constitution, and they don't understand that. So their belief system is so deeply fucked, and we've never had those conversations. I don't think it can stop here. I don't think there is a point where we recognize it, which I think is what you're looking for, and say, hey, this is a problem. We got to deal with this shit. For most Americans, I don't think it exists. I think a lot of the liberals will just accept it. They'll say, well, I don't like it. This government's too reactionary. This government's too blah, blah, blah. They'll talk about the mean tweets and craps like that. But at the end of the day, liberals prefer capitalism and will always side with whatever is going to support their private property rights. They're not going to die on this hill. So if you don't have them as an opposition, and the reactionary right ultimately wants that kind of state, what's going to stop them?
That's a demon gloom equation.
Yeah, it's terrifying. And I've been living this shit for decades. The more I've learned about our own history and our relation to these ideologies and how this shit works around the world, the more depressed I was about our prospects. It doesn't stop me from wanting to organize. It doesn't say there isn't a way out of this, because there absolutely is. There absolutely are things we can do about it. But we should have been doing this shit decades ago. And I don't know that we can reverse it in time. I want to, and believe me, anybody in my area wants to get together in mutual aid groups. I mean, there's all kinds of ways I can talk. I can help you. We can organize shit. I'm not a great organizer. You don't want autistic people in charge of any social organization. But I know how it has worked, and I can give you, here's a playbook. Here's how this works. Organize this shit. It can be done, but there is so much that has to be done in the U.S., and I think most people are either so checked out on this issue and so focused on just basically staying afloat, bread and butter issues like supporting their family, keeping their house going, whatever they have to do for their job. That's all they ultimately care about, because it's all they have time to care about. So they're just stuck in that grind, and they're trying to survive. I think so much of the population is there that a hardcore ideological minority can win out. And that's ultimately what happened in all these other states. I mean, Hitler never had more than 30% of the population, and most of those were only because of the economic shit. Before the Great Depression, his party was taking 2% of the vote. Most people didn't like his ideas. They turned to him because of a crisis. A hardcore motivated group that has an ideology and is pushing for it can absolutely seize power. That's where we're going in the U.S. And so it is some doom and gloom, and I'm sorry for that. I see the best. I want the best, but this is where we're going. So if we don't like that direction, we have to find a way to change course, because this is the trajectory. All the trends converge in one way.
So, what do you think the smartest approach for pro-Palestinians to target? Like which country or which message they should come out with because it's a very critical time.
It is. For pro Palestinians, I think focusing almost everywhere but here is helpful in the long run because what helped with the South Africa situation, and I like that that question came up too, the way you got to that was you convinced a ton of people. The U.S. is a holdout. We didn't want to sanction the South Africans. We didn't really participate. I mean, hell, my mother's father, one of my grandfathers, great liberal in many ways. I liked him. Like he was always like he would pick the extra fruit in his yard and take it down to help other poor people and help them out. Really a great guy in many ways. But he didn't understand that when there was a great deal on gold, and he bought us all a Krugerrand, like a little piece of South African gold, like literally supported apartheid. And he didn't understand because we didn't talk about it. The U.S. media did a really shitty job of showing us what was going on. And the reason that that gold was sold so cheaply to Americans and gullible people like my poor grandfather was because so much of the world had cut them off and wouldn't take their shit anymore. So we propped them up as long as we could. This country did. But ultimately, the rest of the world turned on them. And that plus the PR, like the really good work that African Americans did to like raise awareness here, there was enough people that kind of understood that this was fucked up, but they didn't have the ability politically to act until the rest of the world did. So we were the last to the party. Well, actually, the Israelis were the last. They kept supporting them, but that's a whole different. Israel and South Africa's relations are a dirty secret no one likes talking about. But yeah, I think focusing everywhere else. And honestly, if you can change some of the ones that, so settler colonies like Canada are a great place to target because they have a similarly racist history to the U.S., but they also have somewhat freer leftist organizing. And they have a parliamentary system, which means that it's possible to put pressure on Canada in a way that you really can't in the U.S. politically. And if you can sway a country like Canada with its racist history and its very close proximity to the U.S. and very close economic and political ties with the U.S., that will have an effect on us. So it's not just Europe. It's Japan, it's Canada, it's China, it's wherever you can find allies willing to do that work. Do it everywhere. But for me, I think places like Canada are a great target just because it has so many parallels with the US in its culture, but its political system is so different that it gives certain possibilities that the US simply does not have.
Mic drop for Dr. Liam.
Thanks. You guys are getting me ranting here.
No,
Um,
it's like
I don't mean
you're
to
one
interrupt.
of the people that I can listen to all day long, basically. But if someone wanna come up, I can drop. I will stay in the comments.
No, it's okay. You can stay, Rebel. I just wanted to say this is like a little commercial break. Please tap out the screen. Please share it. Please join Liam's team right next to his, above on his username. You'll see a little yellow heart. If you want to tap on that, you could join Liam's team and it drives him up the algorithm because this is an amazing educational live and it's for free. So that's absolutely amazing. And thank you so much, Liam, for giving this to us. Did you need a break for any reason?
Um,
Do you need
no,
water? Any refreshments?
no.
Yes, and Liam, absolutely. Do not think that you're interrupting him. He absolutely loves the little things like sunglasses and hats. He does like it. It just brings him joy. That's what it comes down to. I'm not gonna
I'm my inner child is alive and well. Like I literally
lie.
made a promise myself never to grow up. So this stuff is like it's so much fun. Like little crown.
Exactly. People,
What's that?
you know what it,
Like the
you
old
know what it
Archie
is?
comics, like a little jughead. Oh, I get a hat.
Yeah, you see, it's like, you know what it is? Liam, a lot of people will be like, oh, I don't want to interrupt him. You know what I mean? Like they'll think, but that actually brings him joy. So I will be the one to tell you guys, like, yes, he absolutely adores it. So, yeah,
Oh,
you
fuck
know,
yeah.
Yeah, it gives him a little joy, and then it also feels like he's not like I said before, like just talking into a phone. But thank you
Yeah,
guys all for being here. Thank you.
easy. Oh, and somebody said earlier that she'll put up with anything. She really will. Like I get that hyperactive leg bouncing shit, and she will just ride it. I mean, when Minerva wants to hang out, she just hangs out. She's here. It's funny. We had Socrates for a little while here, but he will always bow out if she wants the spot. You know, she's top cat right now. But yeah, she will put up with anything. This cat is so trusting with me. like, um, but yeah, you will put up with anything, won't you? Yeah, you just want to be around. You want to be included. Yeah.
Athena, terrible migraine. If that's okay, you could stay on the panel, and if you want to have any questions, that'll be great. But I'll help with the any questions. You could tag me into it, or if I don't know if Allah, if you're going to be staying around, if you want to help, it's up to anybody here. But yes, that's Minerva, by the way. She's the boss right now. But yes, let's go down the panel and Allah, it's you. I'm so bad with I don't have my glasses on. It's your turn, lovely.
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hey, a face I can see.
I know, yeah. I wanted to show you I can't flip the screen.
Oh, look at that! Yeah,
So
Epstein.
my husband, he was on the live when I was asking about like the Buddhism and psychology, and he screenshotted it and then gifted it to me for Christmas, and I was like, I'm so excited to read it.
I found the third one of his that I had that I couldn't show that night. But yeah, his work was always interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm
It's
so
a mix of
excited.
like the science, and it's always like he uses a lot of like anecdotes from his practice, so it makes it very real, I think.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was an MD, so that's even cooler.
Yeah, he's a practicing psychologist, so he actually uses this with people and brings those cases in, and I think it's really nice. Yeah,
I
I
can't
hope.
wait to
Let me know if you like it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm so excited. So I wanted to ask, I wanted to understand if there is some reason why US universities have been so actively like silencing pro-Palestinian voices. And the reason why I'm asking is, like to me, is it just a reflection of the larger systems? The fact that that's just okay, right? Because I feel like we can really get
It's
into like
it's a lot of things. It's the political structure. It's the capital structure. It's their funding base. Like the people they don't want to piss off. Some of the wealthy donors and whatnot, and it's largely a reflection of our cultural standards. Like the U.S. has been so reflexively pro-Israel because of our own cultural commitments. Our own cultural ideals. That it's impossible for them to take seriously the Palestine. A lot of people they know it. They honestly know what's going, but they can't change things. And the faculty is going much more to be on your side in this fight, but the administration knows what they have to do to survive. It's the system as a whole.
a friend of mine is in medical, well, like in a medical school, and just got an email today being like, no one better post anything controversial, and they're going to be checking, which is so crazy, right? Because democracy, freedom of speech, right? But I also feel like a lot of people do end up sliding down. They're like, oh, it's because everyone controls the universities. But I feel like it is more just a reflection of our policies and values than like someone controlling necessarily universities.
And in the long run, just getting involved in things like this has always been a calculated risk for me.
Yeah.
This genuinely could imperil my career, and I could end up being somebody like a Finkelstein that's sort of forced out of the academy, and that's a nightmare because I come from a poor family. I survive because I managed to teach 9 classes a semester, and it makes my bills. If I lose that, I don't have a wealthy spouse. I've got no one to fall back on. No one, who's going to keep me going here. So it's honestly frightening, but
Yeah.
I'm stupid enough to think that principle kind of matters, and that if we stay silent in the face of this, we're we're complicit in it, and I can't. So I haven't been able to shut up on this for decades, and it's hard. It does every now and then really worry me. But
It's really just what you said, as depressing as it is, but it's just been the reality where we're headed, and the harsh reality that none of us are protected. Like all those law school students that like were at the die-in or whatever, and then lost their contracts with the like their jobs and stuff. And yeah, I guess for me, it's also kind of a matter of principle, but at the same time, I'm not the primary breadwinner. And so it is a risk I can take, but I can understand why a lot of people are afraid to say something or speak out.
yeah, I mean, who's going to buy her cat food if I can't do it? Like she's got nobody. I mean, and gosh, both of the longer term partners I had, neither of them were able to work. I mean, for different reasons, but I was always the only breadwinner. So even when I was partnered, it was the same situation as it is now. I never had anything else to fall back on. So it's always been worrisome. I'm lucky in one respect, in that it's a lot harder to really go at it when this is actually literally an area of my expertise.
Yeah.
I mean, I've lived there. I've seen it. I've photographed it. I've read the languages. I can work with this shit. I mean, it's a little different in that regard, but that didn't help Norman. So it's a little problematic. I think one of the things that makes it helpful that I've managed to avoid some of the stuff so far is that as harsh as I can be critically, it's a lot harder to paint me as a partisan. You can't easily like, he's like completely blind to this, totally committed to that, like waving the flag. I don't do that. I'll criticize everybody involved in this because every one of them fucks up in different ways. Like,
and that has been driving me absolutely crazy because, like, I've had a few conversations with Zionists in my life, and first of all, like every point they make, I just want to like forward them one of your videos. Like, it's not a genocide. Yes, it is. Like, here's the video. Like, this isn't collective punishment. Yes, it is. Like, here's how we define it. But also just the fact that, like, especially with me, because like I was born in Russia, and then I moved to the U.S. and I'm Jewish. So like I criticize the shit out of every nation and everything that is part of my identity, because like. And one of the points is like, because I'm Jewish, I could be a citizen of Israel. So then don't I have an even larger right to be critical of that nation? And so like, it's not brainwashing, right? Like brainwashing is what it used to, I used to be. And so, yeah.
Again, it didn't help Norman, so it's still always problematic. But again, the fact that I'm also Jewish makes it a little harder too. So I mean, I think it's largely because I don't easily come off as like a hyper partisan. I think that has given me a little bit of cover over the years. But I'm fucking savage about this shit, and I do it on my public Twitter. I mean, I just posted the whole like pushing people into the Sinai shit the other day. I'm like, oh, come at me, Elon. I don't, whatever, like I'm not going to not talk about this shit, but I'm not a fan of anybody in the area either. So they're all fucked up governments.
I think that if you're not able to like this, that's the whole loop that we've been getting stuck on, is like, if you can't criticize the government, and I'm like, okay, well, like, what about Doctors Without Borders? Like, okay, they're getting their numbers from Hamas. I was like, okay, so like what pro-Palestinian, let's say, bit of information is valid? Because if none of it is valid, then we can't have a conversation.
And again, people are going to approach it ideologically, so they have a reason to shut that out. They don't want to touch it. But the fact that the WHO looks at how the health ministry gathers this data and says this is accurate, they're doing the right thing. I mean, what are you supposed to do at that point? You have to go down to some like tinfoil beanie like rabbit hole that says like, oh, the UN is antichrist. And like,
really that.
If you're going to go that far, then yeah, there's no point having a conversation. But The fact that the WHO and Médecins Sans Frontières and the UN all say this is credible, people have an ideological reason to reject it, and you can't reason with that. It's not a factual issue for them. As far as I'm concerned, and this I know this is frustrating to a lot of people, don't waste your time on people like that. It's not worth your time. The people to talk to are the people who already are kind of on the fence or don't know enough about it, and they're like, I'm not sure I know enough about this. Can we talk more about it? That's where we need to put our energy. If you're wasting your time arguing with nationalist trolls, it's pointless. And it's true for every possible group in the world. Anybody that's hardcore committed to something, they have a reason to do that. They have an emotional and psychological reason to have those commitments. The only people that can help them get out of that is themselves or a very close affinity group working very slowly. So in my own circle around me, people that I have a close relationship with, I have managed to have an influence on people over time. But that's because they know me. No one is going to change their positions and stop being a Zionist because they watched a fucking TikTok video. It's not possible. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's fear-based, right? So it's if something is so fear-based, it's like a house of paper cards. Once you topple one, everything falls down. So you can't let go of any of it, right? Because if you admit that maybe whatever it is, then you have to face the truth, and everything kind of topples over.
For sure. And for a lot of people, because it's part of a tribal identity for them, it's part of their own circle, it would cause them to challenge their own identity, who they think they are as a person, and how they relate to everyone around them in their lives. It's like, I don't know, think about people who've left really tight-knit religious communities. Like you talk to like ex-Mormons or something about this, and then ask them how their family and friends treated them. That's a very difficult thing for anyone to do, to affect your own immediate tribal relations. Even if you can get past the way it affects your personal identity, if somebody can break that kind of tribal conditioning in their own lives, that's hard enough. But there are social consequences, and those often keep people from even trying to do so. You're not going to be open to the possibility.
Yeah, it's almost like I always wonder, who actually leaves, right? Like, what is the formula? Like, everyone will say, like, we'll have the same thing, but someone is like, okay, this is fucked up, right? This is wrong. And another person will be, no, like, this is 100% right. Like, what is it? Is it just their wiring,
Well, honestly, and this is a sad one here, but I'll make a simple point for y'all that's kind of out of an evolutionary and anthropological perspective, right? Our truths are socially constructed by our tribal relation to one another. Yeah. And we are preconditioned to favor those truths because it was super useful, as we were developing as a species. It's just maladaptive when our populations are so huge in these big complex states. Most of what we believe isn't actually true. It's just, it works. It's functional. It makes sense for us. I mean, this giant ass brain is like a pattern engine. It will make sense of the world regardless of the data you give it. So if I've got no data on how clouds work, then of course the gods are crying, because it makes sense. And that will fill that need. That will answer a question. When you have answers to questions of identity, of basic personal identity that are well established within a particular social sphere, it is very difficult to break that conditioning because that is their reality. That's literally the world in which they live. So you're asking someone to admit that squares are circles or that the world is flat. That's how it works for people on a psychological level. This is why having basic factual conversations when your worldviews are so different is so hard. Yeah. Because your reality is fundamentally different. So it's possible to work around that kind of stuff, but it's actually quite difficult. But the first step is actually recognizing where our truths come from and how they work for people. Because when something is so tightly a part of your own personal identity, you just, what are you supposed to do about that? And one of the problems about this conflict in particular the Zionists did a fantastic job of conflating a romantic connection to that land with a connection to that state. And this is one of the problems I think that a lot of anti-Zionists have to get over too, because Zionism as a basic idea is never going away. It is a fundamental part of Jewish identity. Some romantic connection to that land is a part of that history. It's always going to matter to some people, to some more than others, but it's always going to matter. It can't really be removed because Judaism is an ethnic identity that is rooted in that history. It's not really a religion in the sense that Christianity is a religion. It is an ethnic identity rooted in a particular romantic, mythic view of the past. But that does not mean that you have to support an ethnic cleansing state. Those are two completely different things. And when people try to go at it saying, well, we have to get rid of like the Zionist mentality, that actually becomes an attack on Jewish identity. It becomes an attack on the traditions. It becomes an attack on Torah, right? It's very difficult for a lot of people to hear that. What instead we have to do is help people to decouple that. Their understanding of Zionism doesn't have to be what Ben Gurion created. It literally does not have to look like that at all, or even exist for Zionism to still be, a part of someone's identity. It could be a completely different thing, and that can still be there. But the questions of identity are so fundamental here, and it's one of the reasons that, again, I think there's a PR issue here. I think a lot of Palestinians shoot themselves in the foot by attacking Zionism in the wrong way. There are legitimate ways to attack it, but pointing to Neturei Karta is a terrible way to do that. Like point to a bunch of like radical fundamentalists that think women are fucking demonic. I mean, come on, really? The Haredim are not your allies in this fight. There are ways to be anti-Zionist without actually offending people's sense of themselves. We have to break the connection that they made between that kind of state and the romantic yearning, if that makes sense.
No, absolutely. It's a long game. That's a long, long road.
It is. It's a hard fight, but because they've got a 100-year head start, and honestly, Palestinians have been really shitty at PR on this, and honestly, a lot of the Jewish allies have done a shitty job too. But there's a reason quite a few of us, in the States and whatnot, are not Zionists, right? And there's a reason too for a lot of the like anti-Zionist or left type factions tend to use words like post-Zionism instead. It literally means the same fucking thing, but it doesn't have that triggering anti that questions someone's identity. It's like, okay, well, this movement existed, it created a state, now what? How do we deal with people in a just way? Like, how can we move forward from the past? It's a way of trying to say, let's focus on where we can go, not let's replay the battles of the 1890s, and where it turned wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it's like beyond it. So you're not taking something away; you're replacing it with something better potentially.
Exactly. You're trying to take that in a new direction. How can we build this identity in a constructive and positive manner going forward that learns the lessons of the past, rather than saying, let's challenge your fundamental sense of self and let's relitigate 100 years worth of conflict here and make you the bad guy. Because no one wants to face that. This is the problem you have in the U.S. too. When we look at the reaction in the U.S. to like the 1619 thing that the New York Times got going with. Yeah, slavery is a huge part of what made the U.S. what it was. But it's a very difficult thing for people to face. And there's better ways to do it. There's really good ways to get people to help them to understand what that past means. But a lot of people, if they feel personally attacked, they get super defensive and then they align with the reactionaries. And next thing you know, you're elevating Trumps. It's like, you have to be clever about how you do it when a question of identity is there. And I think that oftentimes we're not really effective at approaching people psychologically.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna let someone else go. I appreciate this as always.
So I have a follow-up question.
Israel is Israel is a super racist. Israel is actually racist the way the U.S. was 80 years ago. Anybody saying Israel is not racist the same way? Holy shit. I could tell you so many fucking stories. Sorry to cut you off at the last minute, but I saw this line in the chat. Like, wow. Okay, so you were saying something.
I have a follow-up question. Based on
Let her finish.
based on
She was concluding something, and then we can.
Thank you for the time. I'm gonna let someone else go. I really appreciate this as always, and I'm excited to read the book and let you know.
Thanks. I look forward to hearing that.
question here is this: based on the social environment that we just talked about in the state and how like doom and gloom it looks like, do you think you and like the people that are similar that criticize everyone basically are not censored to be the pressure valve of that social environment?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So like there is a movement in the economy. Like now when you're talking, there is a lot of people that saying yes, yes, finally someone is saying it publicly. So do you think these voices, someone like your voice, are not censored on purpose in order to be the pressure valve of
Ah,
crowd?
I think largely it's a matter of me being irrelevant. I'm not leading a mass movement. I don't have a significant platform. I mean, I think if you add up all of my social media, I've got like 25,000 maybe people that follow me. I mean, it's not that big a deal. I mean, look at Sean King just got thrown off of Instagram, When you get into the millions, somebody reacts more. I don't think that anyone would have actually made the connection and said I can be a pressure valve in that sense. But if that gets big enough and there are 1 million people following me, then they might view it that way. If it gets to where I'm leading marches, then they will probably just cancel me. So it's where you reach a certain critical mass that they can take you seriously. And I don't mean they in a conspiratorial sense. I mean like just the basic power structure in general. But
Well, I'm not talking down on what you're doing, because that the 200 people listening are really changing. Like you change a perspective on an individual level. But because I saw that idea in like a dictatorship state as Syria, and I saw how they let specific voices become the pressure valve in that sense. So I was wondering if there is something similar in the state out of that sense.
um, oh, hold on a second. I'm trying to do. Okay, I think it's disconnect. I was trying to do what somebody had asked it, because I think they said that if I do the disconnect, it actually has something to do with the algorithm or whatever, rather than people just dropping down themselves.
I
So
would handle that for
I keep
you.
trying to do that.
I would handle that for you. I've been paying attention to the
Oh,
chat.
cool. Are you able to drop people out of them? Then?
Yes, yeah. I'm able to rise and yes. So I've been paying attention to
know
that.
if I can do that or not. So I mean, because initially I had to do it. So I'm glad we got some of the moderating stuff better.
Yeah. That's why I'm just hanging out here to but before anybody Athena wanted to ask a follow-up question. I don't know if Rebel was finished. I apologize, but
I'm still trying to figure out like how I can. I'm still not sure what to say honestly about that. I think it's regardless of the size of audience. I think it is important that people are willing to do the kind of crap that I want to try and do. And I don't do that out of some weird inflated sense of my own worth, because I'm small potatoes at the end of the day. But I don't care if I'm talking only to 3 people. If it has some effect and it helps them, great. It's one of the reasons I love what I do for a living. I'm perfectly happy to teach, because the impact that I can have there, if it gives them some new critical skills and helps them in their lives, great. I don't know that it has a huge enough effect for anybody to really take it seriously, though. But it does. But the existence of some things like this, I don't think they're not going to clamp down on everything. They're not going to chase down every single person who's critical. It's no one's going to bother chasing me off of these platforms yet. But the algorithms still do affect it. Like I've been shadow banned on Twitter since Musk took over. It used to be my biggest audience. I used to I had like almost 10,000 people on that platform alone, and it was growing rapidly. And if you go into the search bar and type in my exact handle, you cannot find me. I literally don't exist. You have to like manually go to like the URL and like put it up there and go straight to the page. Otherwise, it's impossible to get new followers for me. I'm unsearchable.
William, that's because this is your time. This is like what you are actually. This is like, you know what I mean. Like you're. This is the perfect moment in a sad way, but I mean it is. This is like
In that one, I
this
mean,
is
that
your
happened to be
time.
that happened that happened when Musk took over. That's probably because I've been calling him a fascist for a long time.
Well,
That's
like I
true.
didn't ask that to like put down what you're doing. Absolutely not. I want to understand how they like if they allow certain people in certain social environment to become the voice of the oppressed in
They
order for the general public to vent.
Right. As long as it doesn't reach a critical point. Why I again point to like people like Sean King, right? So you can get to a point where you have a significant platform and you are raising awareness and they'll think that's fine. We can deal with that. We can discredit him in different ways. But if those numbers get big enough, then they start shutting you out in different ways. And there's a ton of ways this country has done for that. Sometimes just, canceling your platform. Other times they found other ways to remove, inconvenient voices, but it below a certain threshold. Like, okay, so think about like out of the classic civil rights era struggles, right? Dr. King was fine with the power structures, even though he was even organizing people against capitalism and war and everything else. It was fine because most Americans hated him. It's hilarious to me to watch Republicans talk about how great he was now. Opinion polls are like 85% of Americans thought the guy was terrible. They thought he was like some kind of weird communist agent or subversive, like, like no one liked him at the time outside of his movement. So it was fine to have somebody like that leading a mass movement because that mass movement was still a very small subset of the total population. As soon as you start to have more of an effect beyond that kind of crossover appeal, that gets dangerous.
So I would like just to add a comment. So I am like a history enthusiast, and because of the censorship that took place after.
Second, I think we do need to respect some of the order, especially in favor of my
Sorry,
moderators.
sorry.
I think that Athena actually had something that she'd said even in the chat that wanted to go next. So
Yeah, I think I just wanted to ask a brief question, and then Goth Drac has been was already on the panel, then was dropped, and then came back again, and then
we'll come back to you.
Cactus.
I'm not trying to diss you, but let's.
Yeah. To what Rebel said, briefly before I ask my question, I think this is what W.E.B. Du Bois also noticed when he came up with the concept of the talented 10th, where he thought that if 10% of Black Americans were to become successful or were to have some type of political power, that they would be able to advocate for the 90%. And he realized, though, later on that the only people that were being allowed success were the people who weren't a danger to the system itself, because the system would never ever give power to anybody who was planning on dismantling it. Which is why you can never dismantle the master's house with the master's tools. And so the system won't allow you that, right? So after W.E.B. Du Bois was a dean of, not a dean, but I forgot which university. Was it Howard, if I'm not mistaken, that he was a professor at? He left.
Okay.
Was it Howard or Brown? I don't forgot which one. But he left his position because he noticed that the people who were in that position weren't necessarily trying to actively dismantle the system, and that is precisely why they were even in those positions as well. But I wanted to ask you a question with regards to. Oh, sorry.
On that, and this is just as a pedantic thing, being an American, because I would want to read that name exactly the same way you are, but in the U.S. and he said Du Bois, so. It sounds funky because If you look at the French, it should be, but he
Yeah.
it's technically voice. So as weird as that sounds, I think we're stuck with
I will boycott that.
it. Okay, there you go.
I
Yeah, for me,
will.
like I would pedantically want to use the actual pronunciation, but
Yeah.
people still like people assimilate and their names change in the way they get pronounced. So
Mhm.
a lot of that weird kind of shit. I mean,
I'm a polyglot, so I like to pronounce words in their original languages all the time. But uh,
I annoy people the same way.
no, but I first of all I want to thank Jax for taking over moderation. I have like a really bad migraine, which is why I've been quiet this whole time. So thank you very much for taking over that moderation, love. But the reason as to why I unmuted is because when you were talking about how to represent your or advocate for your cause and what methods to use. Um, it reminded me of the story of Masha Gessen. I don't know if you've been reading up on Masha Gessen, who was supposed to be taking the. They still ended up taking the Hannah Arendt Award, but they were heavily criticized because of their text in the article in the New Yorker, and the specific part that outraged so many people in Europe, specifically in Germany, was when they said, but as in the Jewish ghettos of occupied Europe, there are no prison guards. Gaza is policed not by the occupiers but by a local force. Presumably, the more fitting term ghetto would have drawn fire for comparing the predicament of besieged Gazans to that of ghettoized Jews. It also would have given us the language to describe what is happening in Gaza now. The ghetto is being liquidated. So they compared Gaza to the Warsaw Ghetto, and how the Warsaw Ghetto was also liquidated after the Warsaw Uprising. And
Let's be
they,
polyglot.
yeah, they received a lot of criticism from a lot of people in Germany. The town Bremen decided also not to host the event where they were supposed to receive the Hannah Arendt Prize, even though Hannah Arendt was famously also anti-Zionism. She critiqued the Israeli state and the racism towards Palestinians within Israel as well, heavily. So my question is, what are your thoughts on the comparison between the Warsaw Ghetto and Gaza? And do you think, because the reason as to why Masha Gessen said that is because they said, we compare in order to prevent, is what they said. And they wanted to kind of use memory politics that exist within Europe today and how the Holocaust or Shoah are depicted in or perceived in collective memory and trauma. So what are your opinions on Masha Gessen's comparisons? Do you think it's effective to use and utilize memory politics in each region to do so?
I think it's difficult if you're trying to sway new people to use terms like this, because it plays on a lot of very primal emotions for people. So I do recognize how difficult that is. It is also, it's principled and it's accurate. I mean, honestly, it's in many ways more accurate for the West Bank, because that's what the PA basically is like capos in the camps, or like, the people running the ghettos, basically doing the policing work to support the colonial power. I think it's slightly less apt in the case of the Strip, but it's partly accurate, especially when you look at the relation between Palestinians there and the Egyptians, because they are so super complicit in that whole process of keeping them kind of penned in. So I get where she was going with that, and I've seen a number of the comparisons. It's not a new comparison either, but But I think I understand why the emotional reaction happened too. It's the same kind of problem you got honestly by using the G word. And realistically, you could apply that shit in 1947, because it fits absolutely the definition from the very beginning. But because it's so close to Shoah, it's very difficult for people to look at that and actually see that again. It's like your realities are different. You can't interact on it, and the problem with specific events in the Shoah too, whether you're talking about the camps, or whether you're talking about things like the Warsaw Ghetto, it plays into a lot of the kind of generational trauma and fear that you have already, and it affects a non-Jewish audience in very similar ways because they know that they were all complicit with that shit. And if they can recognize this, then they know that they're complicit in this, and it forces them to accept that they didn't learn a goddamn thing from what Schittler did. And that's really true here. They didn't. I mean, what people did in latching on to the Israeli state was it was a way to feel like they got over their anti-Semitism without actually criticizing the bases of it, without really ever doing the self-examination necessary. And that the things that made them complicit with what the Yazis did are still there. And you can see that in how everyone turns a blind eye to this and or overtly supports what's happening. So it's challenging that identity again, because people now, they understand, oh, Shoah bad. Oh, we learned from that. We know do Shoah again. We have learned. We are better. And then you get them to see, oh, it's the same fucking shit. Oh, God damn it. We're the bad guys again. Europeans don't want to do that. Europeans don't want to look in the mirror and see an SS hat because that's what they're wearing. And they don't want to recognize that. Do you see what I'm trying to get at here? If you make a connection between something that people have recognized is bad and think they have gotten better from, then this is exactly the opposite. It pushes them away. You're hitting people on a very, very primal level. I think it's honestly psychologically more effective to compare what's happening there to the Bantustans of South Africa, because people don't have the emotional connection to that in the same way. It doesn't hit them as personal a level, and it's exactly the kind of parallel. What the cantonments, the West Bank, and the Strip have been carved into are literally like the fake states that South Africa created, the Bantustans for the Xhosa people and whatever. Like it's a very similar dynamic, and the Israelis literally learned that shit from it. They studied it. They were close allies for quite a while. Mm-hmm. So that, I think, is an argument works too, because it also gets to that's bad, and we knew that was bad, but it doesn't have the same depth of direct complicity where Europeans all contributed to the Shoah. They all played a part in making that work. So I think it hits them on a very different level. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. I'm just wondering if sometimes discomfort and anger are also needed to kind of push people towards change, because if we're too comfortable, we become complicit as well.
Yeah, no, I want people to be uncomfortable, but it's like you're challenging people on some level, but you're also giving like some other way to productively do it without making people turn inward and like, oh, it's all bad, oh, it's all terrible. Like it's a hard road. Some people have to face that, and we have to bring more and more people into awareness of it. And I applaud those kind of contributions. I make those connections in my classes, and believe me, I scare the bejesus out of some of my students by talking about some of this stuff this way. Like, I show them this is how fucked up this is, and y'all are paying for it. Like this is what your money is paying for, right? And that's hard. I mean, it's really damaging, but they chose to be there, and they chose to subject themselves to that kind of forced awakening. Not everyone did. And that's the problem with like a mass thing like that. When you put out a big article and everyone talks about it, that's a lot harder to do. So I think this kind of consciousness raising needs to be done in something closer to a controlled environment where you can help people to recover from it and learn and be better without feeling like they're so attacked and hurt. But in the broader media sphere, and this is where, again, Palestinians need to get better at PR, I think there are better parallels that can be made that will have the same force. It'll show how bad this system is without actually turning people actively against Palestinians.
Yeah, so Masha Gessen is not Palestinian. They're a Russian. They're
exactly.
Russian American. Yeah. Okay.
I'm saying but the argument turns people against the argument makes people more reflexively pro-Israel is what I'm saying. When you bring up a connection like that, it makes it like, oh crap, I have to now support Israel, because otherwise I have to challenge a lot more myself. And yes, somebody asked all Europeans. Yes, all Europeans were complicit. Yeah, I mean, not all complicit in the same way.
And if they didn't, they just pretended to have plausible deniability.
There was a significant partisan movement. Tons of people fought back against it, but the states all played a part in this. Hell, I think Bulgaria is the only one that actively resisted it, and it's the only country in Europe whose Jewish population went up during the war. I think they're literally the only country that as a country, within the Axis sphere. Now, okay, so the Danes helped smuggle Jews. There are individuals that helped out in different areas, but not really, really hardcore. I mean, they all collaborated in some way with the status quo, and it's very difficult to deal with because the people running them today are inheritors of those states, and it gets back to something fundamental about their identity. Why were so many people willing to do it within each country? Why were so many people willing to say, yeah, the Jews hiding in that house next door, turn them in? There's so many unexamined cultural problems in Europe. So it's not all human beings, but there is a collective responsibility because in every single country, there were people actively willing to collaborate, join the Waffen-SS, everything, so there's an underlying cultural issue that exists still, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So, thank you for answering my question. I think Gothrak is next. Cactus dropped, so after Gothrak, Fufu would be next.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Awesome. Hey, I had a question about ancient history. I'm sorry to get off topic.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it's way off topic. I know. Sorry, Professor Leo. So the first one is my question is the early Hebrew / Judaism that was polytheistic, right? What gravitated them towards taking from Zoroastrianism? I'm sorry, I brutalized that. I probably did. Or what enticed them to take from that religion?
There's a lot of interesting theories around this. So I can give you kind of like a synthesis of some of the different trends, but it's very difficult to know exactly what all was involved. Some of it is going to be a little bit of the a kind of cultural influence from Atanism. So there's a little bit of connection there because the region actually was controlled for quite some time by Egypt and was connected to it during that New Kingdom period when Atanism was a significant push. There was an attempt to kind of create a kind of henotheistic ideal. There also is, in the synthesis of Yahweh and El as gods, where they're originally distinct but bring them together, it creates a more complex kind of deity that is okay. So where originally you have deities for different specific natural functions, right? And they all do different things. But and the relation with them is mostly ritual based. But when you start to say this deity does several things, then it starts to put you trending toward that direction. And by connecting a god of warfare and nature with a high god or sky god, you make a much more interventionist kind of deity already. So those two things kind of set the stage for the interaction. You also have kind of simmering in the background, and will later kind of follow the Persian connection. There are trends philosophically in much of the Greek world, and these will later actually heavily influence Judaism. And a lot of Greek religion was actually trending toward monotheism. People tend to forget that. Most of the Greek gods, sorry, Athena, most of the Greek people didn't believe in the Greek gods in the same way. Like they became like object lessons in how not to be a douchebag. But people basically developed.
Blasphemy.
They had a whole bunch of like distinct mystery cults, different mystery religions that were often frequently monotheistic, as well as the philosophical traditions. Even things like Stoicism that started off more materialistic became a monotheistic philosophical ideal. Same with like Neoplatonism. So there's a lot of converging trends that are outside of Yuda, that are all heading in the same basic direction. It's kind of like it's in the zeitgeist, I guess. But when you have a consistent long-term Persian cultural influence, and the Persians only worship Mazda,
Yeah.
and they had and their god also what made it a particularly important influence was and the English term for anybody is Zoroastrianism. I tend to prefer like Mazdaism, because it relates more to like Mazda Yasna, which is the actual name for it. And it like actually centers the god. So it's kind of like the difference between like saying Mohammedanism versus Islam or something, you know? Like, so I prefer Mazdaism, but we're stuck with Zoroastrianism. I guess mouthful of a word.
Right.
The thing that's important about that is that it wasn't actually a truly universalistic religion any more than Judaism is. They make universal truth claims about the cosmos, but it's a religion that's distinctly tribalistic. It's for a group of people. The Iranian religion was for Iranians, and they didn't give a shit what anybody else had. They were perfectly willing to acknowledge all your other gods. So like Cyrus was like, yeah, I'm totally going to acknowledge like the Jewish god and the Babylonian god, and Cambyses acknowledged the Egyptian god and became a pharaoh. Like, they had no problem dealing with these other religions. Their religion was for them only. And that made it easier for these early Jews to gravitate toward its worldview, because it was very similar to theirs, because their religion was for theirs only. They had a tribal religion too. So it helped to push them over the edge, you know, through henotheism into monotheism. But there's a lot of things converging all at the same time that all play a part in that.
Wow. Yeah, thank you for giving me an answer.
No worries. I mean, I honestly find that whole process fast. I mean, I love the history of religions and how they develop over time.
Oh yeah,
and
like, you know,
they all do. None of them show up with exactly the truth there. I mean, and this is, I mean, it's true for Islam too. All religions shift and change in their interpretations. They've all grown over time. So I find that whole process fascinating.
Oh yeah, but yeah, that's all I had. So I'll let you get to. Yeah.
Honestly, it's always fun to go back to that, because the Persian influence in the world is so underrated. It really is.
Like, it had so much influence.
Everyone loves talking about how the Greeks spread their ideas into Central Asia and influence it. And yeah, that's true. But a shitload of Persian ideas went into the Mediterranean too.
Oh yeah.
And tons of Greek writers, they all knew about the Persian religion. Like, tons of ideas were spreading all over the Mediterranean. So it's part of this whole process, and we tend to just leave it out now because it's declined so much as a religion. It's basically like dropped below the point where we can recognize it, you know?
Yeah, aren't they only like 240,000 globally now?
Yeah, there's something like 300,000, and most of them are in like Gujarat now. They're not there. I mean, in actual Iran, I think it's like 30,000.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's tiny. They still exist. They're there, but there's not many of them.
Is their numbers getting lower because they're how they convert? It's harder to convert to that belief structure.
Most Zoroastrian priests have historically said that no one can convert.
Oh wow.
It's becoming possible in some rare cases now, in the same way that it is for the Samaritans, because they know that if they don't, they're fucked. They'll cease to exist.
Yeah.
As long as it stays an ethnic-only religion. That was like, okay, so Judaism is a tribal faith, but you can convert into it. It has always grown its tribe.
Yeah.
That made Judaism, while Judaism is small, that is what made Judaism a world religion. It's still tribal in its conception, but it's actually able to grow and expand beyond, just having kids. The Samaritanism and Zoroastrianism fucked themselves by never allowing conversions. And for centuries, neither of them did. Minerva, minime.
There's a question in the chat. It's where in history is the first indicated monotheism the earliest accounts?
There are people arguing for it in different ways going back quite a long time, but the first significant place something like it is tried is probably Egypt. But even there, Atonism is really more henotheistic than monotheistic. So it's really, honestly, true monotheism probably doesn't develop until you get to things like the Greek philosophical schools and the last form of Temple Judaism. Other things are largely like earlier forms of Judaism pushing in that direction are more henotheistic. Atonism is more henotheistic. So like you acknowledge that other gods exist, but you only have the one that you focus on. Oh, what is it? Verify to continue. What the hell? It just asks me to verify something. That was
Sometimes
weird.
when you're on live for a little bit, they do ask you. I don't know. It's sometimes in the app updates. You know why? Because remember, Liam, you were on earlier with Chip, so it's been a while. That's why. Do you need a moment?
Not yet. Although probably sometimes I probably should get another drink sometime soon, just because talking makes me thirsty.
Yeah, exactly. A little refreshment, a little bit of water would be great.
Down, but I think yeah. So maybe after this topic, I'll take a quick break and get a drink. But
I
yeah,
think it has
it's
to do with
difficult to
it has
pinpoint
to do
exactly
with
where it starts
oh
because
sorry.
there's so many. It's kind of like with oh gosh, how am I supposed to say the handle? Gotrak, Gothrak. How should I say? I don't want to say your actual name. What's how am I supposed to say that?
Gothrak.
Gothrak.
Yeah,
Gothrak.
yeah. I
Okay,
know,
so
right?
it kind of
Sounds
goes
like
back to the way
Klingon out of Star Trek, right?
it's kind of like how I was saying there. It's more like instead of a single point, it's more like it's a long term convergence, and it's very difficult to say who got to it first.
Yeah,
Um, it's more like with how you get to monotheism in the first place is for it. It's more like over a long period of time in quite a few related societies, more and more people are starting to think, you know what, this kind of makes more sense. And it's really at the core of it, it's about an evolution in what religion means. Because in the ancient world, religion was largely a transactional relationship built on rituals to survive a complex natural world. I need to know, will this storm kill me? You know, I need to deal with basic questions like fertility. You know, like I need to deal with my environment. How do I make sure that there's enough plants here next year when we wander back into this area? We should acknowledge the goddess that takes care of these plants. But as you get more and more complex society, when you have more and more people living together in very large states, that those concerns don't matter as much anymore, and people start thinking much more cosmologically about like questions of ethics and how we should relate to each other, and you know what is the meaning of life on a much deeper level. And that tends to push people more toward, well, either A, more materialistic philosophies, or B, toward a more monotheistic religion that kind of like encompasses a moral dimension. Most ancient religions, and I know this confuses a lot of people, most ancient religions didn't give a shit about morality. Because
no,
the gods
they
did
didn't.
not care how well you treated your neighbor. It wasn't relevant to them. What mattered was you gave me that sacrifice so I didn't send you a disease.
Yep.
Because I don't care
Eating
about
my
you.
fruit bowl now.
Yeah, it's a very different. It's not the same kind of religion at all. It's not what we would recognize as religion. But what you have developing in the late classical period is what eventually becomes a recognizable religion, and that means everyone's ultimately trending in that direction toward a kind of monotheism, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
So
understand what you're saying. Is there any like archaeological evidence of showing when like Hebrew/Judaism was polytheistic?
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
there really is.
Oh, there's a shitload of idols that have been dug up, inscriptions that have been dug up. We've got all kinds of things in Hebrew honoring different gods and goddesses. We've got drawings of different gods, you know, from ancient Hebrews.
Oh wow.
So yeah, no, they're part of the same basic Canaanite continuum.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
the
So
archaeology in Israel and Judah is the same as the archaeology in Edom and Moab and Ammon and up in Phoenicia and Ugarit. It's all this. They're all dealing with the same basic pantheon,
uh,
and we have a ton of figurines and inscriptions dug up.
another question I had, and this is kind of ties into the biblical Old Testament. I was curious: is the reason why they were able to conquer the Canaanites so quickly is it because of the Bronze Age collapse?
Well, they didn't actually conquer the Canaanites, so that's
Oh, okay.
a big problem. This is actually funny because despite himself being an atheist, Ben Gurion actually made a big deal out of the Joshua story and tried to like connect that to what Israel was doing or the Zionists were doing. But the Joshua account is political fiction. The Canaanites were not actually conquered at all.
Oh, wow.
What becomes the Israelites is an actual Canaanite. It's an evolution of their own culture. They're literally the same fucking people.
Wow. Okay, got it.
The archaeology actually completely contradicts the narrative in that regard. There's places where the biblical narrative works and places where it doesn't. The outside conquest of a bunch of people coming out of Egypt and coming in and conquering, that's all fiction. And largely it serves a political purpose because at the time that story was being written, the Assyrians were collapsing. So that the northern hill country, which is much more fertile, was available. So a story about a united monarchy and their original conquest of this area within Judah gives them a way to kind of justify themselves conquering that land and crushing all those temples and merging the peoples. It's a very complex process. The Samaritans actually are possibly a remnant of the people who said no way, right, and kept to their own.
Awesome.
But but eventually the cultures merge in those areas. But I think that it's a much later story. When Judah is expanding itself to the north, it needs a story about a previous larger state and a kind of like unifying conquest narrative that we're all the same people and we all did this together. So your people, your leaders have just taken you in the wrong direction. We are restoring the natural order. I mean, if you actually follow Joshua's the narrative of Joshua's conquest, it very closely aligns with what kings like Josiah did in taking the north, like the order of taking cities out and whatnot. And a lot of the details described in it actually fit that period. Like the archaeology, if you go back and look at the city, like just a fun one here. So like Jericho, right?
Yeah.
You know, everyone's heard like the story of like they marched around the walls and blew the horns and the walls came down.
Yeah.
If you go to that time period of Joshua, it didn't have any walls.
Wow.
Those walls were built centuries later. So like the details all fit a later time period and kind of fit that anyway. So it's, but yeah, they didn't have to conquer. It's more like they emerged out of it. It built a distinct identity in that area that then to justify its difference, like why are we like this? It had to come up with a national mythology, a way to understand itself. And all peoples do that.
Yeah, I understand that then. Oh, okay, cool. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
Question, Justin, would you recommend a book regarding the subject? Would you recommend a book regarding this subject?
For a kind of lay audience, the choices are pretty slim because most of this stuff it covers only specific aspects of it. It gets very when you're dealing with this kind of complex interaction between text and archaeology. It's a very complex topic. I think this probably is a decent introduction to some of the challenges to it. This was consciously written by archaeologists for a lay audience, so it's more accessible, I think. Where most of these things, they assume you know a shitload of things already about ancient history, so it'd be hard.
I actually took a screenshot for my daughter because she's also doing I don't know if I told you her paper for her university when she was writing about across the pew. That was like so I'm definitely recommending that book for her.
Yeah, I think if somebody wants to get into this topic, I'd say start with something like that, and then any specific areas in it, ask me for like where should I go from now for this point?
I
I can do there,
apologize. She wanted the book back because she didn't take a screenshot.
Here. I think I'm covering their names.
I'm sure that that's fine right now. Perfect. Thank you, Liam.
But yeah, there's a on this specific topic that is half of this, all of this shelf, all of this shelf. Well, nearly all of this one. This is not, and a significant part of this one, and all the one down here, and over here, and here. There's a significant part of what's in this room about the evolution of the religions in the area. And up here,
I think my daughter is going to stay with you for a month.
there are a lot of different directions you can go with this, but I'd say start with that because it doesn't make the kind of assumptions most of these texts make about their audience. And I mostly read the specialist works. The reason I have that is because I've literally assigned it in classes. Trying to get give people an introduction to this question. So I've used that one for students. So that's why I know it. But yeah.
Okay. Now we go back to the panel. Fufu is next in the order.
Then can I get
yes.
some?
Let's go get your refreshment, please.
Is that okay?
Of course.
Is Fufu okay?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I'm gonna go heat up.
And in the meantime, I could fill in if anybody's new to the live. I apologize for my raspy voice, but this is open class, office hours, as Dr. Liam, usually says. You can request to be raised on the panel if you have any questions regarding. He's a historian, a savant, in fact, and you request you could go onto the panel, and he will gladly answer any questions. We do have a queue, and we do go down the panel. We don't interrupt each other, and we stay on with that, and we definitely don't interrupt Liam. And obviously Liam loves to interact with people, so if you can put on your camera, that'd be great. And if you ever just send him a gift, he actually gets very giddy about it, but we all do because we want to make our amazing doctor happy. He also has a YouTube channel. I believe it's called Mad Scientist. I will have to double check it with him. And that he uploads a lot of his lives that he has recorded onto there, and there's plenty of other, educational parts to it. And you could always request a book, and he pulls it out of his library, and he does not bend his pages or break the crease, and that is why we love him.
That is funny.
No, that's correct. I'm sorry, Mad Professor. That's right. Thank you so much for clarifying it. And then yes, and then Fufu, you'll be next, and then Fight the Power, you'll be after Fufu. Yes, I'm a New Yorker. I'm actually from Brooklyn, but I'm in Jersey now. I'm going through the comments to make sure I didn't miss any questions. I know, Vengeful. I know you want his library. Everybody does. And I'll raise you, user. I'll bring you up also. And you'll be after Fight the Power. I like saying that. Fight the power. And we are giddy here. It's very lighthearted. Can you ask them? Okay, we got that. I'm just going through the comments and speaking to myself. How's everybody doing on the panel?
You could try. I don't know if I should say this, but you could try like a hot water, not hot, like mild, with like salt and gargle, and let the salt water go to your throat.
Oh, I've been honey and lemon has been my you have no idea. I got COVID, and then after that I got the flu. So I have just been, it's like one after the other. It just hasn't stopped.
Yeah, and the COVID, it's now it's hitting like the throat, like you feel like,
Yes, this time.
yeah, that's how I get it.
Oh, you did too? Yeah, it affected me like upper rather than usually. Like, the last time I had it, it just affected me more. I was like tired and migraines, but this one got my throat.
Yeah, this one, like you could like the salt kill the microbes because I don't know, the COVID kind of like just go to your tensile, and I don't know what it does there, but it just like take your voice and stuff like that. And
I
the
love
salt
it.
helps the salt helps clean everything there.
Yes, it does. It does. It's nice to do like a steam, like one of those with you when you just breathe in the steam. That.
Yeah, that's one. That's good too. But like salt will like work quickly, and also a lemon and honey that also works. They all have like antiseptic properties.
Oh, nothing happened earlier. Somebody said sorry for earlier. You didn't do anything. Nothing wrong. Oh, are you talking? Oh, that's okay. I don't know if anybody did anything. I don't think I ever, no one ever bothers me. Yes, and Dr. Liam has two beautiful cats. One is Minerva. She's the orange floof that is the boss right now, and I'm terrible. I forgot this his other baby. Oh, okay. Socrates. You're right. Minerva and Socrates. But Minerva is the boss right now. She's the boss of the house.
Okay. Sorry that took a minute longer. Dog had to go outside too.
Floof.
All right. I was gonna add something about like Trump come to power like by surprise. Like they could not believe how quickly and fast he just climbed to the top. And yeah, and it took them by surprise. And after that, the mainstream media, like especially like social media, they thought like social media have helped Trump a lot. They really believe in the propaganda. They believe in it like so much, like they believe in God. And while the propaganda works, sometimes it's not guaranteed that it will work all the time. Because we know that you go and censor someone who has like 5 million followers or 3 million followers, and you take his account because it become a challenge, his narrative or his like point of view become a challenge to you, and you have to censor him. So that kind of climate that took place after Trump won have created space for TikTok to emerge. Because TikTok was nothing compared to what to Facebook and Google, basically YouTube. Everyone was on YouTube and Facebook, and things were working fine. But when they start to censor people, TikTok emerged quickly. It
Well,
was
I'm already shadow banned here. I don't show up in people's feeds here yet either.
yes, but now TikTok was under like stress for like 4 or 5 years. So since 2000. Since the pandemic, it's been like, the lawmakers have been like pressuring it. Do you want to buy it? Do you want to place regulation on it? They were trying to bargain with this platform But the problem is, like, even if they take TikTok, they will open a space for another platform to emerge. While they have another backdoor, which is the ISPs, because like as the mainstream media think that people are stupid, and by listening to multiple sides, they may, basically we will have another Trump because of social media. So if we control a narrative, we won't allow Trump point two. Sorry?
It doesn't work that way. Populism worked long before the internet existed. The reason Trump is powerful is the social circles people are in. It's the different tribal circles that they have. It's not the social media amplifying it. It plays some part, but it's more a matter of like allowing those people to interact together and create their own interesting ecosystem and pass around their little Pepe memes or whatever. But what actually brings people into that is mostly other people around them. So what ends up happening, and this is every single time they have tried to clamp down on that in different ways, it has always helped. Honestly, all of the prosecutions are the reason that Trump is the front runner.
Exactly. So I
What it makes
believe
it look like is, the world's out to get him. He must be right. And like, no, he's not. But it just plays on people's psychology that way.
Yeah, I believe you, because like they believe that social media had played an important role into Trump winning. So that's what they believed. They didn't believe that, maybe
That's a problem. It's a way that liberals will try to process this shit. They did the same thing about the 2011, 2012 Arab uprisings too. Everyone's like, oh yeah, social media did this. Bullshit.
Absolutely right. Absolutely, you're right.
This is not the Facebook revolution, for fuck's sake, but it's the only way a liberal can often process this. Like, well, no one in my circle says anything like this, so they must have learned it on YouTube. Like, no, you are just not getting out of your bubble, and you're not actually interacting with the people who, are going to say Trump 2024, like somebody does in the chat here. People in different social groups are talking about this, and for them, it is very much their reality. And if those circles never interact, they need a way to explain why this phenomenon exists. It's just ignorant as fuck. All they have to do is go into these communities and talk to people.
Right. So people feel frustrated, and they know that they are not doing anything to the people. So the only thing is fixing the choices and forcing people into choosing between the lesser of two evil. And like people are going to build some kind of immunity to your narrative and to your story. If they believe you this year, next year they are not going to believe you. Like you cannot keep fooling people who are frustrated and hungry for like, how long do you think you can keep fooling them by having the same? They hate you. Like they will vote for like demons if they get a choice and not vote for you.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I kept trying to tell people in 15 and 16 that Trump could very easily win, and you had to take him seriously, and they refused to.
And Trump knew. He found his space. He found his space. He knew. He was telling. He was going. I was listening to what he was saying, and he was talking about the chord that he want to hit and work on, that resonate into both parties. And he come from outside, so he was not in the politics, and he utilized that for his advantage by saying like, "Hey, I don't have any history."
It's mostly mythical, and he'd honestly had played with the idea of running for president repeatedly, and he actually was briefly set up to run as a Reform Party candidate for president. He was politically active for a long time, but in a way that made him mostly a figure of the shadows, like a donor, a manipulator of the system. He is part of the swamp that he set out to so-called drain. But the rhetoric about draining the swamp, the idea that there's corruption in Washington, that's a major bipartisan consensus. We can all agree that it's corrupt as fuck. And the question about media too, this is where a capitalist-driven media is ultimately fucking us, because the more people disbelieve in it, the easier it is to fall into that kind of right populism, because if there's no one actually out there to set the record straight, because we think that, well, all these companies running the papers are all corrupt and they're all just lying to us, then who do we have left to believe? Oh, we must believe this guy who says believe only me. The media's lying, believe only me. And that's how you build a kind of cult of personality. It's deeply problematic. Essentially, the propaganda model of capitalist media in the US that people have been discussing since the 70s and 80s, as a problem that will lead to this, has done exactly that. It's entirely predictable, and it's sad because, as flawed as a lot of the reporting is, it's definitely more accurate than any of these politicians are saying, but they've lost the trust. And realistically, if you do not have a functional public sphere, if you don't have a functional free press, a republic cannot survive.
Definitely, yeah. The republic is in a crisis. That's true.
It can't. It honestly, I this is one of the reasons that I don't know that it can survive this crisis. And one of the things that's nice about at least some people turning to alternative medias or social media or things like that, it provides a way to educate ourselves without the major media. But even though they're not content providers themselves, only platforms, they do heavily skew what you see, which means they have the same deleterious impact and are not actually a viable replacement for the public sphere. The lack of a functioning public sphere is one of the key indicators that's driving this country out. And then just there's so many of them. Look at like the collapse of the idea of like a loyal opposition. You need to be able to think that the party on the other side will disagree with you on policies, but they equally love the country. When the other side are traitors and demons who want to destroy the country, a republic cannot stand. And because of the way our Constitution is written, we're stuck with only two parties, and they both look at each other that way. So we're hosed in so many ways. But the media has been a significant factor in this for decades.
And there's another. Since you're a historian, this is my question to you. So I have been I'm like a history enthusiast, and I was trying to understand how did the Islamic Empire collapse, the Roman Empire collapse, and the Carthaginian Empire collapse. So sometimes the collapse comes from outside, where like one civilization are in fight with another civilization, and they lost to the war, and like they cannot come back after that. But like if you look at the Islamic civilization, they fall because of the concept of pluralism, where they start to rely on the merchant and like militia to like solidify their power. Like the caliphate will rely.
Okay, so back up a second here. What do you mean by pluralism?
So pluralism in the modern nowadays it means like special interests, like groups or like lobbyists.
Well, it means multiple voices,
yes, but like politically it means like, let's say APAC and NRA, like just like special, in French they call it like la démocratie pluraliste, like pluralist democracy, which is based on like multiple groups and basically a lobbyist influencing political decision, not the people.
Okay.
And the lobbyists work through propaganda to convince people to elect their guys. So what happened, this is the same concept. This like now, like Obama, let's say like now Biden is ruling, Biden is a president, but you could claim also that Biden is just a vassal of the lobbyist.
Well, theoretically, all of our presidents have been.
It's not the voice of people. It's a vassal of pluralists.
That's not what we tend to mean by pluralism anyway. But I get what you're kind of meaning in terms of like differing interests and the contradictions there. But the thing is, if you're looking at that, the impact of that kind of diversity and differing interests in early Islamic empires, they were uniformly a strength for them. The Umayyad dynasty fell specifically because it only promoted Arabs from the Quraysh tribe of Mecca. So it caused a revolution because that contradicts a fundamental teaching that Islam has about the Ummah, and we're all equals, and we're all, blah blah blah. You can convert into it, and we're all part of this thing. So tons of people who were not actually of originally Arab origin were pissed off. There's a reason that the Abbasid revolution started in Central Asia, way away from Arabia. They felt cut out of it. So it was a lack of pluralism. And the early Abbasid Caliphate was made much stronger by setting its capital in Mesopotamia, where it was at a crossroads with tons of different people and drawing in tons of ideas, where they could draw from the Persians, the previous experience of like running big empires, where they could draw from Greek and Roman philosophical and medical traditions, where they could draw from a ton of the economic expertise of Levantines and Egyptians. They draw in so many different things that it actually made it quite powerful. What drove the Abbasids out in terms of where it became more and more corrupt and ceased to function very well, is it did develop a series of special interests. But those weren't what we would call pluralism in English, like a sense of the diversity there. It was competing power interests, like court intrigues, factionalism inside the court. So, the crap with all the Mu'tazilites and things like that. There's a ton of places where converging interests in the court weakened the administration at a time when they were facing outside pressures. So, like the Turkic migrations, tons of other structural factors. And that's the same thing that ultimately hurt places like Rome and a lot of other empires. There's a certain internal weakness where the government becomes a bit too corrupt, a bit too beholden to competing power interests inside its inner circle. And at the same time, there are crises from outside that have to affect it. Both of them have to converge together to really topple something like that. So in the sense of competing interests in the court, yes, I think we're on the same page there. Saying that it's using the term pluralism implies that it's diversity inside the empire that's the problem, and what it is it's factionalism. It's my party and not your party. And if my party is in power, i.e. in favor in the court, like the caliph supports my position, then I'm going to persecute all of my enemies, which is what the Mu'tazila did, for example. There's tons of places where you can see when a particular faction gains dominance and it attacks its opponents, and it creates a very tribal mentality where these different special interests attack each other, and that simply weakens the internal functioning. If at the same time you have external pressures, then you're screwed.
Yeah, like for me, like when I was like looking into the history in that time, so you see that the caliphate start to rely on this kind of way, like this way of governance, and relying on those like leaders of like an army, and you can call them contractors nowadays, and they start to use a religion. Like we saw like an emergence of like fundamentalist and like kind of what you see here now in America, like using like evangelicals and using kind of religion in a different way, and that's what weakened the empire.
Well, sort of. I mean, okay, so the more toward religious extremes. So if you're thinking about, look at opposite ends of the Muslim world, like Ibn Hazm, in Cordoba, or like Ibn Taymiyyah.
Exactly, like in the Andalus, like that's what killed them.
They are reacting to crises in their own neighborhoods, though. The reason that rose as an important form of Islam is the Mongols, not internal problems inside the empire. The Mongols were simply kicking everyone's asses. They were, unaliving huge numbers of people, and that created a crisis in faith because the Muslims had been on the winning side for a long time. So it was easy to think, well, God's on our side, we're doing the right thing. But when suddenly a bunch of shamanic people, like we're following Tengri the Sky Father out of Asia, that do not understand monotheism, are suddenly kicking your ass, it was easy for people to say, well, maybe we have fallen away somehow, maybe we've lost God's favor. And
yes,
it creates a drive toward redemption, and that I think is what drives it. So it's not that though that the fundamentalism or whatnot weakened the empire. The empire was weakened by getting its ass kicked, and that drove people into
Correct. That's
the
in the east. That's the Abbasid Caliphate, and like the Mongols, like merging on them was like they were already collapsed within. But if you look in the east, in the west, like in Spain, so the fracture, they had, yeah, they divide themselves. But before the conquista, they fought among themselves and they divide themselves to small states, like they were one big state. And then because they were relying on pluralism, like this guy, he's taking care of this region for you and he's ruling on your behalf, but he's so strong, he knows everything, and now he can take you because he controls a lot of things and he can take the rulers out of the game. And what happened, the empire basically divide, like there's a division, and we saw like multiple empires, and then the conquista took them over. And that's what's happening in America. So we could see like people will be like, oh, we are no longer able to live together because nothing's going to get fixed. You like your way, I like my way. We're not going to agree on anything. And the compromise is not working for you, and it's not going to work for me because it's not really compromise, it's a set.
The collapse of the rump state, the successor to the Umayyads. So like Umayyad Spain, what's actually happening there is people were dissatisfied with a more unified administration. They didn't believe the claims when that tiny state tried to hold on to the title of caliph, when they tried to advance a really weird view of themselves, it actually alienated a lot of people. It created that factionalism that ultimately broke it into separate emirates. I don't think it broke up because of the competing influences. I think it broke up because of the structural circumstances at the time, like the very complex geopolitical position they were in, and how badly the Umayyad dynasty handled that.
The Umayyad dynasty were like taken over by it's like a revolution inside. It's like a rebel. Like the Abbasid took them over and they killed all their princes. Just one prince escaped from Damascus, Syria, and ran to the west to Spain, where he created his own empire there.
Right, and that struggled to have any real legitimacy.
Yes.
Clearly it lost, so it was pretty easy for people to think, well, maybe you guys did fuck up. And the arguments that the Abbasids advanced about how the Umayyad had actually betrayed Islamic principles were kind of compelling to a lot of people. So it made it very difficult to consolidate that rump Umayyad state, especially when they retained the pretension of being caliph. So I think it undermined itself, honestly, and created that environment for factionalism.
How can you like use that experience as a way to mitigate the potential collapse of the West? Because there is a guy whose name is Ibn Khaldun who studied the collapse of Spain, and he was there and he tried to prevent the collapse, and he actually wrote about the symptoms of the collapse. He wrote about people will get savage, get harsh. He talked about people. Anyhow, he described the collapse and what was happening in Spain, and he proposed a solution. So, what do you think could happen to the West using the same analogy from history?
First, a quick question: Can anybody else hear me well enough? Somebody says they can't hear well. Is there a mic problem, or you can hear well, or is there a problem?
I can hear you.
Oh, they can. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't know what that was. Maybe I was just looking the wrong direction or something. I don't know.
I think the cat came over for a second.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, maybe she was rubbing up against something that affected it. Okay. The problem here with there are several problems with looking at it, and honestly, Muqaddimas is still an important work to read, but I don't know if it would help a lot of people now because it really is medieval in many ways. But it is a founding text in sociology and trying to study how
societies function as a whole and what causes them to rise and fall. A lot of its conclusions are flawed, but it's thinking about the problems for the first time in a very systematic way. So it's one that we bring up a lot when we talk about the history of that kind of thinking, but a lot of people tend to assume, oh, Europeans made this shit up. Yeah, no, come on. Really, tons of important ideas that the Europeans later got really good at start in the Arab world. Anyway, the problem here ultimately is that humans are really, really bad at learning from history. We repeat the same basic dynamics over and over again because we here haven't really changed in 300,000 years. We have the same freaking brains. And our brains evolved for the savannas of East Africa and very small tribal bands. And when you put people in more complex situations, we tend to react very similarly. It is possible for us to actually study it and think about it, but it's very difficult to apply that on a larger social level because it's difficult to communicate those lessons in an intelligible way to enough people to actually make a difference. Most people continue to fall into and self-sort into the same kind of factions that continually weaken states and societies. There's people like to say things like history repeats itself. It doesn't repeat, but it plays similar melodies a lot. You can see a lot of very similar patterns. If you put humans in the same basic situation, very similar situation, they're going to react in the same basic ways. And a lot of the problem there is really it's evolutionary. It's just part of who we are. There's ways to work around it, but it's very complicated. And what we have to do is find better ways to package the lessons so that it actually works for enough people. Because you can't make everyone a sociologist. It's not going to work, you know. So you're asking a very complicated question, how we can deal with it. It is absolutely possible, and a lot of us do it, studying these dynamics, and you can see the patterns, and you can see where things are going, right? What's wrong with what we're doing here, but you can't easily say, here is how to prevent that from happening. That's a much more complicated problem. And I don't think anyone has a great answer to that, honestly. But we're several of us poke at it in different ways. There's lots of people who talk about it. There's definitely discussion of it, but I don't know that there's a good way to get around that yet. It's a tough nut.
Yeah, well, definitely we know that, like, what's the difference between the first world and the third world? The third world,
Those are nonsensical terms that no one should use either of them. They're literally Cold War relics. The first world is the American bloc. The second world is the Soviet bloc, and the third world is unaligned countries. It's literally a Cold War economic designation.
well,
So
if we use a different terminology, like
third world
advance.
doesn't have anything to do with poor countries at all. I mean, it just means you're choosing a middle path between the socialist and capitalist blocs.
Well, if we use a different terminology, like developed world and non-developed world.
Yeah, I mean, some people do that, or global north and global south and things like that. The problem with developmental type terms is it does imply a kind of inferiority without really dealing with the causes of that inferiority. And it also seems to imply a kind of monodirection to history, a kind of teleological approach. There is one way to develop and you're doing it wrong. And that's nonsensical too. There's tons of paths to modernity. So I don't really like a lot of those kind of terms. For the way that the economic structure of the world works, there's flaws with it too, but I still tend to use Wallerstein's core, periphery, and semi-periphery for understanding the economic relations between them. But for understanding the power relations, I tend to focus on global north and global south as useful terms because the powerful countries all tend to be in the northern hemisphere. But there's no single good term that I think really works well.
Okay, last question. So, do you think it's a time to retire the terminology of communism, socialism, and capitalism because we generate enough data about the economy? We know how it works. We know what we're supposed to do. We have collected enough data to basically create a model that works for everyone or works for the majority.
I'm going to immediately disagree with you there. And I think that Ha-Joon Chang makes a really good argument here. The reason that we still have a dozen major competing economic models is that every single one of them fails. None of them can make good predictions about the economy. They're all useful in different contexts. Because the problem with economics is, and this is why economics isn't a science, it uses human beings, and human beings are relatively irrational, and we do fucked up, crazy things that you can't predict. So trying to lay out a mathematical formula that says this is the way to do it, literally every single economic model gets things wrong. They all do. So
there is no such thing. You're right. It's not a mathematical model. That's right. But like terminology such as like capitalism and communism, because most of like economical model relies on both models or all the models at the same time.
My criticism of the terms has a lot more to do with the way that they've been used rhetorically. I, for example, will never call myself a communist. I think it's problematic in its particular associations. I do have some issues with some of the core of it too, but not as many as I could. But I won't use the term ever. And I use socialist only in certain contexts. In some places, I'll never say I'm a socialist. I will tend to describe all of the features of socialism in laying out my position, but I won't use the word because of the way it's understood. I think that one problem that you might be pointing toward that is kind of accurate is that the basic capitalist versus socialist dynamic is a relic of the 19th century. It's not so much that we have a better understanding of the economy than it is the fact that the way that things have developed change the way that we have to look at those models. Like, a lot of the predictions made for them are wrong. Like, capitalist economists in the 19th century predicted we would have a leisure economy, that automation would slowly take more and more of the work, but they would keep paying us more and more, so we would have more and more time off. Clearly false. Like, the way that socialist and capitalist economists constantly predicted the way things would work are all wrong. I think that largely the world has changed enough that we have to kind of modify the terms.
Exactly. That's what I say. Like, for example, trickle down economics is not work. It didn't work. We tried it for 30 years. It didn't work. So we know we have collected enough data to pronounce a good judgment about it.
There's plenty of places where you have, there's 50 years of good empirical data saying that neoliberalism was a terrible fucking idea. The problem is it's too enmeshed in a lot of the power structures and very difficult to disentangle. People don't hold to it. People hold to it again for that kind of like, this is what my tribe believes. It's how their reality is constructed. For them, the model does work, and there's always something else that's going wrong. You're doing it wrong. And to me, that's no different. A lot of socialists would approach things, well, that just wasn't real socialism or something. There's always like, you're not applying the model exactly the way I want, therefore my model is perfect and you're wrong.
Exactly. And thank you for your time. And there is one thing I want to tell you. One thing I hated the economy class for, because like when Dee taught us that basically the prices of goods and services are subject to demand and supply. Dee failed to tell us that Dee can control demand through some mechanism, and Dee can control supplies. And that scenario is an utopia, is an ideal scenario, and it's like 30% of the time right. It's not 100% of the time right, because the price of medications are not subject to that, and price of many products are not subject to that, because the people control the demand and the supply and the price, therefore. So, and that was like academically, it was like we shouldn't learn this in university. That's a lie.
University economics in general is ridiculous. I mean, a lot of economics programs. The problem here is, and this is something that actually affects a lot of academia in general, is that we're too isolated from each other. We don't talk. So economists don't take history seriously, just like historians don't take a lot of anthropology or evolution seriously. There's so many areas where we have compartmentalized our knowledge, and that makes it very difficult to have the kind of holistic understanding we'd need. So yeah, history disproves every economic model, but if you're only looking within the system, if you're only applying that model and studying economics, that economic school makes perfect sense. This works, and it's just there's always something else going wrong. It's very difficult to take that outside view and link together the different.
Yeah, but it's a lie when you tell someone this information and it's not true 100% of the time. You are lying to students. They are paying you and you're like propagandizing
Every
them.
single economics program has some problems with that. Yeah, there are a lot of instructors that lay out one specific thing about it. This is the way to do it. Like, this is the model that works, and they do not show all the places where it doesn't. I mean, just hilariously, so many of the arguments about neoliberal capitalism, you mentioned trickle down, right? If you actually look at real economic growth rates in the 1960s in a lot of the so-called developing world, when they had more socialistic economies, they were growing faster than they did in the 80s and 90s when they adopted neoliberalism. But everyone says neoliberalism worked and it helped and it's developing these countries now. It literally wasn't. They were developing faster before. But we selectively use the data. You leave out the inconvenient parts and focus only on the good parts, which means, yeah, it is dishonest.
Can I ask can I just ask a brief like semantic question? Where would you say the difference or the essential difference between socialism and communism lies? I'm sorry for speaking out of.
Before we deflect off the conversation, user that's on the top right now, user with a whole bunch of numbers. I think you wanted to add on to this. That's why you jumped on the panel before we go into, and then also before that, then the main person that we really, I'm actually user. I apologize, everybody. Wait, I didn't realize. It's getting late, and I missed you. I'm sorry. Fight the Power is actually next. He's been waiting for a bit.
No, I'm so sorry. It just came up in the conversation. I just
I know.
was curious, but I don't really have any questions anyway.
Yeah, because the user has some, I think, like on this certain topic, I think user has something, unless Fight the Topic wants to speak.
Sorry for all the numbers, but yeah, thanks for accepting. And yeah, this is fascinating. This is the first time I'm actually joining any conversation. I've been listening. Thanks, Dr. Liam. I'm a Iranian American too. I'm a PhD. My expertise is more on the technical side, but also I love history. And when you were talking about, I know the topic has changed multiple times now, but when you were talking about monotheism and polytheism and Zoroastrian, that was actually, I have a couple comments there. I've studied that myself just because of my heritage and root, and I kind of I don't know if you've heard this I guess comment from Yuval Harari that he kind of saw this convergence from polytheism to monotheism as kind of a backward progress maybe in history. Like, maybe that's not even a progress because, and I kind of like that idea because if you look, you kind of can say, and I like to know what you think about that. Like, I kind of see polytheism or like going more hand in hand with pluralistic view of the world, and then you go to monotheism and it completely changes. And it just, I don't know if it's just, it seems like you're thinking it's been like, in the some prerequisite to that, but I kind of feel like it's been unfortunate that we've seen this kind of, progress. And then the other thing was that Zoroastrianism kind of, I feel like it's maybe, at least it's the only dualistic religion that I know. I bet there are more, but you said this is the oldest one, and I'm kind of, that made me think of like, how come in the past, Greece or other part of the world, it's been more polytheistic and then converging to monotheistic, and then in Persia it kind of started from this monotheistic or maybe dualistic perspective. Then
it was polytheistic too. I
Okay.
mean, the ancient Iranian documents are very clearly polytheistic. And the interesting thing, the thing that's, I think, most fascinating about Zarathustra as a major prophet in the world is that prophets are usually outsiders to the religious establishment, but Zarathustra was literally a priest in the existing Aryan religion, which was polytheistic. He introduced a reform that trended it in that direction toward a dualism. And it still struggled to get there. And there were later monotheistic trends too. Zurvanism is a Zoroastrian variant that is actually monotheistic. So there is a lot of competing trends even within the older Iranian faith. And the Iranian faith itself, it actually originally is the same religion that the Aryans carried into northern India. Like they had the same gods, but there's a dispute over how that works, and out of that theological split, the populations decided to migrate in different directions. But originally, they're coming down together with the same basic polytheistic worldview, and you can see tons of interesting parallels between the earliest texts of the Avesta and what becomes the Rig Veda. There's so many fascinating overlaps because they are originally the same people.
That absolutely makes sense. What do you think in the context of Persia? What do you think, like, why Zoroaster or Zarathustra, just basically propose this converges to more monotheistic perspective then?
I think what drives there is it's a cosmological disagreement about the way that the polytheism was trending for this Aryan population as they're migrating through Central Asia. The key there is they're pastoral nomads, and they're moving around. They're migrating, out of the grasslands and heading southward, and they're heading into areas where peoples have been settled for much longer. And what they're doing is they're attacking. It's extremely violent. They're raiders. They're cattle rustlers, and they're all following this god Indra into battle. And Indra says, "We must defeat." And the arguments that Zarathustra is making is that, well, if Indra is encouraging his followers on Earth to fight and rob and do all this other terrible stuff here, then maybe it reflects a cosmological struggle and these gods fighting each other, and that's kind of problematic. Why do we want that? There are interesting elements in early Zoroastrian thought that actually argue against some of those core violent areas. And I think it's one of the reasons that Zoroastrianism has a very interesting ethical core to it. I mean, they're all flawed and problematic in different ways, but it's the oldest religion I know of that actually has a specific commandment: don't kick dogs. Like, be nice to animals. It outlaws animal sacrifice. It actually has some kind of like broader ethical arguments that it's making that I think have to do with taking the opposite road of the other population they were migrating with. And you can see some of that too in the way the names are worked. I don't know if anybody is familiar with, like, okay, so the word in English for devil and demon, like it's an Indo-European etymology, right? It goes back to a core word in Proto-Indo-European that a lot of languages shared, right? And you have the devas and the daivas in both Sanskrit and Avestan, because the earliest Iranian language, Avestan, and Sanskrit are almost the same language. They're splitting it. It's a very early part of their split, and then they diverge much farther over time. But there's a kind of like Indo-Iranian branch of the Indo-European family, and they really start closer together. If you look at their core conceptions, the devas are the good guys in South Asia, but the daivas are the bad guys in Zoroastrianism, and that's the sense that all the Abrahamic faiths accept. That's where devil comes from for us. Like, it was that negative interpretation of it. But these kind of figures had a very different cultural standing in the religion that became the ancestor to Hinduism. Like, there's a kind of cultural rejection, I think, that's happening in Central Asia, much further up where this is happening. Because people often forget this is where archaeology and much better understanding of text has really, really helped. People used to put like Zoroastrianism's origins in the 7th century in Iran.
and its origins are actually in Central Asia. It's more like where like Uzbekistan is today. It's a much earlier split, and that split is happening, I think, because of these philosophical disagreements, and you can see some of that reflected in their continuing cultural understandings and their continuing language. So I think it makes them a little bit more radical in a way. If that's what you're kind of like, why do they go in that direction? I think one of the reasons they go in that more universalistic truth claims, a kind of dualism, a kind of ethical core, I think it's because of the way they reacted to the cattle rustling and raiding and violence of the Aryans when they were still pastoral nomads.
That's fascinating. Yeah, actually, I thought in Farsi we still say "div," for demon. That's just still that's being used right now. And then now I'm curious because yeah, no one has been able to really give me a good argument for why, like Fufu brought up this Muslim world and their success and failure, but what is your opinion on how they were able to basically dominate this Persian Empire, who's been there for like 2,500 years, and just
collapsed too. But I mean, the Sassanids were several centuries old, not 20. But
well,
so you're wondering why did the Arabs succeed in taking it?
Yeah, well, before Sassanids, you had like before that you had the actual maids and Median, and after that you have the Achaemenid, and so if you put all those together,
states, but there, the core is there is a long history of state structures in the area, and a bunch of illiterate people out of the desert conquered them. Because the Arabs at the time were not even literate, and they won, and they defeated a very established empire. That, I think, is the interesting question there. A lot of people will bring up, and the key here is they were exhausted. It happened right after a 25-year war with the Romans, and both states had greatly weakened. They'd overextended themselves, and then there's a lot of internal fighting as well, like when they initially defeated some of the Sassanid rulers. I mean, the way that they kind of responded to that internally, their order simply collapsed rather than recoalescing around, further in and then fighting back again. They fought on culturally, and there's a lot of tension between Islam and Zoroastrianism for a while. And the Iranians are actually the only people to hold on to their own languages and not really Arabize over long periods of time. I mean, others survived, but they became minority languages, like all the different Tamazight languages and whatever. But, most peoples conquered in that first generation eventually adopted Arabic out of the Quran. Right. And the Iranian people was like, no, fuck that. We're going to take the Quran, but we're still going to have our own language too. We'll just keep them both side by side. And I think that was their most successful way to resist. But militarily and economically, they were hosed. They had just fought a grueling battle with the Romans, and that's when the Arabs rode out.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's just a perfect storm that to topple them, Yeah.
I really
did very quickly break back out. They did establish a fairly independent cultural identity within a broader Islamic context, but they didn't restore the old religion. The fact that people were also converting to the religion made it harder to break out completely once they've been conquered. I mean, Islam was simply appealing to a lot of people. I mean, one of the problems with Zoroastrianism in this period is that Zoroastrianism under the Sassanids had the same fundamentally flawed ideal that the Christians had in the Roman Empire, which was to persecute every religion that was different. The Sassanids persecuted Manichaeans. They persecuted Christians. They persecuted Buddhists. They're like, all these other religions are fucked. Ours is the only true religion. And they were imposing it by force. And that was alienating. Early Muslims were like, no, this is our religion, bro. You can join if you like, but I'm not going to force you to do it. And people are like, oh, that's kind of refreshing. And they're like, yeah, my religion encourages me to act like this. And I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. And people drifted toward it. And once that process started, it became very difficult to reverse. So it's kind of the way that the religion got tied up in the power structures. And you see the same thing in the Roman Empire. Roman political identity and Christian religious cultural identity became one.
they got so tightly linked. I mean, when the Ottomans took that territory over later, they always called the Christians Rum. They were always Romans to them because they were Christian. It meant the same thing. So there was a tight unity in these ideas here, and those religions and states had tended to attack minorities. And that, I think, you can see already in the Sassanid period, that's where you've got the Mazdakite uprising. So there's a whole different, we don't like your approach to the religion, we're going to do our own thing. You had the Zervanite heresy. There were a whole bunch of people who were already saying, this is fun, bro. We want a different approach. Or hell, just the existence of Manichaeism. Manichaeism at one point was geographically the most widespread religion in the world. And it did really damned well. It was from the Mediterranean all the way to China. And it combined tons of other ideas from other religions. It's an interesting blend of Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, and Christianity. But at its core, its basic cosmology is Zoroastrianism. It's modified a bit, right? The fact that it came into existence tells you there's something wrong in the Iranian world. Like the way that they're pushing Zoroastrianism was alienating people and pushing them to things like Mazdakism and Zurvanism and Manichaeism, that kind of primed them also. So when the Arabs conquered the area, people are simply more open to the change. There's a very similar dynamic in like North Africa. Why does North Africa go from Christian to Muslim so very fast? It's because the Christians were spending so much time fighting each other over different heresies, and people arguing which version of Christianity is correct, and the Muslims were like, dude, they're all wrong, and Jesus is just a prophet, yo. Oh, that's much easier. It just it calmed down right. Tensions for people in a sense internally. So it's a matter of being in the right place at the right time. It's not like one theology was better than any other. It's just that the political structure in Rome and the Sassanid Empire were so oppressive, and there were so many competing forms of the religion that Islam was simply appealing to a lot of people.
That's fascinating. I really enjoyed it. I'm going to follow you for next of your lives, but out of respect, I'm going to stop asking questions, let the other people. But awesome, thank you.
Hi, Liam. How are you?
Pretty good. Oh, somebody had asked before. Okay, so on the economics topic, just as a fun one here, just to point to one thing, because there's a whole freaking wall of econ in the other part of the room. This is a really good starting point if somebody wants to learn more about economic thought, because what he does here is addresses how many different competing models they are and shows they all have something useful to offer in different contexts. And it's a really good way of breaking out of this. Somebody was talking about how economics programs are always saying this is the truth, this is the one right way. They all say that, they're all wrong. And Chang is one of a handful of really good economists that contradicts that in a very effective way and says here is how this is much more complicated. Economics, there's no single way to do this.
Sounds good. I'm going to ask something that's totally different than what we've been talking about, but it's something that I asked in a chat a week ago, and you touched upon it a little bit, and you said we didn't have time, you couldn't get into it, but you said another time you would. And that's about the idea of calling, Gaza an occupation, or the West Bank. And I think you said something like you don't consider it an occupation.
Well, again, my argument there is actually very similar to Ilan Pape's. It's more because of the way that it plays out. It's not, these areas are not claimed by any other country. And Palestinians have not achieved a kind of recognition as a separate competing country in the area from the Israeli perspective. And this is true from 67 on, from the beginning, they said, we are never leaving this territory. This is ours. The only reason they didn't annex it is because of having to give citizenship to that many more Palestinians. So it creates a weird sort of status for them. The problem with thinking about it in terms of an occupation is, for one thing, it removes the Nakba question and reduces Palestinians only to 22% of Palestine. It says, like, this is all of Palestine, and that's the real country that needs to be left out. When realistically, the entire area was taken. It's kind of like, the whole area is a single settler colony. From the Israeli standpoint, it's one single country. And from a Palestinian perspective, it's one single country. So the problem here is two competing visions for what that country should look like. When we talk about it in terms of an occupation, we're reducing Palestine to the 1967 territories and thinking of it in terms of like, well, we just need to liberate that area. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think it makes sense in ethical, economic, ecological, ideological, religious perspective. It doesn't make sense in any way for me. It honestly, I think, it becomes problematic for us in the long run to think about it that way, especially since the Israelis, with the current ideology, will never tolerate a sovereign state in that territory. So it's asking for the impossible. The core here is you have to go back and change the way they think about it. We have to change the way Zionism understands itself and the way Palestinians approach this problem. And if you change both of those and come at this a different way, we can come up with a way that works better. But as long as we hold this idea of like these are occupied territories and they need to be liberated, you're asking for something that literally cannot happen.
Okay, so why do all the bodies and organizations continue to call it an occupation? And also, I think it was in October, Biden said to Netanyahu, he said to Israel not to reoccupy Gaza, right? And Netanyahu's response was, "I'm not occupying it."
It's really stupid that everyone believes that Sharon actually ended an occupation, that they pulled out. No, they took settlers out. The problem here is that Israel is the only sovereign state in that territory. They literally control that land. Whether it's the H group, the PA, whatever, none of them are sovereign. They don't control the land. Israel literally controls it completely. The reason we have to deal with it in some ways as an occupation in terms of like the international language is that Israel hasn't occupied the land. Annexed the land. It hasn't formally said this is part of our country. De facto, it has, which is why settlements exist all throughout it. Ideologically and de facto, it is literally part of Israel. But they have not formally and legally annexed it, which creates a way you have to refer to it in terms of like an occupation because they're holding the land militarily. And that's where like, okay, then it's like illegal to have settlements and everything else. But the reason the settlements aren't illegal in Israel is because that's not how they conceive of it. So it creates all these weird problems for us in thinking of it in terms of an occupation. We've been stuck with it because that's how they got it in the first place. They took territory that was held by other states, in one case part of the country, in another place just held, in trust. But they took territory and held it, and never fully annexed it. And then somebody's saying, "I'm sorry, we won." Okay, yeah, great. That's like a pro-genocide argument. It's just dumb. The problem here is, unless you're going to say these other people no longer exist and get rid of all of them, you have to learn to live with people because they have a right to live there too. Otherwise you're back to like, oh, why didn't we just like completely eliminate the Lakota or something? Why didn't we like completely eliminate the Navajo? It's just stupid to take that. Oh, we won. Like, clearly you haven't. There's still millions of them there. You gotta deal with that fact. But I don't know. I think, again, my perspective on this is actually pretty close to Poppy's. There's some subtle variations, but I think in both cases, I think what we're trying to say is that if you approach it from the international legal perspective of an occupation, it actually violates the real lived reality on the ground, because the reality, the physical structure of the state is that it's a series of Bantustans that's inside of Israel. It's from their perspective, it's their sovereign territory. So it kind of like, it makes it impossible for us to really wrap our head around what's happening. Then you're like, well, we got to get rid of the settlers. You're not going to get rid of the settlers. without unless you remove the Israeli government, the settlers are never coming out of there. It's part of the way the whole thing is conceived. So it's used because of the history and when it was taken in, and it's used because it's a convenient way of understanding it, but it's a flawed one, I think. I think it makes it difficult for us to actually find a solution to the problem, is my criticism of it. We still stuck with it. I mean, it's still there. It's a term we have to use in some ways. And I talk about it all the time. I'm not saying you can't ever use the word. I'm saying that as a way of thinking of this problem, it makes it very difficult to find a solution.
Right, when you think of it as under occupation. But for legality, they're
In
going
legal
to...
terms, it is, because they literally haven't annexed it. They de facto have, but legally they have not. So legally, the Gaza Strip has never been part of any country since the Ottoman Empire. It's literally not.
It's just so wild.
It's completely unclaimed territory. The people there are stateless. And the territory of the West Bank, since Jordan abandoned its claim in 1994, it's also part of no country in the world. But de facto, it's part of Israel in their legal terms. In international legal terms, it's occupied territory, but it's not occupied from another country. It's just territory that hasn't been annexed. It's a really weird status to be in. It kind of defies genuine definition. But there are some contexts in which we have to use the term occupation, and other contexts in which I think it's problematic. So I know that's a whole lot
about
of
now? Sorry, what about now with the war going there and grazing it to the ground and talking about getting rid of pushing people to the Sinai? I mean, isn't that occupation?
No, it's ethnic cleansing, because from the Israeli perspective, that was already their territory. They have never said that it's not. They literally cannot tolerate the existence of another sovereign entity there. Right. This is one of the reasons I think that people talking about the canal idea that was abandoned decades ago, right, or like the oil and the gas that's off the coast, like they're already getting that. They already control the water. They already control the airspace. They already control the borders for it. It's just it's a Bantustan inside Israel. It's a territory that they kind of say, well, we're going to leave these people to govern themselves like on a local level, but this is part of our country. That's the Israeli understanding of it. They have never, ever accepted the idea that it will not be part of their country. So it's been occupied the entire time. It's never not. Sharon did not end the occupation of the Gaza Strip. He just didn't. So I mean,
that's what I'm saying. But then you say we can't think of it as an occupation.
I'm saying in some contexts it becomes problematic in terms of like finding a way out of this, because it defies the reality on the ground, and it defies the Israeli legal architecture. It fits the international legal architecture because it's not legally part of any country. Right. The Gaza Strip is not legally part of Israel, which is why our maps in different countries are all going to show 1948 Israel. None of them show the annexation. Like, no map actually shows the Israeli borders for Jerusalem, because there's this massive annexation in that area that literally no country recognizes as legitimate. But it is the de facto reality on the ground. It is literally how it works on the ground. So occupation, again, we have to use it in some contexts, but in others it falls short of the reality.
But in the context of now, the present moment, he's ethnically cleansing to occupy.
That's where you focus. It's more a matter. It's that impact. It's the violence. It's the ethnic cleansing. That's the stuff we really need to talk about. It was literally already occupied. I mean, that status hasn't changed. It's exactly the same as it was in 1967 in those terms.
So does he want to get rid of the people to annex it?
Well, if the people are all gone, then there's nothing to stop them from annexing it. The only reason they haven't annexed that or the West Bank is the existence of Palestinians.
Right.
Because doing so creates a weird situation. That's the same problem they have with the 300,000 in the Greater Jerusalem area. They gave them permanent residence status, but not citizenship, and that is literally apartheid.
It creates a second-class citizenship status. You live in a territory that we legally consider part of our country, but we will not give you the rights that go with it.
But clearly, this is all by design so that they'll leave.
Yeah. The key there is like if you took the whole area, you have a much bigger problem because somehow the world has kind of ignored the population of East Jerusalem area and all those different towns and villages that were sort of sucked into that area. But if you do that to millions of people, it creates significant legal problems for Israel. So the situation like this, honestly, it's the same kind of policies that you've seen playing out since the late 60s. Successive Israeli governments of left and right have tried constant tricks to try and convince Palestinians to leave. Some of them have been extraordinarily violent like this, but there's a lot of other tactics that they've used for many, many years to try and drive the population out. The problem is the population is growing faster than people are leaving, so it never solves itself. So for some people in Israel, this is an opportunity to just drive them out entirely. Whether they get away with that is a whole different question. That's hard to say, but for some people, absolutely, that this is a chance to drive that out. And then if the people are gone, you could annex it. Nothing would be able to stop you. That's ultimately what they want. Realistically, the whole reason Israel invaded Lebanon in the 70s and 80s was actually to annex the West Bank. And that's a really complicated, like the why of that, but the internal reason why the Likud was doing it, what their reasons were. We need to drive the PLO out, destroy Palestinian leadership, and then we can seize and we can formally annex this land and give these people just like a simple autonomy, but no actual citizenship, because no one will speak for them. Instead, it just kept strengthening the international case for a lot of those things, and the population grew much more rapidly than they expected to. And it was relatively small. It was kind of manageable, but there's too many people there. But they've wanted to formally annex this land for many, many decades. They've just not physically been able to do it because there are Palestinians there.
Yeah. So tragic, really, really tragic.
It really is. But yeah, there's no simple answer to the question about that term, because we do have to use it in some contexts, but it also falls short of really describing the situation. It doesn't work in others. It literally just does not work on the ground. It only fits certain international legal contexts. And it means we have to use the word, but always with a bit of awareness that it's problematic.
Yeah. Do you recall when people were protesting the apartheid in South Africa? How many years were people protesting?
Oh shit!
Yeah. I mean, like in in the universities, and were active, and with the BDS movement back then. Like, how long did that last?
It really started picking up steam by the 1960s, but you've got significant moves against the way things were structured in the 40s, even before it got as bad as it did. The system kept getting worse. But yeah, it was a 50-year fight. And along the way, the situation got considerably worse for Black South Africans.
Yes, I remember that. Do you think this will take, do you think this could go on for the same amount of years?
This has already gone on longer, and it will go on much longer. And the problem here is that people ultimately still aren't approaching things in a way that could point us toward a solution. So it's a lot of like talking past each other and not really pointing toward a viable outcome, like what could happen. So this will take much, much longer, especially if it goes back to a much earlier point in the discussion today, especially if the PR stays as bad as it is. Especially if the way that we advance the Palestinian cause is essentially delegitimizing what happens to the millions of Israelis that are there. As long as that's there, it's kind of a non-starter for people. We're never going to get anywhere. It's a much more complicated problem, and I think we're still doing it often badly. So we're way behind the curve in terms of how the South Africans did it. They took a long time to figure that shit out too, but the Palestine situation is much further behind.
What do you think people need to do that's differently to make it more to be more effective? And
there's a lot of pieces to that. It's a pretty big question. But again, one of them is ultimately acknowledging the existence of the differing identities and their different realities. As long as you've got as long as you have these people viewing the same land and the same situation in fundamentally different ways, and all you're doing is talking past each other, there's no way to find a compromise anyone can be happy with. And another key one there is, like, this is one of the reasons I have a problem with the term occupation in some contexts. I think that holding to a two-state delusion is problematic. As long as people are still thinking that Palestinians can be given a state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, all we're doing is we're giving free rein to the Israeli state to do exactly what it's doing, to keep this going indefinitely without ever changing anything, because
I agree.
it's just it's literally impossible. It was impossible to divide this territory back in the 1980s already, and it's much worse now. There's 500,000 Israelis in the West Bank. What the fuck are you going to do with them? Like, it's structurally impossible to disentangle the people. So we have to think about it fundamentally differently, and find productive ways to help people change their identities, to understand what it means to be, Israeli or Palestinian in a different way. If we keep trying to do this the same basic ways, we're going to keep failing, and that's the problem here, So there's a lot to. Actually, why did it fail? We tried to.
I'm here. Hello?
I know what happened to Benito. I was trying to bring him up, and then it circled for a bit, and then went poof. Huh.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to get more clarity on what we
honestly,
were thinking.
We talk about this, the possible solutions and ways to get this out a lot. I enjoy talking about that, because honestly, it's something we need to have more productive conversations, back and forth on, in sort of sorting that kind of stuff out. So I'd love to, keep coming back. Let's keep talking about this, because the more of us get involved in conversations like this and start thinking about this together, maybe we can come up with ways to really help people understand this better and actually communicate it well. Because I think we're running around in circles like headless chickens right now and not really getting anywhere. And that has to change.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. All right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night. What's this silly baby?
Yeah, so I guess I have a question. I've been wanting to be on your live for a while, but there's always a full bar here, and oftentimes you're on when I got to be up in the morning at 4 a.m, so it doesn't work for me.
Time zones are a pain in the ass,
Yeah, they are. Lumber mill work starts before the sun rises. But I appreciate all the work that you're doing. You're doing a great job, man. Don't give up. You're awesome. I think it's your passion, so I don't think I see you ever giving up. But I feel that Zionism is the biggest problem. Like, the idea of Zionism, kind of like one might say, really existing capitalism is a major problem with the world today. I'm not a communist, but capitalism is the idea that we can make, how much money can I make? I need to make as much money as I possibly can, any way I can. And it doesn't matter what happens in the next 20 years due to what I'm doing. It doesn't matter the economic repercussions in any way, shape, or form, as long as I can make as much money as I possibly can, which is inevitably going to destroy the earth. And every single person on it. So too, we could look at Zionism, the idea, not just the idea of the Jewish people needing a state or a safe place, but more so that they need a safe place that only they should be in.
That's the key.
That's the problem.
Where I'm begging, I'm pleading with people, when we criticize Zionism, we have to aim it in the right direction. If you criticize Zionism just as a word, as a concept, as a point of identity, you're literally going to have to criticize Torah. And that's going to put people on the defensive and get them to fail. If you criticize the ethno-state aspect of the current model, like the way that it was implemented by Ben Gurion, that's a whole different issue. That approach to Zionism is flawed.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm trying to get. That's what I'm trying to aim at. Is that
Yeah.
that's the biggest problem? I learned this when I was talking with my buddy Rye. I used to work with him for 2 years at a gas station, and he's Jewish, and we had amazing conversations back and forth. I'm Muslim, he's Jewish, and people thought that was weird. We didn't think it was weird, but other people thought that it was weird. um,
Nobody cares.
he was the best conversationalist I ever worked with, honestly. Very political, very motivated. And when I first started talking to him, we differ on things. He's Jewish, I'm Muslim. But when it came down to it, he had a great idea. He's like, I'm not, so he wasn't anti-Zionist, but he said, he was exactly what I said. He says, this system doesn't work. He says, we need to give full rights, full citizenship back to the people, and the right to return. Give full rights back. Not have a state just for us, but have a state called Israel for Israeli citizens. And that's what makes you just like every other nation on the face of the planet.
Right. Realistically, this is the thing that I think is so funny about it, right? It's just the goal the Zionists set for themselves was to become a people like any other, like we're going to create a country, right? But the thing is, and ultimately there are problems with the nation state model as a whole, but theoretically, even within current nation states, there's a certain level of pluralism. You can be like Afghan German, and that's okay, right? But that's not the case in Israel, because Israel is literally constructed as an ethno-state like old South Africa, where full rights only go to people who are Jews. That has to go. I think there's different ways to get there. There's a parallel state model where it's two separate governments, but both on the whole land, and your identity is just, it affects what laws you fall into. There's like a kind of like unitary constitutional state that is both like it's binational, so it's both Israel and Palestine. You can call it whatever the hell you want. Hey, we got a country with two flags. We're weird, you know. Like, that's my kind of preference is like make one country, but let people call it whatever the fuck they want, right? Or there's like the completely non-sectarian kind of like democratic model. The problem with that is like people really want to think of themselves as Palestinian or Israeli, and there's conflicts there. But there's a whole bunch of different ways to get at what everyone wants, which is to live in the land that is home, right? They want to live where they are. Most Israelis at this point, they were born there already. So, okay, yeah, maybe their grandparents stole land, but you're stuck with their descendants. But Palestinians, they want to come home, and a lot of them do live in that land, and they want to be able to live wherever the hell they want. If they want to live in Tzfat, they should be able to live in Tzfat. If they want to live in Tel Aviv, they can live in Tel Aviv, right? If you can bring the peoples together. But it involves changing the way people understand Zionism from being the desire for Jews to go home to the desire for Jews for an ethnocracy.
Right.
And that's very problematic. Israel is not a normal nation state. And I have a problem with nation states as a whole. All nationalisms are problematic.
Me too.
Israel is not even close to a normal nation state. It is literally an ethnocracy. And that just doesn't work. It's an apartheid state.
Yeah. That's what it's created. It's created a race.
Way. I think honestly the single best way to help people understand that is to look at the South Africa model, or like, I don't know, maybe Northern Ireland before the Good Friday Agreement, where the Protestants had completely controlled political power and the Catholics had no voice at all. Like something where a single ethnicity completely controls the other population. That's the model we needed to show. This is what you have. And this is a problem. When everyone's always like, Israel's the only democracy, it is literally not a liberal democracy. Like, Israeli Arabs are routinely discriminated against.
Yep.
We've got to fix that shit.
It's as if the Mizrahi Arabs weren't tested on and used in what was it, the ringworm experiments? Dear God.
I mean, the way that they treated even Arab Jews was fucking pathetic. You know, there's so many problems there. I mean, honestly, one of the reasons that a lot of the Arab Jews became themselves so right wing and so anti-Palestinian was that if the Palestinians weren't there to be kicked around, then they figured that the Ashkenazim would go back to kicking them around.
Yep.
It's really fucked up.
Yeah. What was that first? So you had three. You brought up three ideas to nations to a state.
Oh,
what was the first one?
Yeah. Okay. So,
I
This
love
is
that
a
you have books there.
this is a fun little dirty secret. So Mark was a dissertation advisor for me, so that's this fella here. And this book here,
Yeah.
I actually did the copy editing for it, but they're the
Oh,
official editors. So I got
fantastic.
to go through every chapter and make revisions, but it then submitted to them to get final approval. So I was like involved in this project for them. And this was done out of the University of London, Sweden.
Okay.
And it was basically getting a bunch of different people to contribute chapters. I have a chapter in here too. And the idea is, how could a parallel state model work here? And it's complicated. Honestly, I don't think it's the best solution, but it's better than some. The idea is to have two separate governments and sets of citizenship, but both share sovereign control of the entire land. So you can be a Palestinian living in Haifa and you vote in Palestinian elections. Or you can be an Israeli living in Haifa and vote in Israeli elections and you don't vote in each other's elections. And the two states have to be linked together in some ways. They have to share certain responsibilities. Like they literally have to work together. It's kind of like a confederation. In some ways, I don't know, there's no really good model for it. But there are certain things that get close in some ways, but nothing really. There's literally nothing like it on Earth. But it's similar to the Millet system of the Ottoman Empire.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, perfect.
That's
Okay,
exactly
so
what I was thinking you were describing.
you know how Millets worked? What you have, so you've got a single state, right? But it has separate legal systems. So if you're a Jew living in the Ottoman Empire, you don't live under Sharia law, you live under halakha, you live under Jewish religious law. Your local political figures are the local Beit Din, the local rabbinical court. You go to them first. The only time you ever interact with Muslim law is if you sue a Muslim, right? Otherwise, no connection at all. But it moves around with you. So instead of the modern sovereign idea where I cross from I can pass the border from I don't know, Texas to New Mexico or something, you cross a line and suddenly the laws change. It isn't physical. The law follows you wherever you are. That's kind of what they're thinking here is you would live under Palestinian law wherever you live in the territory, and then Israelis would live under Israeli law wherever in the territory, and the two governments would have to be linked together in somehow. So it's somewhat similar to the Millet system, but it's also
a bit revised.
Quite like it. I prefer a single constitutional system that actually just has two names, because I think this becomes extremely complex. In some ways, it's easier because it doesn't involve as big a challenge to people's identity. Right. It's easier because people can still hold to a kind of ethnic nationalism in both cases. And I think a better long-term solution is to get Israelis to get over the ethnocratic nationalism and think more in terms of, hey, I can live here, but I also have to share this fucking country.
Right. And that's probably the best way. I just don't see, I think I fear that they'd have to.
My solution is a lot harder to get to.
Yeah. Yeah. So my biggest problem would be, I think that the UN or somebody has to go in there, and I hate the idea of this, but remove their books that they're teaching with.
Yeah.
Their books are teaching brainwashing madness. And that's the scariest thing on earth. I've never been a guy for burning books because I absolutely love and adore books. My house is filled with books, and it's a frightening theory to me. But the books being printed for teaching in that country is an atrocity.
Palestinian textbooks are trash too. I mean, they both make absolute claims to the entire area and delegitimize the existence of other people. And I think as long as that is happening, it'll be impossible to find a compromise. So yeah, the textbooks are problematic in Israel, but also in the PA. So we have to, if we want people to find a shared future and find a real peace, we have to find a way to shift the way we think of our identities and be able to accommodate them to each other. They both have to be able to work together. But as long as you're making universal claims to the entire area, it's fucked. But every single Israeli textbook works the same way. They don't the Green Line doesn't exist in Israeli textbooks. It's all Israel.
Yeah.
but it's also all Palestine for the PA too. So
yeah,
it doesn't help,
Yeah. I see, and well, I see the reason for the PA putting it all Palestine. I see the mentality behind it because they're like, our land was stolen, you
Yeah,
know?
no, I get I
Yeah,
get the resistance. I mean, resistance identities are a real thing. I mean, the way
yeah,
that Palestinian nationalism was honestly pathetic until the 50s and 60s. You
yeah,
know, I mean, it really started building up in that point, and a much stronger political identity developed because of how bad the situation got. There's no way around that. The reason it exists that way for Palestinians, I completely understand and sympathize with. It's still problematic in
yeah.
terms of
It is
finding a solution,
problematic. Yes, absolutely.
especially since the way Israelis will take that, it looks bad to them and it makes it hard for them to come to the table.
Right.
We have to be able to find a way to put people at the same table and get them to find a way to acknowledge each other equally. And that's going to be very difficult to do, especially given Palestinians have a legitimate reason to be furious. But if we're always litigating the crimes of the past, we can't find a shared future. It's very similar to every single other settler colony in the world. I mean, it's like Algeria and South Africa and the U.S. and Canada and Australia and New Zealand. It's like they're all fucked. But what are we supposed to do? You know, you got to find some way to deal with the existing reality. You know.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna have to head to bed, and I appreciate you talking to me. And I feel in my heart, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds, but I feel that the hypocrisy of the Muslim leaders for not doing anything whatsoever in any way, shape, or form is going to force the hand of the people to walk away from the leaders of the Muslims if this keeps going any further. And the world's going to see a people united under the defense of Palestine, and it's not going to be a peaceful thing that we hope for.
No, no,
And
we're pushing it in the wrong direction.
yeah,
Yeah, this is terrifying. And honestly, all of that plays into Israel's hands. It's one of the reasons the Israelis supported the H group initially,
yeah,
because if you encourage people to fight back violently, it plays into the historical victimhood and the generational trauma of the Jewish people. So it allows them to justify the indefinite apartheid state. So
yeah.
what it's entirely understandable why the Palestinians keep going in this direction, but it ultimately harms their prospects for peace too, because it literally plays into the hands of the Israelis.
Well,
It is giving the Likud exactly what they want.
yeah, but I don't think they want what might actually come. Is because if the Muslims, like across North Africa, by a miracle chance, actually united and said, "I don't care about my government anymore. Whatever they
Yeah,
care," I don't see it
I'd be.
happening.
People
I,
have been trying that kind of stuff for. I mean, I don't. I get the romantic appeal of that.
yeah,
I don't think it can
I
happen.
don't think it may be romantic for me, but I just think that enough is enough, and the people, all those protests could go the opposite direction. They might not protest their own country. They might just walk across the borders.
It'd be nice. I mean, honestly, nation states are a stupid idea in the first place.
I
And it's not
agree.
just because of the Ummah. It's like they're problematic everywhere. I
Yeah,
mean, I don't. The idea of dividing up into countries with a kind of ethnic base to them is fucked up.
yeah, I agree.
But it's very difficult to disentangle, from
Yeah.
people's identities too. I don't think it's really going to stand up that way. You'll see a lot more people in different countries speaking up over it, but the countries are still pursuing their own selfish
Yeah.
interests. So what I'd love to see, and what I think is more realistic, is we need a whole hell of a lot more Arab uprisings or
Agreed.
uprisings in some countries. We need to topple a lot of these corrupt dictatorships. I mean,
Absolutely. Yeah.
all of the
And
stuff here that, like I was fascinated and really hopeful. And honestly, the Arab revolutions that started, they're not finished. There's a long way to go here. And if they can topple these corrupt governments and create new vibrant democracies in these areas, their politics will align more closely with the Palestine situation. It gives at least the possibility of reflecting the real interests of people on the ground.
well,
But
that's what I'm saying. That
yeah,
if the
I don't
people,
think overall unity is achievable in our lifetime, but I think toppling more governments absolutely is.
well, I can
So
hope for it to happen organically through this deal that's being seen? Because I mean, people someone who was it? You're smarter than I am. You have a history on you. Who was it that coined the phrase that like every nation needs an enemy to be able to stand together?
Oh
It's not.
gosh, that is kind of a that is kind of fundamental, but I don't know a
All
person that
right.
can.
Well, yeah. Anyways,
But like in terms of maybe you're thinking of Hannah Arendt. You need both internal and external enemies to support any kind of powerful state, like a totalitarian type
yeah,
state. They thrive on that. But
yeah. That's why America always has an enemy. We always been fighting. We always been
yeah,
going
the more
after.
authoritarian the state is, the more it needs both. All states generally need to manufacture external enemies.
Yeah.
More authoritarian states need also internal ones. But yeah, it's a long term dynamic there.
Interesting. But it is a uniting factor, and if everyone sees one person or one thing as an enemy, it might actually organically organize a people as a
Oh,
whole.
okay. Here's a good way of putting it that way, right? So go back to the whole the old green slogan, think globally, act locally, right? Apply it to this. Think of Palestine and how great that would be, but act in your own country and topple your motherfucking government.
Absolutely.
Focus there. Because the Saudi regime is a problem, and it's been
Yeah.
it's been oppressing Saudis for a long time. People
Yeah.
need to look past their checkbooks and realize, you know what? Actual freedom and no secret
The
police will be.
reality is that the people of Saudi, not most people aren't actually rich. The people in
But
Saudi.
the government still bribes them. The fact that they're not rich, but the government has money, it means that whenever they start to protest, they can just write checks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gaddafi didn't change either. Gaddafi played the game in order to prop himself up. He was better at playing the game than some people. But yeah, it's these guys were all ultimately self-interested. Every regime is all. I mean, the Assads claim this, the Gaddafi's claim. People always want to be like the champions of people. They're all oppressors. All of them are.
I still like some things about Gaddafi's regime.
I like some things about what he said. I don't like much of anything that he did in practice. He did a lot to deeply harm Libya for decades. I mean, the way that the Jamahiriya was structured was deeply harmful. But
Interject here, please.
he said a lot of those things.
All right, I'm gonna go to bed, man. You have a good night. Peace.
Hi, Liam.
Jax, are you watching the order now, or of how we're bouncing things around? Who's doing that? Oh well.
I have a point to make here, if you don't mind.
Sure. I don't think we've got much of an order right now.
Yeah, actually, I really like. This is the first time I listen to you, and I'm actually fascinated by everything you said. I'm Canadian. I come from Iraq originally. So what I wanted to ask everyone in the live, actually, how many of them adore Saddam Hussein, for example? Actually, the gentleman who was speaking before me adores some things about Gaddafi. How can you like anything about Gaddafi? The problem is actually the Arabic Islamic culture is what produces these dictators over and over again. Like all the historic idols that we have. Saladin was a mass murderer that we think that he was the guy who liberated Jerusalem from crusaders. He was just a thug in so many ways. However, the problem is we saw even with the whatever you call the Arabic Spring, those movements, the what happened in Syria, what happened in Egypt, all the terrorism that happened through these few years give you a good idea about what we can produce. What kind of I don't think democracy is a cultural thing for the whole Middle East, apart from.
I don't know that I'd agree there, and I think already. I mean that kind of Napoleon ideal, like looking for the powerful strong men, things like that. It's honestly it's a throwback to the whole like Arab mind kind of Orientalism thing. You need they need a despot. That's not. It's really
culture.
I don't think it is. Any more than it is in European culture. I think that actually within, I think Arabic culture has a lot of very decentralized roots to it. And in the Middle East, there are a lot of long-term historical, more direct democratic models. And there's a lot of pluralistic democratic elements that you can find directly in Islam itself, too. It doesn't have to go in that way. It's sort of like when people say that, I don't know, all this more secularism, human rights kind of shit came out of Christianity. No, it didn't. It wasn't the Christian culture. It was like literally pushing back against that. It's like
exactly. And people in the Middle East wouldn't push back against religion.
It's happening in the same way in the Middle East. There's been an enlightenment actually playing out in the Mideast that started around the same time, and there's constant back and forth on this. There's a ton of really, really good direct democratic elements, more left-leaning elements, more like how to like reorganize your life. I like kind of like Bayat's Revolution Without Revolutionaries, for example, like how organizing among ordinary people can kind of ultimately push back against these states. I don't think anything in the cultural DNA says you're stuck with it. I think it's all structural factors. In the same way that it was in Europe. Nothing about Europe pointed toward democracy until it did. And it was structural conditions that made it happen.
But as much as the church, would like to claim some of why the credit for the democratic regimes in the Western countries, I don't think. Actually, I believe that the movement against the control of church over state is what created those democracies. These are things.
There's a fascinating dynamic there, and you can see it in both Islam and Christianity. There's an interesting kind of like parallelism in this way. So one of the fun things, and there's a lot of problematic elements to this too, but just like one fun thing I can pull out of this that is an often neglected part of study of the Protestant Reformation is that by putting the Bible into vernacular languages and telling people to read it for themselves, it actually helped to democratize the faith. I don't need the priest to tell me what this means anymore. I can read it for myself and think about it. And that actually laid some foundation for people to criticize things. And you can see that almost immediately with like the German peasants' revolt. People accepting Lutheranism, they're suddenly like, well, screw the kings. And then Luther's like, no, keep the kings. I wasn't saying that. But by putting the Bible in their own language, it opened a door. So the religion didn't do it, but people's approach to it did. And there are approaches to Islam that are very similar. There are a lot of like direct democratic and pluralistic trends within Islamic history that also can point in that direction, but also states have been cynically using it. So it's
okay. I will. My comeback answer to that is the culture and the Islamic culture is more about how fair the ruler is, not the system. While what happened in Western Europe is how fair the system is, because they knew upfront that the ruler is going to change continuously, and therefore you cannot guarantee a fair guy all the time who's going to run the system. And that's why there are glimpses of some kind of democratic examples in the Middle East and over history, but it couldn't continue because guess what? Those people don't live forever. If you have a good, fair ruler or even a fair dictator, whatever you want to call him, still he's going to at some point die, and then his kids or his offspring or whoever is going to inherit him isn't going to be living up to the same standards.
European history bears that out, though, because Europeans tended not to think in systemic terms at all. They tended to think more about whether or not this particular king is doing a good job.
True.
And you can see that. You can see that from like Spain all the way to Russia. There was constant attempts to overthrow particular monarchies, criticize particular rulers, but not actually criticize the system. That's a very recent development. And the time Europeans began criticizing systems, that was my next point in the Muslim world. It's more of a general global trend.
That was my next point. Actually, white European colonizers in North America were the people who figured that out. That's what I believe. I read everything about history.
I don't know about that one. There is some interesting interplay between the colonizers in Canada and the U.S. and borrowing ideas from the Amerindian cultures. There's actually a a really underappreciated influence of Native Americans on the European Enlightenment.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm just saying that since I was a kid, I read about European history a lot. I read everything in the British Encyclopedia, translated to Arabic at the time, before the age of 15. Then I figured out that the only example that I figured out that there's always a problem with nation states, with national states, that there's, because I come from Iraq, which is a very multi-ethnic, multi-everything, multi-religious, and I could realize since I was a kid that there's always some kind of, inferiority, superiority between different ethnicities and different sects of religion, or different races in my home country. And that was why I was always fascinated by living in North America. And I moved to North America as soon as I could. I tried to go to the States. Being Iraqi made it impossible because I couldn't get a visa. So my next best option was Canada. However, so what I'm trying to say is that point is that national state is always going to be unfair to some sects of your population, because not everyone belongs to, there's hardly anywhere in the world where you can have just people of one everything who are unified in every way. My question actually,
Nation states are really fucked up that way.
Yes, my question, however, is, and I wanted to ask you whether because I tried to dig a bit in history in the first half of the 20th century about the how all the civil unrest in the region of Palestine happened through the 20s, 30s, and 40s before the UN resolution of 1947. I was wondering, because my home country became a country, a sovereign state in 1921 through the Brits, and there was King Faisal I who ruled over the country, who was actually imported from Syria, where he failed. However, the Brits let the Iraq become a sovereign state with a lot of supervision from the British embassy in Baghdad. I was wondering why that never happened, whether that was pre-designed or pre-contemplated, that Palestine never had a real state, like a sovereign state, because we were talking about those lands, Gaza and West Bank, were never really claimed by any sovereign country or sovereign state, and therefore they are, some kind of, annexed and not annexed at the same time, because Palestinians there do not hold citizenship. So my question is, what happened in Iraq, where it became a sovereign state, in Syria, in Jordan, or Eastern Jordan at the time, East Bank, why did these territories become some kind of sovereign state with a lot of British influence, while Palestine never had that? Was that premeditated, or was it what?
Okay, so
is that how?
The short version for this here, the reason that Iraq gained full independence first, and it was the first territory to do it, and it was a fully sovereign state by 1932, but it was both the first of those mandates to become an independent country, but the least prepared for it. And what they did was they intentionally cobbled something together that would allow Britain to maintain influence in the area without having to spend the money directly controlling it. That's why importing a useful king like Faisal was helpful there. It ultimately didn't work for a lot of reasons, but none of them did. I mean, they were all ultimately flawed, but what France and Britain both set out to do. So France for Syria and Lebanon, and the UK for Palestine, Transjordan, and Iraq. The goal in all 5 cases was to create a part of those colonial empires that had some degree of local autonomy, so they didn't feel completely colonized. It's a matter of finding a way to do that, and they had different approaches to that. The problem with Palestine and why it didn't achieve sovereignty where Jordan and Iraq did was that they could not create a functioning system because of the contradictions. They thought of it on the one hand as an Arab country because of all the Palestinians, but they also opened the door to large-scale Zionist migration because they thought that having a Europeanized population would be useful for them. But it created, because you had
competing nationalist ideals, and because Zionism wanted total control over it, it created an ungovernable like clusterfuck.
There was a lot of civil unrest, and then that was turned. Brits
There was
cried
lots of
foul,
civil
and
unrest in the other areas, but the diversity there was already pre-existing, and in those areas too, because Jordan and Iraq were both more remote, you ended up with situations where you could lean on strong men and count on like the Hashemite monarchs. Well, they can just crush people and whatever, and you can see the atrocities happen like almost immediately. Like the first significant unaliving of Assyrians was actually in like 32 or 33. It was almost immediately after independence. They went and massacred a bunch of people.
yeah,
So creating those states was always problematic, but it was more remote and it was more of a pre-existing diversity where with Palestine, they imported a separate nationalist movement that also was pretty European, so it created a really complex dynamic for them that they could never solve. Britain eventually was like, screw it, we can't figure out what to do with this thing.
and that's why I don't believe in national states, because my home state of Iraq, the difference in dialect, for example, between southern parts and northern parts of Iraq is far more significant than the difference in dialects between Syrians, Palestinians, and Jordanians. So I don't believe in those kind of territories where you just draw lines in the sand and say that this is where your sovereignty is. This is the border that you should fight and get killed or killed for it, and
I think one of the most amazing
it is
things about Iraq, if you think about Iraq for people, and I don't know, okay, so set aside for a moment the question of like Kurds and Turkmen and people who are ethnically completely different anyway. Set those aside and just look at like the three main distributions of the actual Arabic speakers in Iraq, right? In the north, in the northwest, they are more closely related to Syrians. Like from the Mosul area, culturally, they're a lot more like Syria. In the central area, their chief cultural influences is actually Iran, right? They're very closely linked into there. And in the south, as long as a lot of the other Gulf areas, historically, they spent tons of time trading with South Asia. So there's like
100%.
interactions with like Hindus and whatnot. It's like they've historically in three very different directions, and they squished them all together and said, make a country. And oh, by the way, here's some Kurds too. It's like, what the fuck? It's not going to work.
I'll tell you something. The villages in eastern Syria on the borders, they speak fluent Western Iraqi accent. They don't speak anything from the Levant region.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was actually surprised when I met the first Syrian guy who was from that area when I moved to Dubai in the late 90s. And I was like, man, you're Iraqi. You cannot be Syrian. He said, no, I'm from this area. And
even before Arabization, the reason that their forms of Arabic are similar is because the vernacular in that area before the rise of Arabic was similar. So the region from like Deir ez-Zor to Mosul, that is a historic area. That area has long cultural links. It's part of a single like broader, Euphrates sort of culture in that area. And you've kind of like tacked all these other borders and definitions on top of it, but there's close historical kinship there. So these three major parts of Iraq, and set aside the Western Desert, set aside the Kurds in the mountains, those three areas have always aimed in different directions. They don't have a shared history.
I'm fascinated how you know about this.
Britain created a country that ultimately doesn't work, and it somehow has managed to hold together. It's honestly fascinating. But one of the reasons that they do things like this, one of the reasons that France drew up Syria the way it did, and one of the reasons that Britain drew up Iraq the way it did, was to make it ungovernable, was to make it essentially dependent upon the empire and a close relation to Britain and policing powers in the area to prop up the monarch, so it would keep them dependent. Having so many competing cultural trends within it was by design.
Yes. Okay. And that's why my comment on all of this, the first half of the 20th century, is I wish that Palestinians accepted the resolution of 1947 and formed a state, because then you can say this land is mine, at least this land is mine, instead of nothing at all.
So that's the biggest problem there. And they said, can we be involved in this negotiation? And they said no.
They literally were never asked. The Arab territories in the UN resolution were intended to be connected to other Arab states. They were the West Bank area was going to be given to Jordan. It was never going to be a Palestine. This is one of the flaws in thinking about all those missed opportunities for Palestinians. None of them actually exist. Palestinians were not present in 47. They weren't asked.
Uh,
It's fucked up.
okay. That was my comment and question about the first half of
It would have been
20.
great, you know. I mean, maybe if they'd found a way to do it, but even if they'd done that, holy crap! Even if they'd done it, it would have involved such horrifying ethnic cleansing. And at the time, it's worth understanding that the Zionist movement was committed at that point. As soon as we have sovereignty, we'll conquer the rest anyway.
True,
So
true.
that
It was very well planned, very long run kind of plan.
Yeah, it always would have been a problem. So a separate Palestinian state would have been too weak to resist that. So had the Palestinians been at the table and had they done exactly what you're saying, I don't think I think the entire territory would have been an Israeli much sooner.
There would have been war anyway because there would be a lot of fanatics on both sides, and that would always lead to trouble and conflicts ongoing.
Yeah, it was always going to be a problem. But again, these areas were intentionally diverse. I mean, and Palestine made more diverse. I mean, the way that they were cobbled together was to make them weak. It was by design. That was very much what France and Britain wanted to do.
I really enjoyed the conversation with you. That was my comment and question about the first half of the 20th century. I have another comment about the 7th century AD.
Just as a basic point of business, I need to be off within about half an hour.
Okay, just few minutes. I have a question actually, and I just want, because I find you very well informed about a lot of the Middle East history, and that's why I'm asking you this question. You understand that Arabic history was never really written till, Islam history was never really written till the 3rd century after the death of the Prophet, through a guy who wrote about the life of the Prophet Muhammad, named Ibn Hisham. I'm not sure if you ever heard the name. That was probably 250 years after the death of the Prophet. What do you think of, I don't know if you're familiar with what some of the German historians or French historians nowadays talking about, that Mecca was never there in the 6th century or 7th century AD, and that it was only built in the 8th century or 9th century, and that it was Petra that was the origin of Islam, and that it was some kind of subsect of Jewish versus old Christian churches that were fighting in the area over who between, if you heard ever of the war between Ali and Muawiyah. I'm not sure if you ever heard of that in the 1st century.
I've run into some of that kind of like revisionism there. There are places where we do actually need to spend a lot more time revising early Islamic history, because it is definitely not exactly as it is depicted. But some of those places, some of the speculations there go too far out. There are significant Jewish and Christian influences on the development of it, and a lot of basic ideas were still kind of in flux in the generations after Muhammad. But it's not as simple as saying that. Like the fact that the conflict was actually between Mecca and Medina and all that kind of crap. I mean, there's enough archaeology already in the area to say, yeah, this is where it was. It's Islam didn't start with the Nabateans in the north. No, definitely not.
Okay,
but there is a much stronger cultural interrelationship between what becomes the early Muslims and the more Christianized tribes to the north and things like that. They do draw a lot more from that.
Okay.
So
I was wondering if there's any archaeology evidence to prove or disprove.
Mecca does not go back to Abraham. Abraham did not build the Kaaba, so sorry to believers who want to. I mean, just archaeologically, and it doesn't have that kind of significance. But Mecca existed in too many existing oral stories that were written down from too many different places, and the key there is that Mecca is the kind of place you had a number of these scattered all over the area, and what they did was they existed as local trade towns, places where people could come and exchange goods, because and then so like the different oasis towns were vitally important, and the neat thing about Mecca was that with a single location and every tribe had their god stored there together, it created a place where they couldn't fight. They had to like set the swords down, come in here, and we can only trade here. That understanding, that history, even though it was oral legends, there because they weren't literate at the time, it is well enough documented because so many of these stories got written down in different places at different times that all kind of point back to the same basic identity for it. I don't think you can
some
remove
evidence in the Roman history about Mecca.
Yeah, and even in the first generations too. Like, look, okay, so even though a lot of the histories are written later, the fact that for the Umayyad dynasty rules things for like 90 some years, right after the Rashidun Caliphate, and
Yes.
all of the top people appointed to all the top jobs all came from the Quraysh tribe of Mecca. Why would that be the case? I mean, it's literally the reason for the Abbasid revolution is that they kept doing that promotion. It was like, what the hell? Like, so the fact that they are at that early enough date, all pointing back to Mecca and Medina, you can't remove them as like major sites for the development of the faith. A lot of the details, the structure, again, more things are in flux than people would want to think. Islam develops faster than Judaism and Christianity, but it still did develop considerably over its first few centuries. But no, there's no way to erase Mecca from that story. Although the people who tried to do that, that's nonsense.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate the conversation. I wish you a very good night.
Thank you. Have a good night. Jack's asked about a break. I'm just gonna say, like, I need to be off within about 20 minutes or so at this point.
Yeah.
So whatever last questions we want to have into the, or if you guys want, if anybody, if there's enough I don't know how many people are even in the viewership. Is there a number? Are people really?
It's at the top.
You've been having over like 200 today's
Okay,
been
if people want to be, I would need to take a little bit of a break at some point, and like kind of, how it pauses it slightly. If I can pop off for a little bit and then come back, we can continue. But there's a couple things I need to do before the end of the day.
I do agree. I think because you were on for quite a while with Chip, you really haven't had a chance, like with your dog, in respect with everything else. I mean, I apologize. With your kitties, and you really didn't have a refreshment. It's up to everybody here. Blessed is here, so that I'm happy about. I did nod off. I apologize for a little bit, but now Be Blessed is here, so she's able to help mod.
I think we can do because it's only 3 people. I think we can do that in 20 minutes.
Well, if you want, we can try and knock a few things out and then end. But I'm not actually tired, so if people want to continue a little longer, as long as I can have a little bit of break, we can. If we can, like, just break for 10 minutes or something, and then I don't know how long it'll last, but give me 5 to 10 minutes off from it. I can continue for a while. And honestly, it's nicely distracting from the discomfort. I had a biopsy today, so they had to dig into my neck.
So this is a little distracting. That'll be great.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about how uncomfortable this is.
Very true. And we were playing around before, and it was quite funny. But it was absolutely adorable. The way he was even coming into the panel, he was turning into his mad scientist, and as your user handle on YouTube.
Oh well, yeah, that comes from something a friend of mine used to call me.
The way you panned in before with your head that came in, it was very cute.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm a big kid. I refuse to grow up. Oh, thanks for the good wishes. Yeah, I'm expecting it'll be nothing. I have a few weird quirks already. I expect the fact that the lymph nodes have been consistently inflamed.
I don't think it's cancer, but it's possible, and they're doing the responsible thing by checking because it's not an infection either. So
Yeah.
we got to write it out and see. I'll find out in a week if it's cancer. But
Well, if you would like to take a little bit of a break right now, Liam.
I have a
yeah,
question.
people.
I'm
What was
happy to
that?
ask before or after the break, but
Yeah.
yeah, just had a question as well. So whenever you get ready.
Should we do that, or
Yeah.
how do you want to do it?
If it's a if it's something quick, we can try to knock it out now. I think if Be Blessed is here, you can like take over the order there. But I know Cactus was here earlier, and then Stephen I think was next, and then
That's
Carl.
correct.
So I was actually going to go down the list because I
Okay,
think
cool. Yeah, if you've got it, if you want to put together a
as
list.
long as Stephen doesn't mind because he was first. But
and honestly, too, if well, Cactus was on, but has been on and off, like has been popping in a few times, but not actually gotten to say anything. So I'm just remembering that. But I'll leave that to you. And honestly, I think the way this works, if I pop off for a second, I think it lets you guys keep talking, doesn't it?
it does, yes.
So you can maybe sort out the order, work out questions, and then we can come back in 5 to 10.
Absolutely, yeah. This way we could talk, and then if there's any new viewers here, we could always like I explained before. So please go on and take your break for a little bit.
You know, if it's more than 5 minutes, will it cut out? Do you know what how long it'll let me pop off for? Or?
As long as you don't press pause, because pause will only allow it for, I believe, 5 minutes, and then it cuts off the live.
Okay, so if I just like hit my other button to pop away from the screen, it'll be fine for a few minutes. Because I've only ever done that once.
I think I think
Okay,
it might
cool.
be better to just leave it running.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just the way it is right now. We can search your books.
Worst case, if it collapses, I'll just restart it, but I think it'll be fine.
Fair
I think it'll be fine.
Should we do that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's do that, and you can sort out the order and work out the questions, and we'll dive back in. Does that sound good?
Yes, absolutely. Because now that it's almost like the second shift just came in. Be blessed is our my, you know what I mean? She's the other shift because it is it's almost 3 a.m. where I'm at. So yeah, so that'll be great because bless is here. It'll help a lot.
Right on. Yep. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
Cool.
Yeah. Hi, blessed.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
I hope your headache is your migraine is gone.
Yeah, no. Oh, we've been even Althenia was also dealing with it too. It's like ever since we had it's been a month now, like over a month between COVID and having the flu. It's been like a head cold for over a month. You know, it's very hard, especially during this time of the year. It's one of those that's like you just can't get to that part where it's defeated. You know what I mean? But I'm glad that you're here because I did not off. And then when I saw you in the comments and in the request, I'm like, yay.
Yeah, I didn't know he was going to go live today.
He was on for a very long time. He was on with Chip Barnes. He co-hosted.
Good.
Yeah, they co-hosted. So he's been on for, that's why I really wanted him to take that break. He's been on for, I want to say, like almost 4 hours, possibly longer than that. Yeah, so yeah, it's a little bit of a record for him at this time. Let me see.
Yeah, no, I think he's done 9 hours before, which I'm not sure how he's managing to do it, but he's holding down these lives very well.
I think it's possibly because the fact is, like he said, he needs a distraction.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm actually sad I missed the Chip live as well.
It was really great because they were bouncing off each other.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Chip is ex-military.
Yes,
somebody can. Yeah,
that's correct. Yes, he is. And what was really nice is a whole new set of people came that we haven't seen before on this panel. So you might have to reiterate over the questions and how to ask in the order that it was. Like that was primary today. Like I don't know if you want to reiterate it, how we take turns and when we join into the panel, only because there's a lot of new viewers. I mean, we were up in almost in the 300s today.
Cactus, sorry, you were trying to say something.
Oh no, I was just reiterating that I'm pretty sure he's gone live for more than 4 hours.
We can hardly hear you, by the way.
My bad. I was just reiterating, like I'm pretty sure he's gone live for like 8-9 hours. Cause I
Yeah.
mean it's easy to get caught up in conversations like these.
I didn't mean it that way. What I meant to say, I apologize, is that he went on pretty early today for my time zone. Like I'm not used to seeing him on at like 9 o'clock, New York time. You know what I mean?
Oh,
That's
you're in New
not.
York?
I'm sorry.
You're in
Yes.
New York? Oh, me
Yeah,
too,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So it's like, I'm not used to seeing him at like, I think it was like 8, 9 o'clock. I'm not used to, I usually starts at like 10. So it was like a little surprising to see him on that early, but that's because Chip also was on with him. Yeah, but I mean,
What neighborhood are you in?
I'm sorry.
Which neighborhood are you in?
Well, I'm in New Jersey right now, but
Oh,
Brooklyn, and now I'm in
okay.
New Jersey. But I have a home in New York. I mean Brooklyn, and also in New Jersey. But very close to each other. But yeah, I hope that everybody, like a few people on here, like even Althenia, she was not feeling well. So a lot of people have like a little bit of head colds going on and off. I don't know. I hope everybody the best when it comes down to catching any colds. It's like on a, if you want to say, ultimate high at this moment. This is like one of those seasons.
Yes. How was the live with Chip? Yeah, good question, Jay. Did Liam and Chip agree on most things?
They did. Liam is genuinely seemed like everything was great. They had a back and forth together that was like respectful. You know what I mean? A lot of things like, and actually, the other thing is, Liam even had mentioned that he wouldn't mind doing a co-host as he did before. Like this, he like before he's been always just like a panelist, but the co-hosting.